We didn't have a message when we left. Oh, very odd.
Marge, did Lisa go to Japan?
Nobody's allowed down here.
There's a hole in the side of your house. Who's that?
It's my mother.
You have her eyes.
She died when I was 6.
Oh. I'm sorry.
I remember it like it was yesterday. She said she was going out to get my dad a bottle of gin, but it was raining really hard that night. The roads were slippery.
God, Jane. A car accident.
No, cancer. It was so hard. I had to take on all of her responsibilities, the cooking and cleaning and breastfeeding Mitch.
Oh, Janie, that's all in the past now. You gotta start thinking about your future. I mean, look how talented you are.
I have this dream of one day just hopping on a plane and going to Paris. There's an art school there, but I can't afford it. Unless I found some way of raising $26,000 before the admissions cut off.
Oh my God, Janie, do you realize my parents give a scholarship to a girl who can't get into art school every year?
Really? That's amazing.
Yeah. This year we gave it to Lupe Rodriguez, the Mexican finger painter. I think you'd really like her work.
Hey, you know what always cheers you up? Baking me a nice tray of sugar cookies.
How about these cookies, sugar?
The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Nah, you motherfucker!
Mr. Frog, thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Hello, it's good to be here. Hello.
So we've been friends for a long time, and which is why it's been so tough to see you go through all this.
Thank you. It's been tough with everything that's been going on with my life. Hello.
Yeah, why don't you tell me about that a little bit? Like what was the worst part about like the whole ordeal, like working on your show?
Probably working with all those filthy.
Everything is racist. Everything is racist according to me. Everything is racist in 2018.
Have you heard the truth? I'm trying to escape it. Everything's bad. Cause everything's racist. Shirt, dope fish, strawberry smoothie, all the blowfish, especially Hootie. Everything you say is insanely racist. Every single day the racism's outrageous. You know who needs sensitivity training? Every single name in the yellow pages.
Gentlemen? Ah, crap, singing. Mind if I smoke?
Cigars are evil, you won't miss them. We'll find ways to simulate that smell. What a sorry fella, rolled up and smoked like a panatella. Here on level 1 of robot hell. Gam Gambling's wrong and so is cheating, so is forging phony IOUs. Let's let Lady Luck decide what type of torture's justified. I'm pit boss here on level 2. Ooh, deep-fried robots.
Just tell me why.
Please read this 55-page warrant.
There must be robots worse than I.
We checked around, there really aren't.
Then please let me explain my crimes were merely boyish pranks.
You stole from Boy Scouts, nuns, and banks.
Don't blame me, blame my upbringing.
Please stop sinning while I'm singing. Selling bootleg tapes is wrong. Musicians need that income to survive.
Hey, Ben are gonna make some noise with your hard drive scratched by the Beastie Boys. That's what you get on level 5.
I don't feel well.
It's up to us to rescue him.
Maybe he likes it here in hell.
It's us who tempted him to sin.
Maybe he's back at the motel.
Come on, Fry, don't be scared. I'm sure at least one of us will be spared. So just sit back, enjoy the ride.
My ass has blisters from the slide.
Fencing diamonds, fixing cockfights, publishing indecent magazines. You'll pay for every crime. Knee deep in electric slime. You'll suffer till the end of time, enduring tortures, most of which rhyme. Trapped forever here in robot hell.
Hello. Welcome, everybody. There's a grand total of 5 people in the chat. Sorry. 5,000 people, 5 billion people in the chat. And I don't think, where's my voice breaking up? I think it's the first time I've said anything today. I don't think most of you have seen that intro. That's the old intro, the classic intro. Fucking hell. Sorry, I don't have a mute button. But yes, welcome to this wonderful animation stream where I will be animating the next Jackoffs. YouTube's most popular animated series, and like I'm making no bones about it. I'm already in Premiere, and I made a couple changes since the last stream. It was my first time ever animating on stream, and you know what? If I was doing it on my own, I'd make little tweaks, I'd make little changes. But while we were on the stream last time, I kind of like barreled ahead and did as much as I could, like progress. So I'm going to start off by showing you the changes I made. But yeah, how are you all? How is everyone doing? I haven't said hello to people. Joseph Dredd, he's in the house. The Art and Times of Jay Ryan, who has a very long name, who you can't at him properly whenever you're on your phone because you have to type out people's names. So whatever. But welcome. Oh yeah, and I think Hyper Wizard's in the chat too, so welcome to him. But yeah, you ready? Are you ready to see the changes? Let's just jump into it.
You were essentially trying to date a fleshlight.
Yeah, look, in my mind, I thought, dude, why would she reject the dude that can walk and use his arms?
Yeah, this was John's pickup line. So you like that?
That was it. That's the grand total of the amount of animation we got done. And like, what is the seconds? 13 seconds. And yes, the biggest change that was made. Did you eat those Bill Gates prison nuggets? You mean the narwhal nuggets? I don't know what a Bill Gates prison nugget is. But if it's made by Bill Gates, I don't think I want to put it in my mouth. In fact, in my body at all. No Bill Gates related things entering anyone's bodies, because I don't want to get some kind of like weird, crazy mosquito polio vaccine thing going on, and then I'll be disabled forever. But yeah, look, it changed the thing. This used to be a shot like zooming in, closing up on Cecil even more, and he was still in the window. And basically, it was too many camera changes, too big and too many camera changes in too short a space of time. And I also kind of elongated the beginning. I separated these audio clips by literally this much. You can see how much time I added. It's like nothing, but it's like 5, 6. Yeah, it's not even a full second, but it was very important. Bill, oh yeah, welcome Scotty Rich, by the way. Bill Gates poisoned the McNuggets, did he? Is that what the little black things were in the McNuggets? I saw those bullshit conspiracy videos. But yeah, like, the logo fades in differently and lasts for longer. And oh, you know what? Holy shit. John's arms. So they used to be a lot higher in this shot and they would move around a lot more. And basically, it was just distracting. It was unnecessary. It kind of made the shot feel too much about him and not enough about the screen. So I'm gonna play for that again. Yeah, in the last stream, this is like all we did.
You were essentially trying to date a fleshlight.
Oh, I also changed the speed that the chat moves at. I reanimated that.
Yeah, look, in my
and changed John's mouth a bit.
my mind, I thought, dude, why would she reject the dude that can walk and use his arms?
Yeah, this was John's pickup line.
So what do you think? Do you like that change with Cecil? It only zooms in a little bit and then Cecil comes out the screen? Because basically it keeps it within this shot, so it doesn't really move to anywhere else. It just zooms in a little bit. Because I realized that on the previous Jackoffs, I hung for longer on shots. And part of me worried that that would kind of be boring, right? So when we storyboarded this, I genuinely think I've made too many different shots happen. So as we go through, who knows, I'll maybe tweak it. I know the next two shots actually stay on screen for a while. But basically, you can't jump around too much because it'll be even more confusing. So even though, actually, there's more animation in it. But yeah, having Cecil come out of his window like this, it's kind of cool, right? It's a little bit more, like, surreal. You know what I mean? A little bit amped up. But yeah, I'll go here.
In my mind, I thought, dude, why would she reject the dude that can walk and use his arms?
Yeah, this was John's pickup line.
There you go. That's it. So what will we be doing today? I have a slight plan. We still have some drawings from the other drawing session that I can color and then like compose into a shot. That might be a good idea. And I also have, where we go? I have the webcam set up already to draw, just in case we need to draw some more. So this might end up being like a hybrid animating and drawing stream. That's why I'm not on camera like this, because, you know, I can only have one webcam plugged into my computer at a time. What's Scotty saying? Taco Bell wrappers around John's feet. Where? His feet don't show anywhere. What are you talking about? I probably could have had McDonald's and Taco Bell wrappers on the desk, but hey, look, it's already populated enough. You can't keep adding. You got to know when to cut, you know? So if I switch over what I'm sharing. Hello. Hold on. Fucking share screen, and we can jump into Photoshop and start coloring up. Yeah, that's the right one. There we go. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to have this on the screen. I'm drawing more thumbnails. If you guys didn't notice, the thumbnails in the, do you know what we're gonna see? The thumbnails totally have a story going on. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but there is a progressing story in them, and this one involves all three of them on the run for the police after murdering the hand. But that's not what we wanted. We wanted these, and also this. Yeah. This is the shots folder. This is like where all the drawings are, and these are the little Cecil ones I added earlier today. I just wanted to get it done off stream. I wanted to do my little tweaks off stream. You know what I mean? So we can essentially start drawing, coloring in, assembling the next shot. And if I bring up the storyboards, if I can find them, I can show you all the shot that we're going to work on next. Zaid Comics in the house. Did you guys all watch me, Phil, Reenie, Narwhal on Narwhal's channel last night? What a great stream. And then Jack Show last night was insane. That's probably the best one they've done. I don't know. Guy's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Right. Okay. Bringing it in. Here we go. Here's the storyboards. But yeah, welcome, Phil. And if you didn't see that stream, you should, after this one, don't go watch it now. You stay here now. You go watch that later. But yeah, we're very early. Well, it's literally with this we haven't drawn because I skipped it by accident. And so the next shot we have the pieces for, it kind of jumps ahead. This is the zoom in on Cecil that got changed. We zoom ahead and it's like it's a pretty complicated shot. It's gonna be John and Cecil arguing whilst flirting with this woman, and then John is gonna swish around and show like a past version of himself as a kid on a playground, and then Donovan is going to be kind of like immobile on the floor talking to him. And it was, you know what? It's pretty crazy. This is like preemptive. This is John, Cecil, and Donovan in a story, and that's literally who was on Jack last night. I think that's pretty poetic. But yeah, I'm gonna move these two over there so I don't keep clicking on them. There we go. And here we go. So this is gonna be, oh shit, the FBI is here. Look out, guys. But welcome. Right. What shot pieces do we need? There is, like, we're gonna include Sexy Babe. I'll put a white background here so you can all see. 8 people hanging out. That's amazing. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to try and go as long as possible and do as much as I can on this stream. It's going to be assembling a shot, animating it, and then possibly drawing the missing shot. But yeah, we've got Sexy Babe. We've got John Cecil, because Cecil's going to pretend to be John flirting with the woman. We have the background of the woman's bar that they're in. And then it's going to cut to this kind of like playground forest area, and it's going to be John hanging out with like Ricky on the floor, who's like, not Ricky, god, can you imagine? Sorry, Donovan. I've got too many. I keep, you all look the same to me. And he's gonna flip his arm around, and John is hanging out with the Johnettes there, and basically this drawing of John is going to be looking over at Cecil. He's going to smile when he makes a joke, and then he's going to kind of like have a go at him, and then he's going to flip into the other shot. But yeah, and then point at himself and waggle his arm around. So I think the best way to start this is probably to start assembling the backgrounds. And this is going to be a weird background because it's going to be like long. So I don't know how I'm actually going to export it because it's going to be longer than normal. So what I might do, if I go to jack off this thumbs, no, which one is it? This is shot assembly, right. If I paste in how I want these backgrounds to look, like the scale. So when it's in the shot, it'll probably end up zooming in, I don't know, but like this is about here. I think. And maybe it'll zoom in a little bit from this, but if I get the full zoomed out thing, and then like John will be in the middle of these two shots, and so he'll be on the was that Sheila? Who? Oh no, it could be. I guess it could be. But no, that wasn't Sheila. We just made up a generic babe. Does it look like Sheila? Is that subliminally? Is that something that's subliminally taken place? But what do I want to do? Do I want to have this scaled for when you enter the shot or for when we've zoomed in? I think entering the shot is probably better, and then we can zoom in and it's fine if they're a little bit pixelated. So if I let that exist, and then like copy all of this, if I put this, yeah. So if I go edit, copy, merge, then I'm going to make like a new file thing, paste it in, and then I'm going to like increase it to the side. This is the first time ever using like a sliding backdrop thing. It's a thing in animation. Like if you want to move the camera around, you can just draw a really long background. In fact, when you want to spin a camera around a room, you just draw all the walls of the room in like a long line, and then you just move the background and it'll look like the camera is spinning around the room. It's one of my favorite things. When I was a kid and I was looking into like how Simpsons is animation in general, but it was from the Simpsons. Like I would love stuff like that. I would love seeing the drawings of like a room. I wonder if I can bring one up. Let me show you. Simpsons background camera rotation. Jay Ryan says, I like a nice establishing shot. Yeah, who doesn't? Now, if my Google search hasn't really come up with a good result, I'm just going to bail on this whole topic. Yeah, hasn't really given me anything. What would you even type? Rotating the camera feet? Oh, it's just all fucking actual camera advice, whatever. Whatever. Go over here. I don't want to keep clicking on you. I don't want to keep clicking on you. Oh, well, whatever. Right. This one, yeah. So now if I get the background elements for the club, the bar, and we did a couple of drawings of it because the perspective was kind of crappy when I drew it the first time. And I think that's the right perspective. God damn it. I knew I'm going to keep clicking on that. Oh, whatever. You know what? I'm going to compose all of the elements in this shot. I wonder if that's a good idea. To get them all in correct scale, let's bring in El Sexy Babo on her bar stool. Copy that shit. Yep. Paste it in. And we can at least do it for a sense of scale. Let's bring in John, Cecil John, and John John. John John. Here is Cecil with his various arm poses and his retarded mouths. And where's the correct John? Here he is. I'll do that separately actually. Copy merged. Fuck. This, yes. Building up the muscle memory of which tabs to go between. Where is he? Here he is. I love this drawing of his head. This is my favorite perspective to have on a character. And funnily enough, when people are designing characters like this style for animation, god damn it, I think they find those the most difficult, like the rear 3/4 shots. But I think they're really fun to design. So anyway, do you know what? I bet this doesn't even need scaling. It probably does a little bit. Which one's Cecil? Here he is. Yeah, like if I grab how the shot is gonna look, you're not gonna show that. Which folder is it in? This one? Come on, folders. There it is. Edit, copy, merge, and then like paste this into here, and we'll get a sense of how the actual width of this frame. Multiply. Cool. So that's like half and half. Yes. Right. Oh, you know what? That actually isn't how it looks because we have this whole thing. I'll copy that in instead. But how are you guys all doing anyway? How you doing on this wonderful, Friday? What do you think of last night's Jack show? Did you all watch it? I did. I should have been asleep. But I managed to wake up in time for you guys, so who cares? If we're gonna scale John, it doesn't matter. I was thinking of bringing in his other head so they both have the same scale, but I feel like I'm probably just using this for a reference. Okay. By the way, does anyone notice the design of John's beanie has a point to it? Deep lore, deep design traits. Seems like he could probably, with this wrapped around this rolled up, he could probably pull this down over his head and make kind of like a hood. Don't think anyone would have noticed that. Right. So if Cecil, the slovenly, damn, he's kind of like filling the frame a bit too much. And then, like, if I make him smaller, John is too small. Maybe I should scale them both at the same time. Then at least they're exactly how scale I drew them at. Okay. This is like the best shot for Cecil in there? Is that the best scale for Cecil? Yeah. Joseph Dredd said, he's fine, thanks. Good, I'm glad you're doing okay. It's what is it? Oh, for the weekend, yeah. I won't be doing a stream tomorrow, by the way. Just a heads up. I think I'm not streaming it at the weekend now. But every single weekday there will be a stream. Right. Let's get the beautiful babe. What's the best scale for her? Do we want to make sure we get a feet in for all those? What is the other word for a foot? Like, I don't know. Bottommost part of the body, the feet enthusiast, the feet people, the creeple, the feet creeple. When I was watching a show the other day, I heard someone mention Peter Dinklage, and the name Peter Stinklage came into my head, and I couldn't stop laughing. And I really wish people had fucking noticed me saying it, because it's such. Is that not funny? Can you imagine walking up to him and saying fetus Dinklage? Maybe that is retarded humor, but I don't know, man. I'm not a Peter Dinklage fan. Everyone sucks that guy's dick. I just think of him as fetus Dinklage. Right, well, she's sitting at the bar. Joseph Dredd say lol. Huff enthusiast, sure, the Huffettes. And J Ryan say, I am doing good as well. Hope all is well with you. Yeah, for some reason my voice is crackly. It might be because I've been talking nonstop for like 3 weeks. but I'm not fucking stopping. You can't stop me blabbermouthing. Once it's like a Pringles can with this opening on the front of my face. And actually, you know what? I was pretty good last night on Narwhals. I didn't talk too much. I've got to learn. See, I've done a shit ton of solo streams, right? But I haven't done that many streams with other people. So I'm still learning, like, my rhythm with when to jump in and when not, because I really like doing really small comments that kind of like chop in when someone else is talking, that kind of like boost what they're saying, like as a background hype person. But it with the timing of how the kind of like delay works, I end up making them think I'm actually trying to talk over them, and they stop. And yeah, I need to train that out of myself. But yeah, here are the lights in the bar. Jordan Hurst is in the house, his house, he's a welcome. He say yo. House of the Dragon, a Game of Thrones prequel, has a foot fetish episode. How do you make that into a whole episode? Would you call that a petisode? Is pet? Oh no, petter is like, it's a number thing. Peda would be ambulatory feet, and I don't think you really want to coin the term pedisode. I don't want to coin that term. I heard that from someone else. Oh, look at these background people. Only one of them really looks good there. So I wonder if we can like use the other one to go like over here and make the silhouette. A nice little silhouette. Nah, bad. One person coming out of the floor. That looks like a penis. Look, it's got a little split down the head. Crazy. Podisode. That's like episode of a podcast. Part of the episode was a girl showing her feet and the dude pleasuring himself. Oh, so like full on. We've dropped about 3 viewers since mentioning foot fetishes. All thanks to Feta Stinklage. Yeah. And Admiral Wackers, he say, hey, Admiral is in the house. Welcome. Welcome. Let's chop this bitch's eyes out. Let's cut her eyes out. Let's cut them off. Put them in their own layer. Perfect. Now I drew like a bunch of different eyes for her because I didn't know which ones would look good. Look at this babe. Look at this babe. I suppose it kind of does maybe look a bit like Sheila. It looks like a... I'm not going to... No, I'm not coming. I'm sure if I made comparisons between a cartoon drawing and the real Sheila and she heard it, she might not be happy about it. So let's see how the different eyes look on her. Like a little bit of twinkle. I suppose you can't even fucking see it. Like, what? Okay. Is the only one worth bothering just the normal dots? Oh, it's not in this layer. Cut. Yeah, I guess just normal dots it is. Normal, classic, cartoon, Simpsons-y dots. Cut. Paste. And we can make a look. If we want to say that she is actually the cerebral palsy chick, we could like do this. No, I'm not doing that. But I'm gonna have her eyes separate. Doesn't Cecil like women with lazy eyes? So he would be hitting on a woman with an eye like this. Like, he'd probably be really into this. This would probably be Cecil's favorite character. Blackjack is in the house. Sheila would have more cats, like one peeking out of a purse. Yes, there'd be a cat here, a cat here. All of these things in the background would be cats. The whole room would be full of cats. Other people's cats as well, probably. A more stick-like, board-ish, less curvaceous Sheila. You said it, not me. Come on, she could be watching Poor Shields. Oh, there we go. Look, maybe Cecil would be really into this. Is this the kind of pick? Do you think he's this kind of lazy eye enthusiast, or do you think he's this kind of lazy eye enthusiast? Like, is he a wall-eyed fanatic or whatever? What is this, bug-eyed? No, bug-eyed is out. Whatever. She's not gonna look like that. She's going to look like this. Perfect. And she's going to even look around. And I feel like I want to animate smoke. I drew it. Nah, fuck it, actually. Why would I do that? Cecil likes women he doesn't have to drive more than 20 minutes for. He does. But he does enjoy stringing along women for many months who do live further away from that, apparently. Girls with lazy eyes always look like they're cooming. Oh, maybe that's why. Do you know what? You're really turning me around on this issue. Maybe you can just imagine that all the time when looking at them out in public. Like, she's cooming right now. She's loving this. That's it. She's having such an amazing time hanging out with me in IRL that she's constantly cooming. That's a good take. Good take. Boss-eyed. No, I mean when cross-eyed is when that's what I was looking for. I was looking for cross-eyed. But yeah, I think this is the best scale for this shot. Where is our original background for the playground? If I move it here. Right, let's go grab the other John slide for when he's turned. Because this is him when he's like being accusatory, so he's going to lean in. And then this is going to be him when he's like, fuck! Leaning all the way to point at past self him. He's leaning a bit too far forward. Would he? Yeah, I suppose when. I'm just thinking about scales and stuff about these animation frames because this is a pretty big. It's going to be a pretty big switch that happens, but I'm sure it'll be fine. If you wiggle the stuff, it kind of like tricks your eye into thinking enough of the motion happen. It's like what we were talking about on the storytelling show last night. I was trying to make a point about it can be a lot of storytelling in comics is almost about what you leave out, like what you skip, even in films. But I wasn't very good at assembling my point. So there we go. I watched back a little bit of it and I heard me going on like a tangent. And I was like, hey, this is actually a really good tangent. And then the tangent fell apart. And I was like, oh, I'm not very good at this yet. But I'm sure I'll get better and better at talking with other people on the panel. Even when Angela came on, do you know what? Whenever I'm on with just one person, I end up talking like it's an interview. Like when Angela was on, and also when Novel's been on like twice. Yeah, each time it's like, how are you feeling? What you doing? What do you think about this? Blah 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 blah. What do you think? But anyway. Yeah, that's it. My stories trail off, and then I say "but anyway," and then no one picks it up. Like I'll make a story thinking it'll like inspire someone else to think of their thing, and then they'll kind of like butt in. I suppose I prepare to be butted in, and then no one butts in, and then I end up saying "but anyway." It's like okay. It's okay. You can interrupt me, but how is this background switch gonna work? Let's grab this expanded frame. Okay, we can just make it a bit wider. What are you guys saying? What are you motherfuckers saying? It's the notes you don't play. Yeah. Yeah. The funny thing about music is you predict the notes in your head before they're actually played, apparently. And like I think appealing music is it plays around with your expectations, but it might be like I predicted this and it did go like this. Streaming destroys clarity of thought. It can. I genuinely think if you do it enough, it goes away. My favorite bit about running a stream is talking to the chat, and the chat is full of gold. Like I looked back through the chat. That's whenever I go back on a stream that I've been on that has a like a really fast chat that I didn't manage to pay enough attention to. I actually go back and read the chat. I don't know if that's weird or if it's like a good thing, like a tentative thing, or an attentive thing. But like, if I didn't manage to pay attention to the chat enough, I actually go back and see what they said. And there's always fucking gold nuggets, and then and then you're like, oh, these should have got highlighted. So yeah, you guys are the most important thing in these streams. When I host a show, when I'd host people, I try and point out your chats as much as possible. You know, you can't even super chat on this channel, so right there's the background. So this is like 2 full frames, I guess, of the extended frames, and John is still kind of like pointing too far. Doesn't matter. If this version of John was in the frame, which one is it? Come on, show me the drawing. Show me the drawing. Is that it? Yeah, and his arm. Yeah, there he is. This. So like the drawing of him is pointing way too far into the fucking thing. So I didn't think about this enough. I'm gonna have to think a little bit about this. What are you guys saying? it's weird because you are trying to juggle your train of thought with whatever you're doing and paying attention. So yeah, like I I mean, obviously when I'm streaming on my own, I'm reading every single message whilst being able to work and then also pause and talk, right? And it's worked pretty well. We've done probably hundreds of hours of this, so I don't know. We've done some pretty fucking long hours. We might even be at 100 hours of doing this shit whilst working and gaming, not even talking about topics. And what about it? What about it? I'm good at this, but then as soon as other people, so I'm always I always pay a lot of attention to people in a social setting because I don't know, you want to be funny, I guess, or like be engaged or whatever. So as soon as I'm in a call, as soon as there's other people on the stream, I'm paying attention to them. So then I can't pay attention to the chat anymore. And basically that's what streaming with other people will help. Like if you do that for more hours, it'll just get easier and easier, right? This so where's the storyboards? What is the storyboard? That's not the storyboards. The storyboards are further back now, I suppose. Yeah, they're here. I'm going to put the storyboards here. So, what does the actual board of that frame look like? Look, I mean, John is kind of pointing to the corner. Yeah, but I'll take that off. Yeah, hopefully, I'll basically, as soon as I get 100 hours in of streaming with other people, I'll probably be able to do all of it. Make jokes, make cogent points, and then also include the chat as much as possible. And then I'll be absolutely perfect. I don't mind it, but you can just miss little things you normally don't. No, it's just the chat says really funny stuff, man. Like, yeah, the chat can just say really funny stuff, especially insults. Like I like the digs and the insults, and like especially when people in the chat try to build lore. That's kind of the best when they'll try and make a comment on the character or even bringing up old lore. Like that is how you make a. I'm not gonna use this fucking word. A family. That's not what I mean. It's how you make like a rapport or whatever. It's like you can become a character with lore. Like take John for example. I don't think we've ever seen real John on a stream. He's just a full-on. What's the guy? What's the guy who played Anchorman in Anchorman? Will Ferrell. Like John is like a full-on Will Ferrell character, who's a secret weeb deep down and loves Blair White. Voyager 47 is in the. He's a say hail hyper wizard. That's me. He's saying hi to me. How do you, Voyager? Yeah. At some point, you just have to let go and just go with it. Yes. But on streams with other people, right now, the thing I'm trying to learn or hone is keeping my fucking mouth shut. Not because like screw me, but more like you can't make every point. So just trying my best to stay quiet for a while. Did you go to my school? This is what I had to hear when I was a kid. And so he really does have to point at the background. Like I'll move this around to not be in the middle. Essentially he's got to be pointing here. Let's see if I can move him off the screen without it feeling like he's getting chopped off or it wasn't drawn correctly for the frame. Is this him? That's him. Yeah, that kind of. It's just like if you do this, it's not this layout. It sucks. Do you know what I mean? Like this cutting off. It feels like he's not in the frame properly. Like he has to at least be here. Like he at least has to be that much in, for it to feel like he's actually part of the shot. Otherwise, like, he just seems like a mistake. But if his arm goes like smaller, I don't want to do a perspective transform. But like he could do this, and then you could have some camera movement that will focus in after it. That kind of works for scale. That's kind of working. I just drew this background not perfectly in the frame. I just drew it with extra stuff. And it at least gets cut off in the right place. So that's fine. Malin really loves Ninja Scroll, lol. Yeah. I wish he'd lean into the weeb thing. Like he held a manga up on a thing and said, "You saw nothing. You didn't see nothing." I don't own that. I don't have that. Lag can make streams with multiple people a train wreck with people constantly talking over it. I don't hate people talking over each other. Maybe it's because I can still tell what they're saying. Like, so I personally think people should try to interrupt in a sense. And I don't know. I want to be interrupted, I guess is what I'm saying. Because I always feel like my shtick is building up a point for someone to springboard off of, and then they can make a way better point because I can't make good points, I guess. I was expecting Ninja Scroll to be better after Melee and hyped it. Wait, so what? Is there a Ninja Scroll movie and then a series? What Ninja Scroll is there? Because I've tried looking it up because I wanted to. My friend said it's good. Like if I go on Amazon and I type in Ninja Scroll Blu-ray, there is like a couple. There's basically a couple of different things, and I don't know what to get. In fact, there's like, oh no, that's not it. Yeah, there's a bunch of different shit. I don't know what to buy. Tell me, help me out. Tell me what to waste money on. What else she's saying? It was still dope, but it was an 8.8 for me. Doesn't a woman have a sword that turns into a snake, or a snake that's a dick or something? Maybe it's like a Blair White insert. I mean, 8.8 these days might be a 10. When was the last thing I watched that was awesome? What was the last thing I watched that was new, that was good? What was the latest? What was the most recent thing that I've watched that I could think was good? Like, actually good. Like, rave-worthy. Oh, the Weird Al Yankovic movie. Yeah. If you guys have not seen the Weird Al Yankovic movie, and you appreciate classic comedy, and actually kind of know who Weird Al is and a bit of his life story, you should totally watch that, because it is actually funny. I think it's probably funny for people who don't know him, but yeah, it is a biopic. It's a completely legitimate biopic with absolutely no fiction whatsoever, and hopefully my sarcasm will indicate to you what style of comedy it may be. Yeah, Jordan and Amarawakis both pointing out UHF. Did you watch UHF? Yes, when I was younger. I don't know how old I was. I genuinely might have been fucking 15 or something, or like between. I always think everything that happened during my teenage years happened at age 15, but it probably didn't. It probably stayed probably like 17, maybe still. I don't know, 14. But yeah, around the time that iPods and shit were happening, like when MP3 players were popping off. I remember downloading the whole discography of Weird Al, completely pirating everything he's ever done. No money for you, Mr. Yankovic. But yeah. And then I just wanted to know more about him. Obviously watched UHF. UHF was good. Was Kramer in it? Was the guy in it who's like the retard guy? Was that Kramer? Or was that a different guy who's slightly Kramer-esque? You were 1 year old. What? Also, I think it was more impactful at the time. There wasn't anything like that at the time. Oh yeah, you were 1 year old when it was. Yeah, download all the Weird Al discography on LimeWire, and then you get loads of songs that weren't even Weird Al. Do you know what I mean? People would make their own parodies. Yep, it was Kramer. Cool. Yeah, 30 years ago. We all so Admiral Wackass is 31 years old. But yeah, people would make their own parodies and then just label it as Weird Al, and then you download like Weird Al, bomb 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 Iraq, and you'd be like, this isn't his kind of thing. A song about bombing Iraq? This is a bit, politically charged for Weird Al. Weird Al just fucking sings about food and being in love and stuff. In fact, we all know and love Ripper Ali, right? John and Ethan playing Rocker, not Ripper. Fucking Eric July Ali making fucking edgy parody songs. Sokka's in the house. He say, "What's going on in here?" Well, this is called a live stream, and I'm doing some work whilst talking to the chat. The work is basically a kind of backdrop, as it were, for a conversation to happen. And then if people don't say anything, I can always return to the work without feeling embarrassed. Paul Shaken did political parodies. Well, Paul Shaken isn't Weird Al. 10 years ago when that came out, before Anime and Manga was a weeb. No, you got more bullied for that shit in the past. Seeing as John is old, I bet that would be part of the reason why he would protect jokes around hiding it, right? Apparently, bullying sounds like it was way worse in America than it was over here. There was hardly any bullying in my school for like stuff that you were into or whatever. Like, you didn't get pushed up against. No one pushed anyone up against a locker. No one stole other people's lunch money. No one like maybe there would sometimes be fights after school, but it was rare. I think it was usually like the Goths fighting. Yeah, this is one of the things that happened. The most fighty thing that happened in my school was the Chavs and the Goths going to war. Chavs meaning scutty, maybe rednecky. I guess it's the UK version of redneck people. Maybe the British Bogans, the Chavs. I don't know, but they're not exactly Bogan. They're just like council estate people, and nothing wrong with living on a council estate. But that wasn't really sarcasm. It sounded like sarcasm, but it wasn't. But yeah, there was like a big war at a lunchtime. Like there was waves of them, of the alts, the alts and the goths and the emos and the grebs charging into the preps and the we don't have preps and jocks, just the non of them. And I wasn't really there to see it, but I heard about it. What are you guys on about? Also, anime was a lot more experimental, and they hit up a lot more genres. I don't know, man. The anime scene is still pretty diverse. There's still a lot going on. Yes, they go through phases where it's like everything's an isekai now or whatever, but they pass, My into anime, aside from Dragon Ball, was Cowboy Evangelion, Ghost in the Shell, Paranoia Agent, Big Zero, Bigo, Dragon, etc. Do you know what? That's going to cause me to turn my camera on and show you something that should be... where is it? It was right here. Where is it? Hello? Here it is. I just so happened to have the Blu-ray of Cowboy Bebop right here. And it was on the floor, and I kind of stepped on it. Just like most things I own, they usually get stepped on. Right, camera's going off. No, I said camera's going off. No one wants to see Belle Delphine's boobs and skirt. Oh, I stopped sharing my thing. Let's go back into Photoshop, shall we? There we go. But yeah, Space Dandy's my favorite, and then Mob Psycho 100, and then what else? What would be my favorite after that? After the funny thing about Space Dandy almost isn't really an anime. It feels like a Western show, and it's kind of interesting because like it's almost like that was a gateway. Gonna have to make 2 Johns, and then these are Donovan's hands. Last time I was doing the stream, I kept on making myself call him Crip instead of Donovan because I thought I might have been confusing Donnie from Ballers with Crip Daddy, or Death Crips as he was named last night. And I didn't want to like just be seen as bundling together all the differently abled people. So yeah. But no, confirmed last night. It is indeed Donovan, not Donnie. So I was right all along. But man, fucking last night's Jack show was fucking hilarious. Just get rid of all the women on the show forever. Just make it boys' night every night. No fantastic ratio, Ethan. There is no fantastic ratio. Like Red Dwarf, all guys. As soon as you bring in Kachansky, absolute trash. A little Red Dwarf reference for people who don't know what Red Dwarf is. Joseph Dredd, he say, my intro. Oh, intro anime. If we said into. Oops. That's a lot of intro animes, Admiral Wackass. This is a whole fucking shopping list. Then I was Robotech. I think I've heard of it, but I don't know it. You sound older then. Then I watched Macross, Gundam, Trigun, Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell was fucking good. Solid State or whatever. The actual series, I tried watching the film and I'm like, what is this crap? But like, yeah, the series of Ghost in the Shell, absolutely fucking fantastic. Really engaging story structure. There's really something about the East and West have different approaches to story structure, right? The interesting thing about Eastern story structure is it is incredibly fucking broad. The hero's journey that is the Western thing, it seems to have like it's like overcomplicated, and it's just like here's a bunch of shit, and it's like okay, can you just boil that down? And that's what like the Dan Harmon story circle is, right? It's boiling it down to its basic elements. But you pretty much like Eastern story structure is just introduce the world, and it doesn't even like introduce a character's life or whatever, right? Then develop it, as in show more of it. Then do a huge twist. Then show the character reflecting on the twist. Like it is so broad. Like the hero's journey is like you meet with the goddess, and then you whatever, you cross the threshold and blah blah blah. It's like okay, I don't even know it. I don't even know proper hero's journey stuff because it's just I don't want to program my brain with all of that stringent structure. I'm down with the Dan Harmon. Look at that. Look at his eyes. They're well placed. I'm down with the Dan Harmon story circle. That's simple enough. Well, it's complicated enough for me. Anyway, we've got all those elements split up. What is that doing there? Oh, that's old. That's an old layer. What are you guys saying? Holy crap, I'm only 12 people rocking and rolling out. Bullying was the same in Canada as the US, but colder and more stabbings. Yeah, apparently there's more stabbings going on. You see that video of that kid beating up that teacher because the teacher took the Nintendo Switch? Fucking for like, I suppose that kid probably would be dealt with properly and not just brushed aside. But like that was brutal. It was like a full on "they're already dead" moment when they weren't moving on the floor. I always hate these instant. You see them come up, right? Instant fail videos or whatever. They'll be in a fight and someone will get thrown to the floor and whacked on the head, and it's like, no, they might be dead. They're probably not dead, but I know someone who fell on his fucking face and smacked his bloody head on the floor, and like crippled his prefrontal cortex, and like that honestly fucked him up. He's still fucked up, and he was a very very intelligent man. Read a lot of books and everything. Like, you know, he had everything together. Then one day, whack. And your prefrontal cortex, that's you. That's you. The back of the brain is all of evolution, the kind of like entrained model of all of the life form, all the genetic memory of all of the fucking life forms that have been in your ancestry, all the way down to the shrews, the fucking whatever you were, the amoeba, probably amoeba shit still programmed in there. But then you get the prefrontal cortex that the aliens probably stapled to the front of our brains. And it's like, this is you. Your soul lives in this part of your brain. Like, that's where you make all your rational decisions. And that's maybe where people imagine the apple. You know, people who can't imagine shit, visualize shit, and you have that string of different apple drawings. It's probably where the apple lives. People talking about Cowboy Baboop. And it's probably because I brought the Blu-ray on, yeah. I love Patalabatu. Patalabo? Scroopin' Bomboopin? Lupin the Third? Lol, Belle Delphine, bedspread. It's not a bedspread, it's a mouse mat. Remus is in the house. He looks very fatigued, very stressed, very pressed upon. But yeah, it was. I've got a framed as a meme, totally as a meme, guys. Totally as a funny joke. I have a framed picture of Belle Delphine. I have a wall of anime DVDs, VHS, Blu-ray. You have laser discs? God, you must be fucking ancient. It's definitely become more formulaic. Okay. Oh, was I questioning your opinion on the past versus the current day? There are standouts, exceptions, but it feels more generic. Yeah. Then definitely not doing as badly as we are over here when it comes to abortive media. Amarakis is laughing his fucking ass off. That was one of the best Jack shows in a while. It really was. I struggle to think of one that's better. God, I really am really far back. Keep talking, guys. This is great. You only caught the first 20 minutes. Go and watch it all. Go watch it all. You should go watch it all. Go watch it all. It's worth the watch. It's genuinely worth the watch. I was crying laughing. Watching the Jack show last night. It was the fucking best. We could achieve the perfect ratio with Blair White. Yeah, just like 4 guys. JK, lol, 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 lol. Ghost in the Shell live action film was crap. I like Scarlett Johansson's ski slope nose, and I wanted to see her in the sexy woman stuff. Do you want to know the thing about Ghost in the Shell? This is probably one of my Shane Davis Buffalo Wings moments. So, Ghost in the Shell, you know, everyone calls the woman the Major because, like, she probably is just a woman who's a major, right? Because, like, that's totally Japanese. But in my mind, when I saw it, you had all these rugged guys, right? And then this hot babe, the Major. I basically thought that the major character from Ghost in the Shell was like an ex-military person who had retired from like a war, like their body had been crippled in war, like in battle, and then when they were getting their body, like you get given a body. Congratulations, son. You may have lost your body, but we can build you a whole one anew with our new Cybertronics. I thought it was basically a rugged guy that chose to have the body of like an uber sexy woman. Like as a meme, like I'll just like if you're gonna pick one, like I can have anybody. I'll just be a complete absolute babe. And then yeah, so I just thought like I guess I thought she was trans because I'm like, why would they have a woman as a leader? That's not what I thought. But maybe it's my baked in misogyny thinking like they can't have a woman leader. Clearly, it has to be a man in a woman's body. I saw the kid that beat the teacher over. Yeah, it was pretty grim. It's pretty fucking grim. Yeah, Lister, Crichton, Rimmer, and Cat. You don't need any Kachansky. It was, yeah, you don't need any Kachansky. The teachers can't touch. Well, they shouldn't be touching the kids. You can't touch the kids because of the school rules. Well, yeah, no, I know you mean fighting. I don't watch fail vids for that reason. Basically, snuff vids. Yeah, we've all ended up. It's like when what fucking Anna sends Cecil all those pictures of like burn victims and stuff. When you spend long enough on the internet, you see some pretty harrowing shit just out there. Like when I was a kid in school, we saw ISIS beheading videos like in school at lunchtime. Just people were putting them on the computer and be like, look at this. And it's like, that's pretty grim. I don't want to watch an ISIS beheading video whilst I'm like 13. It's a psyop, guys. It was all one big giant psyop. What are you saying? Abra and someone else wouldn't shut up about Red Dwarf. Abra? You mean Abra's 2 cents? Does Abra like Red Dwarf? What a babe. I saw how many seasons and I said I can't wait until I'm retired. Seasons of what? And Jordan, I'm nearly at the bottom. Jordan, he says, I like Delphine, no meme. I know, she's awesome. I think she's a great artist. I think she's very funny. I like the really meta e-girl thing. Like, I think it's actually great. And then she eventually did real porn, and I'm like, wait a minute. Is this still a joke? There I said it. Never spent money, though. Well, I haven't spent money on her. Oh, no, I did. I bought her keyboard. I have the official Belle Delphine keyboard and mouse set that was by Ghosts. And I think that's it. Oh, and this mouse pad, yeah. Oh, for sure. Japan could put out complete trash at this point and be better than 90% of what the West is doing. Yes. Bet I'll watch it if my shift is quiet. Oh, the fucking Jack Show episode. Yes. Don't know what you're wanting at. Anna's list of deformities and she sends to Cecil. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yes, average 2 cents. I'm caught up. I'm caught up with chat. You guys are going crazy. Thanks for being here. I think, yeah, amazing. Let's try and get this shot fucking assembled. This is genuinely a complex and annoying shot. And I haven't done this before in any of these Jack things. Where's her other eye? There it is. And I'm going to start labeling them. Babe. Let's fuse her eyes together. Is that a term we'll use? Let's put them in the right place in association with each other. And then grab them. And then move them to see if she still looks... Yeah, they look fine. You see them moving around? Yeah, they look... So I can merge those together. Merge the layers. And I'll put babe eyes. What's this one? That's just the babe. I have this song from Labyrinth in my head talking about the babe, but I don't know the actual lyrics to it, so I can't sing it. Otherwise, I would. BG. Who's this? John Cecil. Body. I'm going to start making folders, actually. The Cecil folder. Hey, Phil, if you're still watching, can I edit my fucking order for Cash Grab? Seeing as you're fulfilling it. The funny thing, when I first came into CG, Cash Grab was one of the books that made me the most excited because I was like, holy shit, they're doing like funny, edgy stuff. This is clearly the scene that anyone would want to be in. Like, this is the place. This is the place. Like Cash Crab was the book where I was like, this is amazing. And yeah, but I didn't understand how to back things properly. Like, I didn't understand the tier system or like how much if shipping wouldn't combine and stuff. So I didn't know the best way to go about ordering shit. So I actually backed Cash Grab like fucking 5 times or something. Too many times, maybe 3. Maybe I'm exaggerating. But yeah, I basically spent the amount of money. Like, I bought all the things individually instead of getting the bundle. How about that? And I think I didn't even get the embossed cover with John's character on because I didn't understand the value of John's character because I didn't know Graveyard Shift. Obviously. Tech Zombie is in the house. He says, "Hail y'all, what's up, Hyper?" Well, I'm doing a stream, that's what's up. And then all the other people. All the beautiful people in the chat, welcome. There's 14 of you. Clearly, the beautiful babe is keeping you in. You're like, I'm gonna keep watching the stream because of that beautiful babe. Let's keep labeling stuff. Playground BG. J-Bod, lean, left. I'll put a on. We're gonna have subfolders in this folder. What are these? Oh, this is yeah. You go in the John folder. Your John pieces. You're gonna go in the John folder. What am I turning on and off? It looks like these guys' eyes or something. There's Donovan's closed mouth. Right. John folder. D mouth closed. Do you think John will ever do a proper D-man book? Do you think there'll be D girl in a D-man book and she'll still be a dick, but she'll be a girl? Do you think her real name will be Blair White? Like, you know how you have superhero names, then real people names? D eyes. You should totally have D girl. Maybe a supplement. Hey, it'd be a good idea. The Odd Times of Jay Ryan. Oh, all this anime talk reminds me. I have a video for the Crusher Joe art book going up today. Cool. Here's a video. Don't click on that link. Don't do it. Don't click on that link. Stay here. No clicking. Check it out later. I'm just fucking around. How do I get rid of this background? Cool. Let's compose this kid's eyes so he doesn't look like a flid. Do you guys in America use that word, flid? Meaning thalidomide, meaning the mother was given thalidomide when she was pregonate and ended up with a baby with like a deflated balloon arm. Poor guys. Did that happen in Western countries or just like in other countries who aren't Western countries? You know the kind I'm talking about. Those countries. You know. You can do the work in your head. I don't have to say it. Those eyes work okay for John. He's looking at the camera. That's hours from now. Enjoy Hyper Wizard now. Yes. Video. What? Oh yeah, this. I wonder how we've been doing an hour already. I love long streams now. You know when I first started these streams, an hour and a half was enough. Like, you get to an hour and a half, and you're like, fucking hell. But now, an hour has passed, and it feels like I haven't even done anything. Right, let's make a new folder for Lil John. Like Lil Wayne, but a John. Mouth open and put it in the Lil John folder. Putting so much work into assembling these is making me think that my process probably isn't the best it could be. Eyes. Like, I'm wondering how I'm going about this, because it was a super quick way of making these animations before I made this intricate. Maybe it's just doing it on stream that's adding to it. Where's John's body? Is it higher up? There it is. Body, and that can go in the Little John folder. And that's his arm. Give me the arm. Give me his arm. There it is. And now I'm not gonna name it arm. I'm actually gonna make two different bodies to switch between. Where's the body? Then I'm gonna put like the body with the edited arm. So let's literally cut very crudely this arm off. Let's chop his arm off. What is the decapitation word but for arm? Something or other? Okay, that works. I know. What you could de-digitate someone by chopping their fingers off. I don't know what the name for arm is though. Oh, and he's pumping my tweet. You know what's amazing? I think we've got 20 new subs to this channel in the last 3 days. Let me check it. Like this, I'm very grateful for. I mean, I don't know if you people are watching. If you're new, welcome. I'm very, very, very grateful. We need to get to I don't know how I'm gonna get to 1,000. Like that's insane. We're not even at 200. We're nearly getting close to 200. I've gone up 71 subscribers in the last month, and for a lot of channels that's nothing. But yeah, so I was in the last on 20th of February on my birthday. We got 9. Then we had one the next day, 10, 11, 12, and then 12. So 24. Wow, almost a quarter century. The grind is real. It is. And Amaraka say, nice dude. But the sub growth and watch time hours is going up like at the same rate. So I've worked out that if I continue at my current pace, I should be able to be monetized. I don't know when actually. At least within a year, right? Because you only have a year to get to hit the boxes, and then like you start losing progress because it's like old progress. Why is this arm so big? Maybe it just needs to be lower, and then it doesn't seem so big. Which one is this one? This is pointing away. Arm away. And then this one is like arm in. Will make sense to me. And this is arm open. And that's gonna like wibble around and stuff. Here's the Johnettes. Let's make a Johnettes folder. And then put all the Johnettes pieces in there. And let's get Donnie's immobile corporeal form and put it in the Don folder. Where are these arms? Oh, that's the babe. Okay. All these arms need to go in the Donnie folder. The Don folder, not Donnie. That's ballers. Right. Is that everything split up? I suppose we didn't do a babe folder. Baby in the babe folder. And then Bob background can just go with the other backgrounds. Can we finally start shading? No. No, we have more elements to paste in, actually. Jake. Oh, God. There are so many things in this one shot. There are so many elements in this one shot, man. Oh, why didn't I make this simpler? Why did I have to have so much detail? Why was I trying so hard to make this good? I don't have to try that hard. It's not like I'm getting paid. Man, do you know the thing that I'm worried about the most? That this will have more work put into it, and that will actually have a worse result. I think in the edit and in the tweaking, I will be able to make it better no matter what. But like, yeah, especially with the animation I did before, and then I didn't like it. Like I didn't like the animation as it was when we finished it last time. But I made some changes, and now I do kind of like it. But yeah, like part of me wonders if I'll do all this extra shit and it'll basically be too much. Like, because too much detail can be distracting. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes simpler is better, and also kind of like the crappier you make something, it lets people fill in the gaps with their imagination. It is weird. There are people with over 10K subs but have less viewers than channels under 1K subs. Do you mean views or do you mean live viewers? Because, you know, you're in training a lot of different stuff when you have a channel. And who truly streams every day? Do you know what I mean? Like, you guys know that pretty much if around this time every single day, if you come here, you'll see something. I'll probably be live. Do you know what I mean? Around this time. Also, and that we've only been doing this for 3 weeks, but I bet like you've all started to just think, oh, he would be live now. Do you know what I mean? If I changed my schedule and I started going, okay, I'm doing Wednesday and also Sunday thing, like it would suddenly drop out of your mind. So, yeah. But who the hell can stream every day? I can only do it because I don't have to go to a day job. And I think that this is currently the best use of like this kind of thing is currently the best use of resources. This is the most important thing. This is the John Malin advice. You need to build up your channel. This is the Johnettes don't have their eyeballs in. Where are the Johnettes' eyeballs? There's the Johnettes. But where are the Johnettes' eyeballs? There they are. There's the Johnettes' eyeballs. And this is Fatty Eyes. And this is Skinny's eyes. Ryan, you say live viewers, to be clear. I see 10K channels with no one watching them when they go live. That's a shame for them. There could be so many things though, but let's say all of you are mostly CG people, right? You are all a very concentrated amount of people who watch live streams. This is like a live streaming audience. If they grew their channel based around like 10-minute like essay videos or something, then their audience isn't entrained to engage with streaming, right? Yeah. And you know, maybe they do stream and then maybe they don't know how to build a rapport with all of you shitheads. JK Lamau. But yeah, maybe they don't know how to be, I guess, generally charismatic when it comes to a fucking streaming audience. My favorite streamer, you probably won't know her. There is a wonderful VTuber called Iron Mouse, and like she is like a bubble. No, I'm not gonna say actually. She can't leave the house. How about that? So she streams all the fucking time, and like her life is pretty much streaming. And like she has a wonderful personality, and I don't care. I don't care if it makes me a simp. I'll simp all day for that fucking bitch. But let's start shading. I think we can at least put some fucking background stuff going in. Do any of you guys know Iron Mouse? She's hilarious. She's Latinian. Let's make this bar look as dank as possible. Like smoky. We could totally make it a smoky bar. I get to show you how I fucking do smoke. Right, watch this. If you want to learn how to make smoke in Photoshop and like basically put hardly any effort in, like look at this. You're not, you know, you're a painter, you're feeling insulted. This is how someone would do smoke. But yeah, you do a bunch of this shit. Like, oh, it's the wafting smoke things. And I'll do one here as well. But that doesn't look like smoke at all. That looks like jaggedy Photoshop lasso tool. Well, how about we fill this with yellow to give it the kind of like bright look. And then we go filter blur, a classic motion blur. I've really been getting into using motion blur lately. Make it horizontal and then keep it. Do you know what? The jagged, I think the first thing I have to do is like make the selection rounded. Selection, modify, smooth, and then put it to like 20 pixels of smoothing. And it'll kind of like round stuff off a bit. But it also, I didn't do it this time, but sometimes it makes little pools of light. Now I'll do the motion blur. Perfectly horizontal. Perfectly zero. And look, it's kind of like smoke. Look at that, it's kind of like smoke. If you put more effort into making the shapes better, it definitely would look cooler. And in fact, if I put it behind this, oh yeah. Wait a minute. I've got to put it behind this, but then I've also got to make the actual bar be black a little bit. Look at this. Look at this. That looks great. That looks like smoke. The classic terminally ill cutie that the air would kill that you want to take care of trope. Hey, I didn't know that was her story. But yes, I would kill for her. I don't know. Look, as guys, listen, guys. Is it not the old? People make fun of the damsel in distress shit so much, but is not like the perfect, most romanticest idea ever. Like you're in a war zone or a battle or something, or an actual physical conflict, right? Like, or like I don't know, you're escaping the Nazis, and you're a bunch of Jews hiding out or whatever. Just just general a dangerous situation that you don't want to be in. And then there's like a helpless woman who's like trying to. It's like, what's that army film, 1917 or whatever, 1914, where it's like one long shot, and like partway through, the guy finds like the woman hiding out with a baby, and he goes to find her food or something, or like gives her his food. I don't know, man. That's like the most. It makes you feel like the most human you can be. Maybe that's just me, but that's like obviously you still have fantasy because you wouldn't want to make that happen. But it's pretty. Maybe I'm a weirdo. Do you know what? Actually, do you know what's a shame about this smoke? It's not going to be animated, and I don't know how to animate smoke. I don't know how to do particle animations. Hit that like, by the way. If you haven't clicked it already, hit that like. But yeah, I don't know how to do smoke. Should I try and learn how to do smoke effects or something? Because, like, I could probably put a bunch of blurs on stuff and, like, change the blurs and then make the particles move through the scene. Amaraka says, still got to watch that flick. I saw it at the cinema. It's actually a good film. I would say that's one of the things I've seen in recent years that's actually good. And before that, the last good thing I watched was probably Arrival. But nowadays, that seems a bit crummy. I don't know. Arrival was good at the time. Do you know what? I'm not. Am I really going to talk about fucking Disney shit? The last Spider-Man was cool. Whatever. The one with the fucking guy with a fishbowl for a head. Mysterious man. And they were like, I control the media and I'm using CGI, but in real. Like, that was pretty good. But, yeah, fuck Marvel. Animate each particle individually, you poser. You would, wouldn't you? That would be the quality creep for sure. You poser. You can't even animate fire. I can. I've made fire particle effects for video games, actually. Yeah, maybe I won't put this smoke in the scene. Come on, undo until we didn't rub it out of the fucking gradient, because I rubbed it out. Now can I turn it off? Yeah. I could animate it sliding through. That was the second Spider-Man. I wouldn't know. They all blur together for me. They all have home in the name. Spider-Man not going home, kicked out of home. Spider-Man looking for a new home. Spider-Man found a new home in someone's basement. Spider-Man, they don't know that I call this my home. You know, the the classic Spider-Man tale. Do you think in 5 years' time or 10 years' time they'll do a complete reboot and do all the origin stories again? It'll be fucking, oh no, Uncle Ben! Uncle Ben is getting fucking wrecked. Oh, they essentially did do a reboot when they made MCU Spider-Man, and they made him really lame and boring and just like, I'm Tony Stark, but child Tony Stark. Ooh, I really like Tony Stark. Like, isn't Spider-Man like everyone's probably the more popular of all the Marvel characters? And they just like made him the like just a hanger on to another character who was also cool. Oh man. Gotta make this scene look pretty good. We can't make it look too crummy. Oh, hold on. Gotta make this bar look populated using silhouettes, basically. And it should be fine. We should be able to do it. But you kind of got to fade up from black in like the background here. And I don't know why these gradients are acting up. They're misbehaving. They're misbegrading. But if I put like all of the little elements here in a folder, I could put a blend mode on them all that can tilt them towards yellow, like the color overlay here. Then if I just like take it down, I'm basically choosing a gray for it to all be. Oh, have I picked the wrong stuff? That is that gradient, right? Where are the people? Where are the little people? Oh, here they are. Yeah, that can't be in there. That has to be above it. Cool. But yeah, so if whatever color I choose, like all of the silhouette, all of the background people will be like, yeah. But then whilst inside the folder, I can just keep making all the elements like flat black. And so they'll never transparency over each other, so they won't look, no matter what I do, no matter how many layers I make, they will not look like weird layered things. Cool. See? That's pretty good. See? Just need to do a few more of them. I had fire in one of mine, then just downloaded stock footage and overlaid it. Yeah. I haven't done. You know what? I'm genuinely not very experienced with this stuff. Like I don't. There were probably a bunch of tips and tricks that I could probably use to make like life easier, like stock stuff. I have stock music now. Like I can, if I ever need music for something, I can get music. And not have it copyright claimed when I put it in the video. And I bought that, funnily enough, I bought that for the time-lapse videos. And then as soon as I bought it, I stopped doing time-lapse videos because they're a waste of time. Like my original idea for doing stuff on the channel was do a drawing that you can then post to Twitter. So like that could potentially get attention. And then what else? Like upload the time-lapse version of it. And like it's just a waste of time. Yeah, copy pasting all these people. It's like a Persona game. All the blank people in the background of a Persona game. Ha! The bar is full of lesbians! There we go. Perfect. A dank. It's looking dank. It's looking pretty dank. Phil, you missed my question. Can I change my cash grab order? Can you give me the one of everything? I pretty much paid the money for a one of everything. It was one of the first comics I backed in CG, and I didn't know how tiers worked. I ended up spending way too much money on that campaign for no reason. Right, let's see if we make the yellow more. See, like it's like they're either more or less silhouetted, so we can like tailor the darkness because we don't want it to be too dark a shot. I'll put this as background, people. I'll put this as horde. This is the horde in the background. And where is the babe? Where is the babe folder? Where is the beautiful babe? Here she is. On a little bar stool. An infinitely long bar stool that isn't even drawn all the way. Someone earlier said they thought this was Sheila. Does Sheila have hair? Does she have the big curly plume at the bottom? I love hairs that go straight down from the top, but then you just have huge curly plumes. And because they always look good from the front, and you don't have to deal with where the strands fall. You just put this fucking shape behind them. But then, whenever you want to draw them from behind, it's like you just end up with a giant cauliflower. So that's a negative. So yeah, I usually end up tweaking it. Like I always want to do characters with super long hair, but then you draw them from behind and you can never draw their asses. So then I changed the design to make their hair shorter because you want to see, you know what you want to see. You make a beautiful babe, you want to get that ass out there. In fact, there's a character in my book, Connell the Barbarian. Don't sign up because there's no sign up. But yeah, her entire personality trait is she has a giant ass. And she's a catalyst character for the hero because she has a giant ass. Joseph Dredd, he say, I'm not clicking on it because look, I've got the lasso tool and it would ruin everything. Sheila was on Jack Show last night, not on camp. She was hot. She was not on really. What's weird is like she was there the whole time and she didn't say anything. I wondered if she was okay, man. I honestly wondered if Sheila was okay last night. She seemed different. She's usually way more combative. Maybe she got a talking to from the glowy. No, Sheila, I'm only joking. Please, if you hear this, I'm not actually trying to make observations or call anyone out. I just think the whole glowy thing is funny. It's so funny. But yeah, maybe she got a talking to. Maybe she got debriefed. In the non-euphemism term, it's like you can't talk about me like this on the internet. But yeah, she didn't seem like she was having that great a time, and she was quiet, and then came in later when she got mentioned. It's like, oh, she was there. I don't know. I hope she's okay. Sheila was super quiet last night. Yeah, if by quiet you mean didn't speak at all, but she was still there. Debriefed, you say? Yes. Debriefed. Does the French language begin anything with D, or is that like a different language? Right. This smoke, is it gonna make it look too crap if this smoke doesn't move or anything? Do you know what I mean? Like in a flat drawing, this makes sense. I got some squiggles for some smoke, but I think if it's in an animation, it will probably there's a chance it'll stand out like a sore thumb, but to be honest, it probably won't. People probably wouldn't notice. People wouldn't care. Too busy looking at this thing, the beautiful hips. On the previous shots, did we add shading to things. We did for backgrounds, but I don't think we've been doing it for characters on this. We've been doing it for characters on the thumbnails, like these have shadows in them. But if we go to the other folder, I don't think we've added shading to anyone yet. Shot 2? Yeah, less background stuff. And then the characters are always flat. Yeah, it'll make them blend in with the background too much. Yep, no character has ever had, in any of the animations, no character has ever had, but yeah, check out Phil's fucking thing. We are close to 18K in Lost Pages 3. That actually looks like Chrissy Mayer. It kind of does. It really does. It is. Okay, it's Chrissy Mayer. Guys, it's officially Chrissy Mayer. Cecil is hitting on Chrissy Mayer dressed as John in the bar. Perfect. I'm down with that. I'll accept that. I'll let that be canonical. This is Chrissy. And that means when this eventually gets played, you can all say in the chat, "That's Chrissy Mayer, lol, it looks like Chrissy." And then John will say, kind of does look like her, actually. And then Cecil will say, no, it looks nothing like it. It looks nothing like her. See, the conversations, they write themselves. Phil's stream skills are top-notch. Phil makes Camel Knights watchable. I wish Camel was around on other streams more. I do wish he socialized more. So you know, you could get a feel for how he would gel with. Because people work differently when they're with other different people. And it's, you know, just like Bancroft, Camel, and Phil is a different team for Bancroft, Camel, and Rob. When's Rob coming back, by the way? Fucking hell, Rob. Can you just not be sick anymore, please? I missed the Robert Bancroft show. I want to hear another one of your silly ideas. I like when Phil asks about food and Camel loses his mind. What? I don't even remember that. Was it when Phil did the British accent because he was tired? That was funny. John Cecil? Where's Cecil? Does Cecil have a folder? Whatever, I'll do John first. Oh shit, he's definitely gonna need subfolders for all these. This is a flatting stream, not even an animation stream. But you can't, what you put the title of the stream as flatting these jackoffs? No one's gonna click that. That's his back, yeah. Is that his fat neck? Yes. How many episodes do you think Donkey Kong is going to take on the 2 players show? 3, 4? Flatting and chatting, that is good. Ah, yes, that is good. That is a good title. But any of your thumbnails are engaging anyway, because you have that one style. I'm not that good at making graphic design styles for YouTube thumbnails because I want to be original, which is really stupid. Basically, I'll see yours and I'll see Reenie's, and in my head, I'll be like, I really want to just copy that. I just want to copy that. Then I'll be like, I can't just copy that because that's not original. Do you know what I mean? And then I'll try and make my own thing. I think the thumbnail banner for the coloring ones is good. But yeah, my favorite is literally just a picture, no text. But it is the least engaging. Like the jack-off videos so far, those animations, you'd think someone would be like, jack-offs, episode 1, text, text, text. But like I think I think text, you can fail on it so hard, especially when someone uses like more than one typeface in a thumbnail. It's like I can't read this, and then also if they don't add enough negative space around the text, so it like goes really far to the edge. It's like you can give this a border. You can let this shit breathe. But yeah, in the past I've made thumbnails that were way too detailed. Not even cool enough. Do you know what I mean? And then what? The Metroid ones are just like cheesecake art of her set up like it's a screen. Let's all go to the mountains. Let's paste in all this extra crapola. Let's bring in all of John's extra features. His accusatory eyes, his scheming grimace. His nonplussed gaze. That looks around the right size. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of works. I can't remember why I made these different ones, though. Rub it out. Okay, where's his eyes? Here they are. Cut this out and paste it, and then go back down a layer. It totally does look like Chrissy Mayer. That's fucking awesome. That happened completely by accident. That's awesome. It does look like Chrissy. Cecil would be hitting on Chrissy. I'm married. I'm funny. I'm a woman and I'm funny. I'm definitely funny, guys. Especially when I dress up as Frosk, even though Frosk isn't a thing anymore. But I'll keep doing it. And it'll still be funny, guys. Guys, do you think Frosk is funny still? I should make... Why am I making fun of Chrissy? She's nice. I'm going to do an impression of another woman, and it's basically going to be my voice, but even more higher pitched. And I'm going to use the same voice for every woman I do an impression of. That's really funny, isn't it, guys? Wrong eyes. There we go. Whatever. It's FNT humor. You don't really have to hit that higher bar. They're all nice people. Cool. Why did his eyes get bigger? Why did I draw them bigger there? Oh well. I'm not here to be easy on the... Oh, yeah! I'm not easy to be on... I'm not here to be easy on the eyes for you. The funny thing is, like, you know, coming from a Let's Player direction, you knew who G4 was, and you knew who, like, even Gerard, who was Gerard the Completionist, who was in that video, and, like, people in the commentary scene are just like, this random cock. And I'm like, that's Gerard the Completionist. He spent years building his channel up, and now he finally gets a chance on this show. Like, you know, he just gets demoted to like random cock, random agreeing cock, and it's like that's probably the furthest his career had gone in like gaming commentary stuff, and then like that entire thing, like in the bin, back to your own channel, Gerard. It could have been good, man. Maybe one day they'll make another video game show that can have boobs in it. Oh, even though they brought the boobs back, didn't they? You already pissed everyone off. No backsies. You let the leeches in. Right, I'm gonna put those eyes in another folder of their own eventually. Because they add the yellow? Where's that extra yellow? Didn't I add it to the... Come on, Jake. You're spending too much effort making fun of Chrissy Mayer. It's distracting you. Okay, now if I get rid of it, yeah, that works. And there's those eyes. And those are those eyes. I remember when we did Hearts Bros. And there's another gaggle of gamers called... Where's the UK? They're like... For one thing, I dislike groups from the UK that market themselves on being from the UK. Maybe I have xenophobia against my own country or something. But like everything, it's like I'm the so and so Brit. I'm the English something. I'm the Crumpet Man. I'm Crumpet Gamer. Join my channel for more crumpets because I'm the Crumpet Gamer. And it's like, all right, okay, I get it. There was a time period where people thought Britishness was cool on the internet. Like the most famous one is the guy who died of cancer. He used the word cancer all the time, then he died of cancer. Thanks for Phil for hitting the like button. Thank you. He hit the like button because of the Chrissy Mayer jokes. What was his name? And his wife took over his social media. Total Biscuit. See, he was cool, but he still marketed himself as British. And Captain Chocow gets a pass. But yeah, who was it? There's like a popular... They did Minecraft shit. Oh, what was it? But they're really lame. I used to make fun of them on Hearts sometimes, and then Tom would be like, I don't think we should make fun of other YouTubers. I'm like, alright then, fine. But we were nobody. We were nobody. You can make fun of people. In fact, when I did Hearts Bros, there was this one episode of Bloodborne where instead of Cotton Eye Joe, there was like this giant character, and I sang Mongoloid Joe. And then, because I was being sensitive at the time, I was like, I can't use the word Mongoloid on the internet. I need to edit this out. So I just silenced the word Mongoloid. It's like, fucking hell. So soy. So pathetic. Right, I need to cut his mouth out, actually. This shot is gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it, guys. It's gonna look super cool and sweet. And you know what? Phil's reminding me we can totally throw this on. Now, if you're gonna hit that like button, I'm gonna keep the banner up until you've all done it. How many likes we got? How many likes we got over there? 10? I'm gonna give it a refresh. 9? Phil, you did not hit the like button. It was 10 a while ago. Soythetic. Yeah, pathetically soy. Soythetic. Look at John's mouth nose. He's like the annoying orange. But we stopped doing that gaming channel before a lot of the culture war stuff really kicked off. So I didn't even have to like set online opinions around things because like I just wasn't posting anything around then. I was in a cave making my game. Right, we need to make a folder within this folder actually, so we can split up these different Johns because all of this John stuff is like in the same folder. And this is these two. Let's just put these in for now and call it J lean left. I can't imagine John ever leaning left, but and those eyes are in it in the John leaning left folder. And then do we have another folder of his eyes? Yes. But for some reason, his arm over there is in this folder. You do not belong in here. John leaning left, and then the eyes there. Cool. And then the yellow for him kind of works because, like, John is Asian apparently. Wonder if that's why he chose yellow for the Jack Show color scheme on his channel for the thumbnails. Do you think John's ancestors would be pissed off? Don't Asians have a lot of internal conflict between the different tribes? Like, didn't the Mongolians fuck everyone up? And now his family's leaning off into the Mongolian direction? Right. Get that off the nose. Shitty Mongolians! Yeah. Hey, I watched the 2 new South Parks. South Park has a new season out. I saw a couple of clips of episodes. You know what I mean? People have been passing it around. People have been like, "Hey, look, they're making fun of the royal family." Ha 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 ha. Watch them. Both absolute trash. Once again, just absolute shit. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them, man? They had the perfect opportunity to really make some good jokes. Like, what was the Comhammer agency about? Like, is just Comhammer supposed to be a funny word? I wish South Park was good again, man. Back when they did like the Scientology episodes, the World of Warcraft episode. Nowadays, it's just like the plot doesn't just, I don't know. It's almost as if the people in the writing room aren't giving the show their best stuff, or maybe like they've had the same people in the writing room forever and they're just a bit tired. And you can't really bring new people in. Like if you take Rick and Morty, for example, like original couple of seasons of Rick and Morty, like Justin Roiland apparently hasn't been working on the show even since like season 3. So, and the show has definitely changed since season 3. But like they also brought on a lot of new writers, and they actually brought on female writers just because on Rick and Morty. And when I say just because, it was probably Dan Harmon trying to make up for the things he admitted to, but whatever, who cares? But yeah, and Dan Harmon I think in those first few seasons, I think pretty much Dan Harmon was doing all the writing, like coming up with everything. You know what I mean? Like you'd probably have Justin Roiland being a silly dingus around the office, giving them rando ideas, and then Dan Harmon would be like refining them into episodes or whatever, like shitting out a script for an episode in like an evening and then saying, "Here, do this." But like nowadays, I think you have a bunch of other writers that are all kind of like trying to use his story circle technique, like his story embryo or whatever, and not really getting it. It's like he has his own kind of like structure guide called the story circle, and like you can use it, but he's you can use it to make stuff that's shit as well as good. I use it in my writing, but I try and use it very loosely because I kind of get the feeling that you really can use it to make terrible stuff. And like even if you follow the guide, it can still be crap. Like you can almost take Dan Harmon's story circle and actually, because whenever I see breakdowns of it as a structuring technique on the internet, all of the examples they give always seem really labored and like you could put them on anything. Like they don't really define it very well. And so like over the last year or a couple of years, I've been trying really hard to fully understand the story circle in a more like what is it, set in stone way than just like this airy fairy you can apply it to everything. What are you guys saying? Yeah. Rick and Morty is dead. Yeah, you never know. Things could. Maybe they get 1 or 2 good episodes every now and then, but yeah, like I think the last season was just mostly aborted fetuses. Rick and Morty went downhill after he hired Jessica Gao as a writer. I don't even know that. I don't even know the behind the scenes I just know that they hired female writers just because at some point there was just a big writer influx at some point. Season 1 and 2 were the best it was. After that, every episode hit or miss, and I really don't care. Yeah, so like I had the season 1. Okay, here's Rick and Morty. My thing, because Rick and Morty has actually been very inspirational for me personally. As bad as it kind of is now, but what it was like I remember being more sensitive and like more worried about what people thought and stuff. Like, I can't write this, I can't write that. And then Rick, you watch Rick and Morty season 1, and it's like, wow, they're just doing whatever the fuck they want. And it was fun, it was really fun. So that kind of like opened me up a bit, and I'm like, hey, how about I can do whatever I want too? And it's not even from the sensitivity direction. It was, you can do whatever you want. Like, you can parody stuff. You can just steal plots from other things. Like, you can reference stuff, like reference things in a non-Family Guy way. You can be meta in a more interesting way or whatever. All the original season 1 and 2 good stuff. And I remember, like, I would no one would really know about Rick and Morty, and I would have the season 1 Blu-ray and on like playing on repeat and getting really excited about like making my own thing again. And yeah, then season 2, I remember season 2 was so hyped. Like season 2, I remember being in Seattle at the time when it was coming out on American TV, and I was like, I got to watch it on TV instead of like on some Blu-ray in my country later on. It was like, wow, I'm in the country of origin, watching it on TV as it goes live. Oh shit, is it FNT right now? I'll catch up. Hold on. South Park Imagination episode were great. See, that was just before it started getting bad. And I will agree, the Imagination Land episodes were good. Yeah, Jessica Gao therapy speech. Oh, really? Is she a writer? Oh, yeah. Pickle Rick was kind of funny. I like trashy content because get over yourself kind of thing. Like, people can do whatever they want. People can make I actually have, sometimes I'll buy trashy manga that people would make fun of, just be like, fuck it, these people can make whatever they want. Who cares if it's trashy? I bet it still has value somewhere. Phil says, I think he thinks he'd be a good female writer. I think so too, Phil. You should try it out. Maybe they'll hire you to write Rick and Morty. Just grow your hair out and start going by Felipe. Felipe! My name is Felipe. I am here to write an episode of Rick and Morty. Graham's on FNT again. Is FNT going right now? Have you got a refuge? Ethan usually goes live on Fridays for to make his alternate FNT. Let me have a look. Because they start pretty early. See, they're clever. Yeah, like all of the CG shows are so late that you don't get the European people. Like, there is a whole swathe of audience, but whatever. Do whatever you want. I think, Phil, your streams happen earlier, and I appreciate that. Where is John's collar? Here. But yeah, it's perfect for me though, because it's like an entire time slot that I can completely bogart. Like, I think, was it you, Mike? You said you'd been listening to so much of my channel. It's like, yeah, because there's nothing else on, man. There's nothing else fucking on at this time of day. It's perfect opportunity. But, people in CG making their bucks, they at least need some hours of the day that they're not going to stream. So yeah, maybe I can capitalize. I can take over this entire slot because of my tasty, my nice moist slot. I've already got both of you and Phil in here. Big names, big plays. But yeah, congratulations to Graham for getting on FNT. I bet he'll get a big buttload of sales. Let's check in. Let's see what they're saying. Should we see if they're having an interesting conversation, or should we see if they're having the same conversation as every other episode? Wow, it sounds like every other episode. All of this stuff stays up on the internet, Jake. Yeah, I know. Doesn't go anywhere. Someone can watch it later on. Yeah, I know. Right. How much? Nearly 2 hours of composing this one shot. I should not have made. When we were storyboarding this, I was on such a high. I was like, yeah, we can do creative stuff constantly. It's got to be really good. The last episode was really good, but completely lost all the simplicity of it. I'm doing the old the quality creep. But hey, I bet it's gonna look fucking cool. And then episode 3 can be lo-fi again, and probably will be bad. I need a specific reason to watch FNT. This is the Deech, by the way, not me. For quite a while now. How many times can I hear that culture and entertainment sucks now? Exactly. They don't even say why it sucks. It's always it sucks for woke reasons. Like it can suck for more reasons. I don't know. Europeans watch YouTube? Who knew? Australia exists? Who knew? John has in these jackoffs. John has a world map with Australia crossed out. By the way, it's a little bit of Australia-related flat Earth deep lore. But yeah, the Deech is in the house. Welcome. He's been here the whole time. He didn't just come in. He's been here the whole time. You made a good point. You made good points on the writing stream last night, Michael Deech, that didn't get brought up. A lot earlier, I was talking about like chat interaction when it comes to streams and how I think it's the most. It's pretty much the most important thing. And whenever I'm on other people's channels, it's right. Whenever you're on someone else's show, you can't even click on the chat. Like you can't even highlight it. Like I wish StreamYards would like let you as the guest at least click on a chat to point out to the person running it that it's like funny, because there's so much gold in the chat, man. All right, get rid of that, John, and then make a folder for this John, and we'll call this John Lean Right. He's even doing a kind of a little arm motion. And I'll call this arm. I'll put it in John as he leans right. Lean right. But I remember when I've already talked about this before, coming into this area of the internet and FNT being the vector for a lot of people who do come in and getting off my face drunk. I've literally, oh god, you saw how much Jägermeister I drank on my birthday. I drank like, do you know what? That might have been the most of Jägermeister I've drank in a night. I've drank entire bottles of it, but they were small bottles. I drank 1/3 of that bottle. I drank 1 pint of Jaeger, and I didn't even have much of a hangover the next day. It was great. Wackass, Wackass has got a good head on him, by the way. He's a good laddo. And by head, I mean face. I call face head. I don't know what's going on in your brain. He says Australia is in Ohio. You can admit it to his hyper. I'm not in Australia. I'm in Englandfordshire. Doesn't John think like Australia's next to England or something, just off the coast? He thinks Ireland is Australia. What is this? That's John, and this is John face forward. So many elements. So many elements in this one shot. It's gonna be good, though. It is gonna be good. It's gonna be fucking funny. Phil never answers my question about changing my cash grab order, I've realized. I've probably mentioned it 5 times on the show. Never answers. Do you wanna? Shall I put you through the EFAP of Friday Night Tights? Do you think we'd like lose half the viewers? Because like you're all the people who don't want to watch it. I kind of realized when I'm doing a gaming stream, and I think like, hey, I could EFAP a different stream. It's like, no, people are here to watch this and possibly not to watch that. And I suppose when I say EFAPing, I mean stream sniping. The Voyager is back. They have returned. They're hailing the old craft. Right. That is those Johns. But did we paste in this John's eyeballs? Face forward. Oh, look, we already had the face forward yellowing. Cool. But guess what? We didn't have the other face where he smiles. There we go. My favorite drawing. My favorite drawing in this whole shot is this face. This little knowing smile. This little smile of agreement. This you get me smile. This you understand me and I understand you smile and we're having fun. And I'm about to play a character that has a go at you, but we both know. We both know the deal. That's where his eyes start. And then make it match as much as possible. Bancroft say, I think they have enough viewers. Yeah, how many have they got right now? 13,291. Good for them. Get on it. It's kind of that whole thing, though, of like, you know, when you see one musician and they obviously get all the money from the record sales. But then you see a boy band and you're like, yeah, they may be the biggest band in the world, but like all of that revenue is split between like 5 people. And I haven't talked that much about the video game stuff that I've done, but it's the same thing for making items for TF2. Like you can either learn all the skills yourself, like modeling, texturing. Basically, let me explain it. Let me explain it for the 17 people that were here. There is a game called TF2. Well, you know skins in Fortnite. You all know that. That's probably what you're most likely to know. Skins in Fortnite. So there's a game called TF2 where basically people from the community can make the skins and sell them, and they get like revenue from them. And that is what I did. And I have quite a few items in TF2. Oh my god, Admiral Wackass knows. He says you're a TF2 modder. Not just a modder. Not just a modder, Admiral Wackass. Modder is unpaid work. Who in here knows about TF2? Is it just Admiral Wackass? Do they split the money on FNT? I had no idea. Absolutely no idea. You should play with my buddy. I don't play TF2. Dong Wizard. He's a big TF2 dude. Wait, you mean as in he's a big dude? Or like Dong with WZRD. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about TF2 that much, but yeah. I come from there. Oh, wait. Joseph knows what TF2 is. An Admiral Wackass. Okay. Look, just for you two. Just for you two. Do you know the bird heads in TF2? I'm going to wait. Do you know the bird heads? That whole thing? Do you know the Yeti from the summer update? Oh, Bancroft thought you said you don't know what it is, but he said he did know. So you're the odd one out. There you go. Surrounded by nerds. He mostly plays Vermintide. What? So is he like a YouTuber? But do you know the bird heads in TF2? Come on, it was Halloween a long time ago. I'm trying to merge this new face. Merge layers. Am I supposed to steal his eye dot? Yeah, I am. Copy, paste. Wow, it was directly in the middle already. Crazy. Hey, and the eyelid goes the exact right height. That's great. And merge the fuck out of those. But yes, I made the bird heads, and you didn't even say you knew them, but I made the bird head things in TF2, and I made the Yeti from the Jungle Inferno update. Yeah, there are many wiki entries that you should not go and look at. I made the they let you make taunts for the game, so you'll press a key and the character will do like a little animation, but you can give it like a prop, so you can make it juggle balls, you can make it like jump on a pogo stick is another one of them. So one of them is called the Spy, and he's kind of like a James Bond secret agent thing. And I designed a taunt that was like he pulls out a suitcase and puts it on his back, and it turns into a helicopter, and then he flies around. It's called the Travel Agent. Get it? It's so funny. Get it? Get the wordplay? Ha 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 ha. But yeah, I designed that. I didn't do the animation, but I did make the model. What is that on that? There's nothing on that layer. Right. In this in a folder, and this is going to be happy. And then duh. Cool. He doesn't change it too much. He does kind of change a bit too much. It's fine. I'm sure if he jiggles when he transitions, then it'll be fine. And that's face forward, so like you got the two different ones of him. That's lean right, and he doesn't have eyes. So let's find his pupils, his pupola. And I guess I assumed he would share these pupils. So I'll copy these. And when he does this, he's looking back. Is he gonna look back and down, or is he gonna like when that slides over? Yeah, it should probably look more down. I don't know. He looks the best when the eyeballs are touching the hat, because he feels the most tired. Nah, that works. It looks like he's looking down at Cecil, which he is supposed to be. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Then we need to make a copy of these to put on the other head, actually. This is face forward. This is lean. Oh, no, he has eyes. Ah. In the bin with you, then. But you know what? Unless... I bet one of them doesn't have eye dots. Because he has two different sets of eyes in this, doesn't he? Yes, he does. Oh, the dots work on both of them. Cool. Well, I guess he does already have dots. Right, we're one step closer. We've done all the John bits, I guess. This is him. We've got both his eyes. Do we have different mouths? Does he have his closed mouth pasted in? Nope, it's missing. We need to go get his closed mouth. And you know what? I forgot to give yellow to the lights hanging from above. Oh no, we're dropping viewers, guys. Everyone's realized FNT's on. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Or was it because I mentioned TF2? Oh shit, we're down to 13. No, like, I bet I'll jump all the way back up to 18 in a minute, and it'll be all for nothing. It'll just be Streamhouse does that sometimes, man. It like queefs off the numbers. Right, lights. I am gonna get rid of those pencil lines on the background characters, actually. Yeah, on those dudes, because they do not look good. They were good as a guide, but yeah, there we go. Done. This is more chill. It is. You didn't say if you knew the bird heads from tier 2, by the way. Where does what has the where is the bar? Where is the bar? Where is the bar? It's there. And if I put the lights color with the bar thing in a folder, I can choose its color. And we can put it above that smoke. And then like do a color overlay. Yeah, likelihood of chat interaction on FNT, nothing. Yeah. Chat interaction is the best thing, man. Like, even the biggest, like I've mentioned before, Iron Mouse, right? Even she interacts with the audience. It's great. Like I think she's the third biggest female streamer. If anyone even cares about such things, which I don't, but whatever, I'm just saying, it tells you who she is. And like, mate, I get to say stupid stuff, and then she'll read it out sometimes, and I'm like, lol, I made them laugh. There was one time when they were talking about Nightmare Before Christmas, and like, you know, the girl's a zombie, and it was like talking about how like, oh, they want to get together, and then it was like, how about like them doing it or whatever, and I just typed in the words, how that pussy stank though, because obviously she's a zombie, so she's rotting. And then like they read that out and did a lol. See, sometimes you even remember your own best chat interactions when you make them lol. And oh my god, Angela Curry is in the house. This looks amazing, Jake Woot. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. How are you doing? Are you back from work? Are you like, wait, what day is it? You only go into work one day a week. Angela only goes into work one day a week, guys. And she say, hey. Yep, chat interaction is the best thing. It really is. Nah, I've only played tier 2 a gang of times. I'm a noob. You're probably better off. It is a wonderful game. You know what's weird? The weird thing about tier 2, I think it's over 10 years old. The player numbers are the highest ever. And the stuff that I made for that game is old as fuck. And the sales are higher than ever. The internet is a I've said it before, man. The solid state timeline that we exist in. Angela, if you're at home and you want the link, you can have the link. Just saying. But yeah, the whole solid state timeline thing, where everything that has happened is currently happening. And anything that will happen feels like it already happened. Like, it's so weird because of the internet, man. Right. Oh, we got all these elements done. Like, geez, this is taking forever. No, we still don't have John's closed mouth. Let's go get it. I thought it would be hidden on a layer somewhere, but nope. Right, here it is. We brought it in when we brought the eyes in earlier, but I guess it must have got deleted. Where's his mouth? What that mouth do? Oh, actually, look, it is hidden. You see it? It's hidden over here. It's right here. It's staring us in the face. Which layer is it on? It's in this. It's in this one. Yeah, we found it. Cut and paste. And you, my friend, are coming all the way over to this other mouth. Don't drag the layer like that. There we go. Right. And we're going to put mouth open. And then mouth closed. This actually looks kind of weird on his head. How does that look with the other one? This can go in the bin. That and then that. So that's like him closing his top lip more. I bet when I animate it, I'll move it around. Angela, she say I'm still working, just listening. Well, welcome. Someone post the link to the Great Wheel giveaway. I wanted to mention it on last night's storytelling stream. You know, if there just so happened to end up being some kind of rotating show, you know, people do those things. If there just so happened to end up being an amazing rotating show about the craft, about storytelling, what do you think a good title would be? Because in my head, the only idea I had is like it's called The Craft, and it's like based around UFOs, and that's like actually really lame as an aesthetic. Like I think the best rotating show in CG is the Jack Show, and part of why it's the best is because it's so kind of like casual and broad that it can kind of be anything. Like it can be Simpcast 2.0, but then it can also be last night's Jack Show, which was probably the best. One of the best, if not the best, Jack Show that there's ever been. God, I was crying. I was crying laughing at the Jack Show last night, man. I was in tears. Oh no! Angela has just exposed the fundamental flaw in the Great Wheel giveaway. I'm going to pull it up after the lasso tool. Wait, yeah. I don't want to post it because I want to better my chances. So posting it being nice, yeah. Like if no one tells anyone about the Great Wheel giveaway, then I have a higher chance of winning. And it's like, come on. I want Donovan to be a regular. Call it Jacked. Yes, Donovan's fucking great. Do you know what? Part of what I love the most about last night's show is Donovan was clearly having a great time, but like surprisingly great. You know what I mean? He probably doesn't have a lot of those conversations. Like the fucking the people choke out hating that one kid, and then it basically being revealed that like, yeah, choke out, it just looks like you. I understand why choke out hates him, by the way. I have a whole thought process on that. I feel like I know the psychology behind why Chokeout would hate like a bow-legged child who dances on Instagram. Like it's a bit messed up, but I think I know the psychology behind it. What do you guys see? Perth Comics in the house. Turn it down a bit. That wasn't remotely close to the best. Really? Tell me what the best one was. You're the clip man. You're Mr. Clip himself. Tell me. Link me. I'd want to know a better one. Because it was pretty, I don't know, it was pretty fucking funny. I suppose there has been better ones. Ballers tries to be, but Shane brings up depressing stuff, does he? It's the cohesion. It's the cohesion between shows that make them great. part of it, I think, is kind of like, I don't know. Okay, say you're the Shane, and you wanna make jokes about the thing you want to make jokes about, right? By all means, you should make those jokes, of course. But it's like you have to. I guess you have to like slowly warm your other co-hosts up to certain things. Like when he brought up the drawing, when he put the drawing up that I did of him of two oars sticking out of his ass. He didn't really prepare anyone for it. He just assaulted everyone with it, so they didn't really know how to react. And I was like, I was definitely glad that they put it up because that was funny. But oh, yeah, you kind of basically you can't go full retard too quickly. You can eventually go full retard. People say don't go full retard. You can. You just have to go full retard at like episode 5, I guess. Do you know what I mean? You build up to it. You slingshot around the sun. The problem with Craft Talk is you attract more creators than fans. That's fine. I'm okay. I mean, that's why if I think it would be a good idea if someone did a show like that to keep it loosely crafty, but like I was saying, like Jack Show's loose. It can be anything, but like yeah, if it can be a show that can morph, and you're not like here's our topic of the week. It's just you just bring stuff up as a possible conversation route, but I don't know. I genuinely think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised. And if you have a large audience of other creators, then what's wrong with that? I know it's like what people make a criticism in CG is it's just the same money being swilled around. Do you know what I mean? Just like this Always Sunny episode where they print the vouchers and give them to the homeless people outside. Keep the money moving. But I we're on the internet. What percentage of the population is a creator? It's probably getting more and more and more and more and more as time goes on, and everyone wants to be a YouTuber. So you know, if you're gonna think, let's not do a show talking about X topic because it's gonna only attract X audience. It's like, nah, probably fine. Probably fine if what even half the percentage of people like okay, Angela loved that thing. I don't think she's a creator, but she has an interest in storytelling. But if you make you would probably want to make it more general and entertaining than like let's drill down on all of this information, like you know like as if you're doing a podcast or something. Rob's wheel is the best thing ever. It is great. It is great. More people should talk about it. It benefits everyone. It benefits everyone. If you haven't signed up to the Great Wheel giveaway, you should. Because you get a chance to win a Reenie original without having to outbid Snarktacon to get it at an auction. That bastard. Always making it go up super high. You know, mother effer. He's trying to collect enough DNA off each piece of art so he can hopefully clone it. He's trying to get enough viable DNA. What are you guys saying? Die-hard fans enjoying hearing how the sausage is made, but not the general audience. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That is definitely a possibility, right? I would say it's worth a try, and here's the thing. A show like that has a possibility of reaching outside of CG. That's why I think it's a good idea. If part of and like if you were to take the show and you were to actually distribute the show as a podcast, it has even more potential to attract people in who on within the group already, bring more people into the fold. And like there's enough drunk shows and there's enough let's talk shit about Disney shows. So how many shows are there about the craft? A couple. Do you know what I mean? So I think it could be a good idea, in a sense, but at least it's at least worth a try. The first one was the best. Members only on Cecil's. Does it still exist? I want to see it. I want to watch it. I know. I came in before it started, like after it started. God hates Rob so much, he struck him down the moment he finally had a great idea. Yes! The great wheel giver. And then no one's talking about it because Rob's sick and he's probably like, doesn't even want to message people to say, hey, you should push this more. Rob should make a document. He loves making documents. He should basically just make like a 1-page fucking Google Doc that basically gives some info. And it's not even the information that would be in the doc. It would be just, here is a document about it, like a bit of information for the people involved in it that would, as a way of saying, we're doing this now, you should promote it. Here is an idea of how to promote it, that kind of thing. Where are Cecil's eyes? Where's John Soul's eyes? Here he is. Copy managed. Oh my god! I just realized if Perth Comics is in here, I hope you're not scouting for clips on here. I don't say anything funny enough to be clipped. Maybe that's my benefit in here. Why God? Why? What for striking down Rob? Yeah, if you become a member on Cecil, you can watch it. Cool. I know, but I need the link as well. Oh damn, Rob is sick. Yes, Rob is very sick. He was coming out of the cocoon, but maybe he'll be on next week's game show. I hope so. Fingers crossed. I miss Rob. I feel like I was one of the first people saying he missed Rob. And I'm the only one who uses the hashtag Robellion hashtag. Why does no one else use it? Just as for Rob, hashtag Robellion. No one's picking up on it. Yes, I have the full playlist with every episode. Is there an official playlist? I've never been able to find a good one. Included deleted and privated videos. Mail-in privated all of his early ones, unfortunately. Is there a reason? Were they just way too much? Or was it just like a time of different sensibilities? Where is Cecil John? Where is Cecil John? Oh, he doesn't even have a folder. Oh, he's just called Cecil. Fine. Well, here are your eyeballs, Cecil. And I'm going to make them separate because you're probably going to go wall-eyed or something. That's great. I love when eye placement happens and it's good and you didn't even try. Rob Bed in his prime. Yeah. Poor Rob. I remember once Rob, he was talking about the box that he wanted to put up with the next replicator thing. And I left a comment that was very critical of the design, but in a way that like suggested a way of making it better. And I kind of think it was a bit a bit on the nose. It wasn't a shit sandwich. I just said that it looked bad, but you can do this. Right. Let's add the nice little lights coming from up here. How big do we want to make them? Are they going to come all the way down here? If it's at this angle and it shoots up... Fuck! I didn't mean to do that. No. Can you undo a selection whilst using the... You can! Oh my god, that's the first time I've ever done that. Okay, it would be like down here. Yeah, perfect. I have what could be considered the official playlist on your channel. Well, I'll check it out. The Deech, he say, I enjoyed when Rob streamed a walkabout on his property. It looked like some primeval hellscape. Is Rob a landowner? Does he own large swaths of land? Does Rob have slaves? There's only one slave owner in this chat. We all know who it is. Begins with an A, ends in a Y. Her ancestors enslaving my ancestors. I'm gonna redo that actually. Redo, seeing as that's the better angle. These work streams are kind of like a sleazy bar, a daytime bar. This is like a daytime strip club stream. Do you know what I mean? Without the boobs, I suppose. Oh, I'm the boob, but it's a different kind of boob. Yeah, it's all like we're hanging around a gentleman's club, but someone let Angela in. Rob lives in the bush. He lives in a bush. Should I blur that edge? Blur. Goisson. Gauzion. Yeah, I should. Nice. That looks pretty cool. And totally copy it, take it to here. Would this channel be considered a CG Slums channel? Or are CG Slums in general more drama channels? And they talk about like the ins and outs of CG drama on like Twitter. You know what? It kind of looks crummy when they overlap. I wonder if I use this and delete this from this. Yeah! Kind of looks lame. And then select this and delete this from this, I suppose. Bob's? Good question. No, I meant, are the slums just about size or content? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm wondering. Alex VRB in the house. Welcome. Master of the links. It's always you and Felix Haas linking to this channel all the time, and I appreciate it a lot. Because I definitely don't expect it to ever, like, I'm like, why would you link to this? But I've had freaking 24 subs in the last 3 days, and I'm extremely grateful every time someone mentions the channel, because it's probably going to be a long way to getting 1,000. Maybe I'll be surprised, but like, yeah. I feel like you can do the watch hours on your own. Like, you can grind the watch hours, but like, can you grind the subs? I guess if you did shorts, you could grind the subs. I'm gonna put this above the line art. There we go. Cool. And then take it down. Nice. Probably about content, yeah. Nah, CG Slums is basically the small dudes trying to grind, get some traction going. That's me! The drama connotation is just because the big guys like to shit on any opinion they have because they are. Okay. So this would technically be in the slums. Is there a dead dog in the street? Sicker than a dead dog on the streets of, what is it? Not Baghdad. What is the Indian country the city you would? What is the famous Indian city? Bangladesh. All this talk of grinding. Yep. Oh, hell yeah! Send in the link. Yeah, sure. And while I'm there, I'll also send it to Angela. We're New Delhi like a dead dog on the streets of New Delhi. The old BC asking for the linky. I get to practice talking to someone I need to get my hours up with co-streaming. And guess what? Angela gets the link too. Ha 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 ha. Angela gets the link. But yeah, you have it now. What are you all saying in the chat? You will get to 1K subs easy. You have the X Factor. Oh, thank you, Perth. That is very. Thank you very much. That makes me warm inside. I hope so. I hope it's not. I hope not bullshit me. Calcutta. Yes, saying Calcutta in that accent is very good. New Delhi or Calcutta. Oh, he's in. Aloha.
Aloha.
How you doing?
Good.
One of the 5 different hellos. You get aloha, you get yo, you get ahoy hoy in the Mr. Burns style.
I like ahoy hoy. I use ahoy hoy often.
Do you really?
Ahoy hoy, yeah.
I always say
it's a real thing. It's not Mr. Burns, it's Alexander Graham Bell.
No, I know. It's the first greeting from phone calls, and wasn't it from like ship radio or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but radio before the phone. But yeah, I would always say whenever I go to takeaway, I'd when they press the intercom, I'd go yellow, and then eventually they'd come up and they'd say yellow, and I'm like, what? I guess I say that word a lot. Like, they literally made fun of me for saying it.
People didn't used to use a salutation back in the day
at all.
It was just it was you didn't need it.
Do you mean passing people in the street or walking in the room? Like, what do you mean?
You would just nod. You would give them a nod.
Oh, really?
And then
really?
Well, think about it. You'd have letters and telegrams. Obviously, you know who you're sending them to. Or you're speaking to a crowd, and that would be ladies and gentlemen. So they had to come up with one. And maybe they did get it from the Navy or something. I don't know where they got it from, but that was like, what are we going to do when you answer the telephone? We've got to come up with a word, and that's how they got invented. Before then, if you just you would just say the person's name, Johnson.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, Bancroft-san. That was it. You did a really good Chinese accent on the game show. It was rehearsed. You did a whole Chinese bit, and it was very well rehearsed. Do you remember it or not?
I live in Australia.
It's like China,
literally
too.
Positioned next to Asia. It's surrounded. Yeah, very good. We can do. Yeah, we know all the accents: the Chinese, the Vietnamese, Cantonese.
At least just surrounded. At least just separated by water, so they can't use the microwave death rays that they use on India.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, there was a news story a couple of years ago of like Indian soldiers getting sick across the border because China were using like an electromagnetic death ray thing, kind of like Havana syndrome, I suppose. Have you heard of Havana syndrome?
I have not.
I'll look it up.
I want to talk about what the slums are.
I
never thought about that. What are the slums? What are the CG slums? What is it? What makes a show CG slums?
My completely ignorant outside opinion, it genuinely was like they're a small channel, but the content is CG itself, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, see, that hasn't been my take.
No?
My take is the slums are the cantina in Star Wars.
Carry on. Oh, so it's like this bar we're in.
Well, look, it's difficult to articulate because, it gets debaucherous on Ballers and the Jack Show, and even Ethan's on occasion. So it's not about that necessarily. It's more about, I guess it's more like an attitude. That's the way I see it. It's like a whole approach to it. It's in like, it's just kind of more anything goes. Anyone can really get on and just,
okay.
It's more in line with kind of the farms.
The Kiwi Farm stuff. That's kind of what I meant about like the drama being the content in leaning in the Kiwi Farms direction. If that's what
That's
you
the
meant
way
by farm.
I see it. So even though Rob has a really small channel,
Yeah.
I wouldn't classify him as CG Slums.
Yeah.
But then, you know, if someone wants to say no, he is, it's like, I don't know if I have a good argument against it other than, well, he doesn't really, you know, just let people come on and just like go crazy. And well, look, I mean, I guess if you go back, it probably started with Liam and Oz.
I do not know much about Liam at all.
Yeah, well, he used to have, I mean, he definitely, back in the day though, everyone was that size. You know, there was no
What, as fat as Liam?
No, I mean their channels. Like,
no, I know. I've got to practice the quick-wittedness if I want that X factor that Perth's talking about.
you don't have to force it. Just be yourself. You'll be cool.
Hey, that came
But
naturally.
that was good. Yeah, that was good. Everyone had pretty small channels. It wasn't really like a thing that all these channels had 1,000 subs. That's sort of happened in the last 2 years. Before then, the vast majority of the channels were, you know, 300, 400, 500. But and they would just, yeah. So Liam was always like, we need to heal the rifts in CG. There's too many rifts. So let's just get everyone on who hates each other, and they can talk it out. And I think I was hanging with Liam a little bit back in those days. I think he genuinely thought like this will be a good thing. Well, like people will air their grievances, and everything will be fine because, you know, once it's out in the open, we're men. Once it's out in the open, we'll just move on. And I didn't think he really, you know, factored in the whole, you know, artisanal nature, as you like to say.
Get it in your brain. Start using it.
Of the internet. And it was, I mean, imagine what happened. Like people who legitimately don't like each other.
Yeah.
Coming onto a stream with, you know, it's a small stream. There was 30 or 40 people watching. And just hashing it out. It became blood sports. And then he started copying flack for that.
Is there an actual thing called Blood Sports? Was an actual show called Blood Sports, or is that just?
I don't know if it was called Blood Sports. There was the Kill stream. I think there was actually. I think Andy Warski's show might have been called Blood Sports. I can't remember. It's funny because I used to watch him religiously. It was one of the best times that the internet has ever had. Was the original YouTube Blood Sports. Oh, it was brilliant. It was like what I imagined ancient Greece like when they learnt about debate, and you would get, it was, see, anything goes. Like you could come on and, you know, just speak your opinions freely, and it was allowed. Like people were saying stuff that would get you banned in a heartbeat, and it was hours of this, and the guys who were running them were getting mega famous and making, you know, tens of thousands of dollars a stream in super chats.
Really?
It was nuts. Yeah, it was crazy, but it all fell apart as the Blood Sports does. It does get very toxic. You can't.
The best way to get super chats that I've thought is basically you make someone feel like, I need to get this out. Do you know what I mean? Like I need to correct you, or I need to like make fun of you, I suppose. Or
so that was that. So that, imagine that in CG. It was bananas. It was absolutely bananas. And Perth brings up, I can't remember what happened on 21 and 23, but I mean, you've got John screaming like just like apoplectic at some of these war campaigners. Fuck yeah, fuck. You know, it was bananas. And Ethan comes on at one of them. He's yelling with Pan. And he's like, you don't fucking talk to me like that, you fucker. And they're just, and Pan's just doing that like thing that people do where they're like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, like that. I can't remember exactly what he was saying. I know, that just pushed it even more.
Yeah.
So it was just like, it was absolutely berserk. And Liam, I don't think, and I know a lot of people think he did. I don't think that's what Liam initially wanted. I think he genuinely thought he was going to heal the rifts and, so when that all went down, he was just like, no, this is too much. So he quit that and gave it to Oz, who was just sort of like, how do you describe Oz? I mean, you're just like, he's such an unusual fella. He wouldn't even, sometimes he would just turn the stream on and then leave for 3 hours and let people
Oz?
just, yeah, he would just let people have at it. And so that was where it all, I think, started. And that was sort of like maybe became a tradition of CG streams where people come on and vent.
Yeah.
And talk what they see as the real stuff, because there's an element of salesmanship going on, at the higher level. So it's sort of like, at least hopefully, you sort of aiming for a little bit of decorum, a little bit of professionalism. So
yeah,
like for instance, if someone comes on my chat, unless it's like egregious, I'm not going to get into some drama. Like we had a dude on the other day who has a Kanan White art on his thing.
Yeah,
and
Was that
there was
one?
someone there's someone in the chat who's like, hang on, didn't Kanan leave CG? And I'm like, yeah, we're not getting into that right now. We're trying to sell a book. Like, if you want to talk about Kanan White and his leaving CG, it's been talked about a lot on other streams. Like, we're trying to just sell books here on this stream.
I mean, you can totally you could totally comment that. You can always comment things from two angles. You could be like, what, did Kanan White quit? And now what? He's here promoting a book in CG. But it's like, okay, there's a CG, there is a book that can be considered CG, and he's using his actual name on it. Wouldn't that be progress? Or do you just like say, would you say sod people forever, essentially?
These are perfectly fine discussions to be had.
Yeah.
But not on the stream where I'm trying to sell this book. And besides, anyway, the dude he's a paid for artist, and this art was done 2.5 years ago, while Kanan was still, in the thick of it.
Oh,
anyway,
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I think there's this in the slums. I think the whole kind of premise is this is where we get to speak truth to power.
Oh, okay.
So that's why you'll get a lot of people coming on, calling out people, that sort of stuff. I think at least that's what I think of when I think of the slums. And is it an insult to call Fanacha the slum lord? Like, I don't know. I see people calling him that, but I don't know if he finds that like funny or an insult. So
kind of seems like a title that someone would be proud of, to be honest. If they were, it's kind of something you would own, but that's just.
Well, Fanacha is such a nice guy. Like he's so genuine. I've never seen him be duplicitous or deceptive or like. So it's weird that he's like the slum lord. He's a slum lord. He's not the slum lord. Okay.
But I mean, you'd get if you give someone a name. I think that people calling him it usually it's everything. Okay, seeing as I've come into this stuff so late, all the titles people give or like lore points that are mentioned, it all seems in good fun. Like most, like literally all of it. Like,
well, it is until it isn't. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, here's why some people have an issue with the slums is because it can become an identity rather than a description. Because what we had previously with the issue with War Campaign was they started calling themselves the peasants because they thought they were being treated badly by the lords, which you're saying that would be Ethan and John and Cecil at the time.
The neo-feudalists.
So then it's sort of like it becomes an identity. It's like, no, I'm not one of those guys. I'm with you. I'm the peasant,
Yeah.
And it's rather than it being a state of being, as in, well, I'm currently just starting out, so I have a small audience. Therefore, even if you have the best book around, you're only going to reach so many people. Whereas, other people, if they're famous and even if their book isn't as good as yours, they're going to make, hundreds of thousands of dollars on it. That's just the way it is. So yeah, that's I think it is fun for most people, but I think it also can become sort of detrimental to some people if they start taking this internet stuff too seriously.
Yeah, I get you. I've never enjoyed the real argument content stuff. Partly why I gravitated to your streams is because of the more friendly people are having jokes and making fun of each other, but it definitely all seems in good fun. And people, one thing I like about CG is people forming kind of personas that have lore behind them, and you're more making fun of the persona than the actual person, and that kind of keeps it fun for everyone.
Yeah, I get so many comments. Like I did that short where I was quote unquote fixing the nebula thing, which is just it's a total gag. It's stupid because I'm so, and they're like, oh, this Photoshop's terrible. I'm like, yes,
I appreciate it was a gag. It was a gag. I appreciated the gag, the creativity of it. Okay, do a Photoshop. Do a Photoshop, pretend that's the original, and then you reverse it. It's literally the sandcastle on the beach that you film being destroyed and trampled, but then you play it back and it's like, oh, he's building a sandcastle with his feet. It's the same joke. It's an age-old joke.
Yeah, so it's hilarious to me now because I reach people who don't know who I am.
Yeah.
They're like, I guess they think I'm more like Az, and Az genuinely gets irate about this stuff.
Yeah,
and that's just not me at all. Like the whole thing is a gag. I'm laughing at this stuff. And they're like, "Oh, I can't believe you're so angry about a thing." And I'm like, "Do you not get that this is a joke?" I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Az get angry at his own chat, backseat gaming him, and I watched a couple of Az streams. And then, he once got angry at his chat, and I was like, who cares? Everyone backseat games. So then I just kind of stopped watching.
I got nothing against Az, but he's like, that's his thing.
Know,
he's getting genuinely angry. And I'm like, oh, I don't have that kind of... I'm not that emotionally attached.
Well, I think someone could kind of get in a bit of a stuporous high by being like the priest in the front of the church giving a sermon and making this big eloquent speech about all the problems and pretty rehearsed thing as well, and it sounds like the same thing every time. Do you know what I mean? But I think people can get a kick out of the feeling it gives them to give that kind of pulpit sermon sometimes about this stuff, whereas you're making jokes.
Yeah, and Alex has it right. Bancroft's secret is he's medically incapable of showing rage in his voice or face. That is legitimately true. I don't know what it is about me. Mel thinks I'm broken, but it works on my kids. Like when I am legitimately disappointed in my kids, they're terrified of me because they've never seen it on me before. So
do you not feel do you never feel anger then? Because I don't. No. I'm very similar, and I'm very good at. I enjoy playing poker because people will play poker with me and they're like, I can't tell what the fuck you're thinking, and I'm like, get wrecked.
Yeah. It is weird, and it's not useful in certain situations. You need to get angry at people because that's how you're going to get stuff done, and I find that really uncomfortable because it's not in me.
Yeah,
So that's when Mel comes in and she's got that German blood. She goes
that's
crazy, but
partly why my game didn't really come to completion yet, is because I don't know how to ask people to get certain work done. Like, oh, do you know
yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
like
Like,
yeah, and sometimes you need to put your foot down.
yeah, I don't know how to put my foot down without actually coming across like a dickhead. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Or doing the thing where you keep asking someone, but you're just asking, and then you end up feeling like you're just bothering them.
Yeah. Jay says the crabs hate it when people try to get out of the bucket. That's the danger. Like,
never get in the bucket. Never
that's-
present yourself as being in the bucket.
Well, look, you can hang in the bucket. It's like you start in the bucket. That's where you start. Everyone starts in the bucket. Everyone starts at the bottom with the masses. And that's how it is. But it's like, are your friends going to be happy if you make it, or are they going to call you a sellout who's going against our sort of class or something? That's when it starts getting. I'm like, no, I'm not about that.
Well, that's what I mean about don't present yourself as being in the bucket. Like, those people who would be the other crabs, you do choose which other crabs you associate. You do choose your bucket in a sense. Like, even though everyone comes from like zero, there are more than one buckets, right? And like, you can kind of look at people and think, like, if I became successful, would these friends really be happy for me, or would they want to pull me back down again? I don't know. Do you think?
I've had some people say to me, "Look, I'm so happy that your channel has done well." But I would be lying if I said I wasn't like jealous or something. I was like, dude, that's just completely human. Like,
jealousy or envy?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's you just sort of like, oh man, why can't I get some of that? And that's all relative,
Like, people, basically, I always bring up this point just because people like model it up. Jealousy is where you want to take away what the other person has. Envy is where you also want it. So, like, I don't know if I'm even envious of people who have good shows. I'm just happy for them. But like, yeah, I think if someone was when you're jealous, you're like, fuck that guy. I want to try and take it away. Like, that's what canceling is. Canceling is jealousy. I want to take that away from them. Whereas, like, aspiring to be as good as someone, like wanting it, like that could be more considered envy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. These are just like offhand comments that people make, and they're not I didn't interpret them in any way as being negative. They were just like, I just like, yeah, that's completely like shit. I've been in that position in so many things in my life where I'm like, I'm trying so hard at this thing, this endeavor.
Yeah.
I'm seeing everyone else succeed at it, and I'm just sort of treading water. And like, that's everyone goes through that at certain times of their life. And the hope is that one day, you'll finally be there. Actually, that's one of the reasons why I was like, I got to get on YouTube and get a part of this Comicsgate thing, because I was like, finally, I wasn't like, I was there when Gamergate started, but I had nothing really to, input or add to the conversation. So I was just a spectator in Gamergate. But I always thought if I did have something to add, I could do it well. So like, when Comicsgate came around, I was like, all right, this time I got to pull my finger out, stop being a pussy, and actually get involved.
Put some skin in the game.
Exactly.
See, once again, I've got someone on, and I've stopped looking at the chat. I've done exactly what I was saying I wanted to avoid doing earlier.
We'll get back to them. I'm just flat. I'm flattening chatting here, so.
Yeah.
Get back to the chat.
Camel is genuinely happy for Michael's channel success.
Camel has a completely different approach to YouTube, and he doesn't want success if it means doing what I'm doing.
I get it. Yeah.
That's not, and I completely understand that as well. It's like it's a grind to do that, and if you're not into it, then Yeah.
I mean, is it just the doing a grind, or is it the type of grind? Because
No, it's the type. No. He's happy to grind. It's the type of grind.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be another voice commenting on.
Yeah,
I'm
the
stuff.
exact same. I'm the same as him there. I don't want to, but it's like, how did I intend to fucking put these arms? I can't remember which arm is which. Got like 4 different arms.
That's your fault. That sounds like a you problem.
It definitely is. Usually I don't draw this many shots in a. When I would do this on my own, I would actually make this shot by shot, and I would just draw one and put it in, and then think, what do I want to do next? I wouldn't even plan it this much. But because I did it on stream, I did like a whole storyboard, and it's messed me up a little bit. But it's been fun, I guess. Where's his hands? Yeah. Just go back to the old stream and look at what I drew. I like this drawing I did. This is like the thumbnail for the next episode.
Yeah, it's good. I like Cecil down there.
There's a whole story. Yeah, there's a whole story that goes through them. Like they were getting attacked by the pencil, then they killed the pencil, then they buried the pencil, then they found missing posters for the pencils after it got killed, and now they're being like chased by the police. Then John's gonna get shot. Then they're all gonna be like welcoming John back. Well, okay, well, I'll shut up then. Spoilers for your thumbnail story.
Yeah, I know. God.
Going to Phil, you should be in the shower, not going to the gym. Go to the shower. Go to shower, Phil.
Yeah, you don't need to shower. Just you don't need to go to the gym. Just shower.
I don't chase the gym. I don't chase the yoga. Oh, by the way, Phil, the same effect as having a shower and thinking, it works for having a shit. So you could just go for a shit. Do you ever get that? That kind of, you get ideas on the
feel
toilet.
like,
kind of
I'm
thing?
lighter now.
And then if you get in the shower, you're heavier because you drink through your skin.
And you're just getting doused, Water is very heavy.
Yes.
Yeah, Perth, it's the algorithm. I like, you know me. I didn't chase the algorithm for 2.5 years. And I sort of spoke again. I didn't speak against it. I was just like, oh, that's not for me. But I think what was going on there is this, I just couldn't really find a format that I enjoyed doing, that I could do, that did chase the algorithm. And I got to the point with the promoting that I was like, I feel like I'm just treading water. And if you're treading water on YouTube, you're going backwards.
Yeah.
Because people do drop off. And like, if we're going to continue having success here, we need to find new people. And that's the whole impetus behind what I'm doing. And it seems to be working out. We had new people in chat the other day. We're just having we're doing, it was during the fulfillment stream. Some guy comes in and just starts talking about Marvel and DC. And I'm like, there you go.
Hey.
That's the system working. So
brilliant.
Thankfully, everyone really greeted him really friendly. Maybe you'll hang around. Maybe you'll check out what we're doing.
I know of 3 people from outside of. I've already said this before. I know of 3 people from outside of CG that come into my stream because of the gaming stuff.
Yeah, that's it. But look, you've got to. I agree. Like if you don't enjoy doing it, yeah, you're never gonna stick with it. So don't even start. Like don't even bother starting because you're just gonna give up. Like so you got it. That's why it took me a lot. That's sort of the shorts. It's like, oh yeah, I actually enjoy doing these things. Actually, don't mind it, and I can do it. So, that's a bonus. Find something you can actually stick with. And
Phil is mentioning publicly a secret private video that he made distinctly obvious that it was secret and private. Did you watch that video I sent you yesterday, Hype? I like how everyone finds a different way to abbreviate my name because, like, what an abortion of a name, Hyper Wizard. Like, I like when you say it, you say the whole thing, and I think the Australian accent, you go, Hyper Wizard. Do you know what I mean?
Hyper Wizard. Hyper
Wizard. Yeah. Like, it sounds powerful when it comes out of the Aussie accent. But, like, Chokeout shortens it to Wiz. Fucking Narwhal just says Hype Wizard. And I'm like, that's weird. But yes, Phil, I did watch it. it was hard to get through, and you made me have to read whilst watching the video, and I didn't fully understand the point you were making, but I kind of get what you mean. Can I mention what the video is, Phil, or not? You've asked about it. Can I
mean,
mention
he
what it
mentioned
is?
it publicly.
Yeah, you brought it up.
He outed himself.
You're doxing. I'm not doxing you. You're doxing you. Shane's gained 1,000 subs since last, only 1,000, but new subs have slowed to a crawl lately. I mean, it goes back to kind of like what Perth was saying up here. People have to put the work in. They need the X factor. I think everyone has a natural cap on the followers they can make. So, like,
well, I think that's exactly what I thought at the same time. I think the cap comes from the topic
or the format. Or the format.
Or the format, yeah.
Yeah. It's if you're
Shane
fishing in the same
sticks to
pond.
almost completely like comic book stuff. So they're like,
Yeah.
ask anyone, there is a cap on that. Absolutely. So like actually if you look at the trajectory, Yellow Flash and Tug both started just doing comic book stuff. And they branched out. Same with Clownfish. So yeah, I think that cap has to do with the subject matter. But luckily and thankfully, we've seen Ripper showed it gloriously that you don't have to chase people who are only interested in comic books. If you can find people who are interested in like how the mainstream is screwing everything up, or
video games is the biggest
whatever.
pull.
Yeah, really anyone who's a bit disaffected with what the corporate like companies are doing, I think you can find a potential customer there.
God, I can't believe I've spent nearly 3 hours on this one shot, even though it's kind of two.
I can. You're doing animation. You're friggin'.
Oh, it was so much easier than this on the first two cartoons, man.
That's the what do we call it? Quality creep.
Quality creep. Yeah, you
too
play
real.
Around,
It's
like,
too real. It's like, oh, I did an animation. It took no time to do. It was really popular. You know what I'll do now? I'll just make it even better. It'll be more popular. And then 5 days later, you're like,
I wasn't
your
even
hair
trying
out,
to make
doing
it.
all this tricky stuff.
I wasn't trying to even make
You
it
don't.
better.
You don't have to be trying. It just happens.
It just happened. It was on stream, and I was like, I can do this shot, and I can do this cool thing. Like, okay, great.
It happens with my comic art, and I'm like, oh man, I used to draw this stuff so loose, and now it's all like stiff and neat, and I'm like, I didn't even mean that to happen. It just happened. I like what's going on? How do I go back to being loose? I don't know. It's freaking hard.
Well, with this, even with the style of this, I've tried to be purposefully crap as a way of forcing it to stay loose, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But even this is tightening up a bit. But I try and force myself to still draw it kind of crappy.
Hey, do you want more subs? Are you trying to grow big?
I mean,
what's your goal with the channel?
I need to get to 1,000 within like 6 months to a year to get monetized. Okay, the whole monetization thing, it's just your channel becomes more serious, and as soon as memberships and super chaps. Hello, I'm a super chap. As soon as
Why didn't I come up with that?
Super
You
chap.
could do that with that accent. The super chaps.
The super
That could be your members.
It is.
You got the super chats and the super chaps.
God, it's fucking hell. That is the whole YouTuber thing when you welcome super chats, welcome super chap army. Hello, my chappies. Open your wallets, fuck pigs.
Nothing wrong with it. It's capitalism. Embrace it.
Oh no,
enjoy
I'm not.
it.
I'm definitely. It's just a lol funny joke, but yeah. I mean, I just think if you really Look, John says buff up your channel if you want to sell your fucking books. So if I do want to make books that people give a shit about, buff up the channel. Part of buffing up the channel is you get it monetized and you build kind of like a culture around all of the typical stuff that people do. Super chats, members, emojis, channel lore, having a specific style for how you talk to people, like growing your own personal clientele. And you do all of that stuff very well. Like I know
you got to do all of it. Like this is what we learned. Like holy shit, you got to do all of it because I mean, imagine if I just did the shorts, for example. Hey, whoa, I got so many views. I've got so many subs, and like you start a stream and there's like 3 people watching because they're shorts viewers and they don't watch streams. Like you got to do it all. You've got like it took 3 years of streaming like 5 nights a week for every week to get up to like I can get 100 people in my chat now as a nobody. So yeah, it's a lot of work. But yeah, if you want to grow, just like you can do it. I mean, you got the voice, you got the talent. Just start doing a few videos. Doesn't have to be many. That's what I did. Like that's how I grew up to 300 or 400 was just doing videos.
Oh, when you mean videos, do you mean
like pre-recorded stuff?
No, isn't the commentary stuff, do you mean? Or
no, look. No, I mean
no, I'm just wondering.
well.
I'm not gonna like
he's doing well. You could do clip videos, like Comics Great is Comics Great does clips. I like what I mean, whatever you want to do. Like the animations are amazing, but you're not gonna be able to get them out very often, I can't imagine.
Not if I do them on stream, that's for sure.
No.
I probably could have got this done in the same amount, like within 1 week or within 3 days. Like the last one, it was only 3 days. If I wasn't doing it on stream, but the channel, the viewers voted. They did a vote. They said you gotta fucking do it all on stream, so that's what we're doing. Not that there's any to a bad thing. It's free content.
Would you ever do commentary videos? Is that you?
Like I said before, I don't care about my opinion enough to put my opinion in a video. I like that your shorts are like you're pretty much just saying how things are, and you do try and think. It's just thinking of 1 point a day.
One point, yeah.
Like you are thinking. Well, like
I put it at the end usually, if at all. Like I did with the Chuck Dixon one, I didn't even make a point, and everyone's yelling at me. I'm like, I didn't say this shit. It's Chuck Dixon.
The way I see the approach that someone would take to grow their channel is like, what do you want to end up doing later on? And the things that you do to grow the audience will decide what the channel is later on. So if my pathway to building an audience was commentary videos, then the end point would be a commentary person in a sense. And if I did build up a channel using that content and then didn't do that content anymore, like when it got to a certain size, that's when I think people start unsubbing.
And like exactly what happens.
Part of, and everyone says in CG it's all about less streaming, and so I'm like, okay, I wonder how I can. What if you just fucking stream all the goddamn time, and to make it less and I don't have anyone to stream with, right? Like. You can't just ask people to come on and like you're a nobody. You've got to do something on your own. So what do you do on your own? Just like, okay, I guess I can work. I'm pretty okay at running my mouth whilst working. So I thought I could just run my sanity into the ground doing that.
Yeah, it'll look. There's loads of people who do it. Shant, he's built up a decent group just doing streams. He used to do the more videos, but I don't think he really does that very often. You just got to understand, like, there's only it's a special kind of person who will hang out with you on streams, especially if they're quite long streams. It's like
I understand.
That's like that, but that is where you get the community from. Like that's the streams is where the community happens. The streams is where the connection happens. But yeah, it's like Anytime I've had serious growth on my channel, I've done it 3 times. It's all down to videos.
Yeah. I just kind of want. I did want to dabble with a different type of animation that was obviously not like taking clips from someone else's show and attracting their audience, because doing this, it doesn't really. I don't think it has the possibility of growing an audience outside of like people that know John and Cecil and stuff.
Yeah, but your audience is 170 so far. Like you can, if you grow that to like 2,000 people from the Jack Show,
Yeah.
that's still like you got a long, like that's great, because you're that, like that's way bigger than 170. So I think it's fine at the moment. I don't see that as an issue.
No,
Like
I don't either.
it's when like that's when like I didn't really worry about it ever, because I was just sort of jacking Ethan's audience for 2 years.
Yeah.
It was fine because I had 1,000 subs. It's like, all right, but you get to a point where you're like, all right, I need to, I gotta get off the teat. I gotta step outside of Uncle E's shadow and
Get
try
out of
and
the
find...
bucket. You gotta get out
Exactly.
of the
Yeah. He's like holding the baby bird, and he's like, get out of the nest. Fucking go find your own
Throws you
audience.
out
And
and
you
you
get to
snap your
that
neck
point.
on the ground.
But I think when you're starting, no, like take as many as you can from like-minded audiences. I think that's really the best way to grow, actually, because and then at least then like the people who watch the Jack Show and John's show and Ethan's show, like they're very engaged people.
Yep.
They're very loyal, engaged, and you know what they want. You know what you're getting. Whereas if you just sort of put your stuff out onto YouTube, it's a hell of a mixed bag out there. I'll tell you what.
No, I know. I mean, I grew a channel before. I like how things are currently. I think this has been an amazing. It's truly been an amazing experience, and it's been better than I thought it would be. Better than anyone can even ask for. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I've only really been here for a year. I've only been started streaming for like less than 1 month. All of the people are in it. Like, even the idea of having 5 people, like, look, people in this chat right now are engaged. This is awesome. I know some of it's probably because you're here, but like,
I think it's grown since I came here. You had like 14 in here the whole time.
Yeah, and I'm just enjoying it. I am very grateful for kind of like people like you, Camel Phil, Rini, who've been very welcoming to me as well. I haven't got an imposter syndrome complex yet, but it's even.
Is that something you get?
No, I actually.
Imposter syndrome?
No,
I never got that.
I don't think I've ever had it. I don't know, man. I wondered, because my personality has changed since turning 30, like entering my 30s. So I wondered if I might get it. You know what I mean? But like, it hasn't hit me yet. But like, no,
I don't think if you don't get it, you don't get it. It's like, because I think people who get imposter syndrome are just people laboring under the impression that other people know what they're doing in some way that you don't.
That there are adults in the room. And
yeah, they really aren't. They don't
yeah,
know what
there
they're
aren't.
doing.
Yeah. I can't remember what I was going to say. I think there is.
You're talking about how happy you are.
Oh yeah, I was very happy. Well, now I'm about to say probably the opposite. There is one thing that I do sometimes. And it's kind of the Kelsey thing, and I don't think it's going to happen. But whenever I join a new social circle of any kind, I'll like be class clown for a short period. I'll be like, "Hey, rah rah rah," and then I'll kind of disappear, like the Irish Goodbye Kelsey style. Like when I joined my jiu-jitsu gym, like I was really into it, and then after say 6 months, I was like, these people are awesome. I don't deserve to be hanging around with them. And then I'd kind of like, I'd still go, but I just feel weird. But then it eventually faded off. But I kind of don't think it's going to happen here. It would have already happened.
Yeah, I get like get super intense with things like with poker. You know, it sort of takes over my life. I had that same thing happen with video games, other things. It is. I usually do jump from thing to thing,
Yep.
in that sense. But yeah, I've been making this comic now for forever. It's like become a part of my life. So this is just like, this is where I do that now. It's about forming habits and stuff. You're so right about Kelsey too. I've heard him say that before. He's like, what? Everyone always he says everyone always complains when I disappear, but I'm like, aren't you sick of me yet? Like, you want to listen to me? I was like, no, we love you, Kelsey. You're like the best.
Well, I mean, it's even when Shane, maybe he doesn't mean it, but whenever he says like, I don't fit in with Sid, and it's like, Shane, technically nobody fits in, and that's why everyone fits in. Like, you can't fit in with a group of like a networked individuals. Like, if the whole point of this is to be an individual and not like a mass collective hive mind, then yeah, you're probably not gonna feel like you fit in, as in you don't copy and paste someone else. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. That's like, people say that's why the individualists are doomed to fail. Because they don't have that collective mindset that allows, you know, what the left has done over the last couple of decades, to just completely take over everything, because they're like, all right, even if, you know, we hate each other, we're gonna band together.
But they took over everything initially using the kind of energy of individualism, though. Like, people forget,
or the
like,
language, at least.
Yeah, well, I get. Yeah, no, I suppose. You know, growing up, hanging out with artists, there was an eventual time where I realized, like, they would complain about conservatives, right? Like, it was just an undercurrent all the time.
Yeah.
Like, you would have like a
Also be
straw
one of
man,
them.
as it were, like a conservative straw man, and it was just de facto, not like they're bad, they're evil, they're a Nazi, like it evolved into that, but it was always this de facto, like, they're just fundamentally wrong. Do you know what I mean? And we can make fun of them, and they're not, and they don't have points that are poignant. They don't have anything to contribute, and they're all, you know what I mean? And like, then you start to realize, wait a minute, if anything is bigoted, it's that. Like, you're literally grouping together people for having a certain viewpoint and saying, like, these are just de facto scum. It's like, you go on, okay, I know you obviously, you're married, you have a family. If you go on the fucking dating profiles, like, so many of them, it's some person who looks like, hey, look, they might be nice, maybe they look a bit loopy, but then you see on their profile, no Tories, no conservatives, never fuck a Tory. And I'm like, wow, this is, if anyone's a fascist, it's this popping up on the profile saying, like, none of this group, please. Like, yeah, and then
I've learned that the crazy people have convinced themselves that they're the normals.
Yeah.
And that anyone else who says a normal thing anymore, they're like I had a guy come in, it was a really, you know, unoffensive video. Well, I can't remember what one it was, but it's like, I wasn't saying anything that you could possibly conceive of as radical. And he's like, oh, I love hearing weirdo reactionary people on YouTube. Like, I can't, I love like seeing that they exist in the world. I'm like, I'm just thinking in my head, wow, this dude is probably like a far left extremist type who believes all kinds of kooky things, who thinks that normal people are weirdo reactionaries or something.
Yeah.
And that they've convinced themselves that that is the world. Like all these people who are, you know, rah rah rah, JK is like the worst ever, JK Rowling. I think that they've convinced themselves that the world agrees somehow that sex isn't real or something.
Yeah.
And but then at the same time, you get others that say, like, no one says that. No one thinks that. And I'm like, you guys don't even know.
It's like a self mind game. I think basically, I've said it before, it's like a different track of logic, and it isn't logic. It's like retarded logic. Like, there is still a consistency to it. Like, whenever you see someone who's blue pilled arguing with someone who's red pilled, for want of better words, you can see them both basically having completely different arguments while still talking to each other and using like different tactics, like, and both having completely separate logics, and like each one from each side thinks that the other person is being completely illogical, and they're just making random sounds. But like, even I mean, there is a logic to the progressive stack, but I mean, there's even a weird fundamental logic, and I can't think of any examples right now. I wish I had some. Of like, you can take one idea and you can basically extrapolate it out. Like, that is basically what's happening slowly over time. The seed of this different branch of logic is slowly being extrapolated into every single like fact of life. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of reaching a critical mass, and I don't know what's going to happen. I know we're going into a massive conflict. Like, it definitely is not. People keep thinking it can't get any worse or it can't get any hotter. I think it's gonna keep pepping up for at least another 5
well,
years.
like I mean, we can use real examples here. The whole thing with Hogwarts Legacy, I think, is that happening in a sort of big way in entertainment, but it's still very small in the grander society. But that's essentially their ideology of what, which is essentially, you could say, I could couch it as trans women are women ideology. Butting heads with the overwhelming opinion of the world, which is that.
But do you know what that really means? The trans women are women thing. Like, it's such a weird, like, all from my perspective, it's a poetic statement originally, right? But then I think it became political, and people tried to assert it as a factual statement. Like, I always thought.
Well, that's why it's confusing.
Yeah, like,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, it's like, it's just a poetic thing that all they're saying is treat them like it or whatever, or like even down the route of, well, they always were in their minds, you know what I mean? And it's like, then as soon as people start trying to assert it as an actual fact, then
that's the thing. That's where it's confusing. So I'll get yelled at in the comments by someone who was like, no, they are literal biological women that were just assigned incorrectly at birth for the fact that they had a penis, a sheenus, a female penis. They are literally female, but from my point of view, assigned wrong at birth. So you get them, and then at the same, so they'll yell at me, and then at the same time, I'll get yelled at by the people who are like, no one says that. That's kooky. No one believes that. And I'm like, the comment section is full of them. They're here. Why don't you acknowledge them? You guys are sort of kind of on the same side here. This is all very confusing. And what's happening is that whole maelstrom is just like was thrown at a wall and just stopped. And that wall was the fact that Harry Potter is like massively popular and people love video games. And most people agree that biological sex is a real immutable thing. And now when this gets beyond a video game and like runs into eventually it'll get to a point where it's just like, dude, you can't have all these hyper conservative immigrant groups coming into your country, like the Muslims and the Sikhs to an extent, and here in Australia we've got Chinese, and then expect that this radical viewpoint is just going to gel with them. It's not. Like, there's a disturbance coming, and you better get ready for it.
Like the World Cup, right? When that happened and it was in Qatar or whatever, and then people are trying to make big statements with their rainbow flags and stuff, just not even acknowledging that other countries or cultures could exist or whatever, like thinking that the de facto truth is their truth. Like, even that whole statement of my truth, I was thinking about the other day, and it's like, if you say my truth, you're just saying my lie. Like there is no my truth kind of thing, but like
Yeah.
they genuinely think they have the keys
Yeah, that they
to the
argue from
moral
that
logic
point
of the
too.
universe.
They're like, that's the infuriating thing, and they get so pissed off, and I'm like, I don't accept that. I don't accept the premise of your argument. So I'm not going to defend myself against it because I don't accept it's a thing. Like they just accept that they are the default correct position, and them accusing you, then you have to somehow defend yourself against accusation. Like, no, I don't accept that that's a thing. I don't even.
I mean,
I don't even use the word transphobe. It's like I don't accept it as a thing. I see it as a propaganda tool.
Even to pull it away, even to pull it like into, it's even in less innocuous topics, like the topic of red meat and the fucking eat the boogs and shit. Like people over here, at least, they genuinely consider like red meat to be this very unhealthy thing. And like for a meme was like, okay, I'm gonna have a steak every day. If you think it's so bad, I'm going on this. I'm having steak every single day and watch me not have a heart attack in 2 years. And they were like, "Oh my god, be careful! You can't eat too much red meat, Jaco. You got to be careful." And I'm like, "Gee, like it's there. There are these
It's
certain
being
logical."
debunked.
Yeah, but it's normal people don't update stuff. I know that we live in this internet world of kind of like there's these two polarized sides, but outside in the real world, the people you'll bump into, it's like they're kind of running on information they heard in a passing conversation or on a TV advert like 5-10 years ago, and they didn't onboard anything else, and they're still operating as this kind of like elastic band ball of random stuff they heard. Like I know you have the two sides on the internet that constantly get their downloads or whatever, but it's just so funny. It's why when you're talking about, say, the issue of the Harry Potter game, when it finally comes into contact with the normies who don't even think about this stuff. Like it's not even the idea that game isn't even successful because people accept that like male and female is a thing. Literally, you had generations of children having Harry Potter as a franchise baked into their brains, and like they just like it. Literally half the women on fucking Tinder are like, I love Harry Potter, I love Disney, I love Harry Potter, I love Disney. It's like you've got to build. There's no way it's ever not going to be successful. Do you know what I mean? Unless they make a piece of content like, I guess they made a couple of films that were pretty whack because they weren't actually part of the main series. As soon as you step outside of the canon, people know. And I kind of think that's why a lot of like the MCU shit ends up not being popular. Is because the first easily communicatable ideas were in the first films. As soon as you start strapping more shit on, people just tune out. It's like they have a capacity for ideas they can take in.
The first Iron Man, I think that was
Oh,
just
so
Robert
good.
Downey Jr. mixed with a really good movie. Like I knew who Iron Man was. I didn't think anyone else did. I didn't think the general public were like, oh, Iron Man. Yeah, I've been waiting for an Iron Man film. I didn't think they knew what it was. It's just like a perfect storm of awesomeness in one film, and really the whole MCU kind of hinged off that goodwill. They're like, oh, you like this? Well, how about Thor? Hemsworth is a pretty charismatic fella. You know, the ladies like looking at him. How about Captain America? I mean, I really did not like Captain America until what's his face's portrayal of him and what they did with that character. And then I was like, oh, I like Captain America all of a sudden. And it was really those three people that kind of, you know, Hulk to a degree. I didn't think they ever really, anyway, it doesn't matter. But like those three characters and those three actors, importantly, the actors, very important, really like carried that whole thing. And it's like, that doesn't mean you just get to go, oh, well, if you liked all them, then you're going to like all these others. Like, no, that doesn't even work in comics. You know, people don't even like them in the comics. Like, what do you mean? How are you going to convince my wife to watch a Miss Marvel show? Like, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
I was one of those people, by the way. Like I knew about Marvel and DC to be honest, I always thought superheroes were like super fucking gay, and lame. And like, but then when they come out with this Iron Man thing, I'm like, okay, it's at least technologically based, and it does have Robert Downey Jr. pretty fucking good, and it's not like crazy superhero stuff. It's like just this one contained thing to like Iron Man as a concept. You know, the very first film, and like I fucking loved that film. I loved that film so much that I went looking for the comics, couldn't find any that had him in. So I was like, okay, as in the ones they were putting out didn't have him in, right? That
Yeah.
whole Cecil
It was
clip.
Riri at the
Yeah.
time.
So then went like back to look for the original Iron Man comics, and I got like one of the first volumes, and then that was kind of hard to get through, like because they were so old. So
Yeah.
I kind of
Different,
bounced in
yeah.
general. I didn't watch the Captain America films after that. I didn't watch the next films. The next film I watched was the next Iron Man film, and then I was like, this is kind of in this. What was the second one? What happened in the second Iron Man?
That was the one with the dude with the whip.
Oh yeah, I thought that was kind of lame.
And he
Yeah,
was like,
so-
"I got my bird" or something. Yeah, that was like, I didn't hate it. Actually, I liked the third. Everyone hates the third one. I like the third one better than that one. That one I was just like,
The third one was with the black.
third one was with the Mandarin, and he's got like all these different suits, and they, yeah,
Oh,
it wasn't
they
good.
fly on their own or something.
Yeah, they're like drones. It wasn't good, but I liked it better than the second one. I didn't like the second one.
Yeah, like I think I didn't watch any. Basically, I'm just trying to say, like, I was one of those people that had that original energy from the Iron Man film, and then they slowly chipped it away with worse and worse stuff. Then Guardians of the Galaxy comes along, and I'm like, this is pretty good. But then, you know, they transplanted the exact same vibe from Guardians into all the other films, and suddenly all the other films are like this snarky, stupid, nothing is serious tone.
Yeah,
and then,
that's from the comics too. Like, I don't know if you ever watched the old it's a mix of Joss Whedon and I can't remember who was doing that in comics, but yeah, that's sort of like silly Billy, nothing matters.
Yeah.
Everything's zany kind of approach, which like that's a really tough to land. They did
it's okay if you have something to contrast it to. Like if you have like
it worked
silly
well in
Billy-
the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I really like both those films, but yeah, you don't want to put that into everything. Definitely not. And then you don't want to go in the exact opposite direction which is what Snyder did in the DC ones. And I was just like, I don't hate those movies as much as other people do, but I don't enjoy them either. Like I find that the universe that they've presented thus far in like DC movies is incredibly depressing. I wouldn't want to live there. So it's like, oh, there's nothing I can really enjoy here, even if the movies are really good. Like I think the Batman ones are pretty good. Some of the Superman things have their moments, but it's always like, oh, everything's like, even when it's in daylight, they put these filters over it, so everything's really like, oh, it's unhopeful. Like, yeah, Lord of the Rings did bleak amazingly. You know, everyone was living in this sort of like end times of, you know, the friggin' Sauron is about to destroy everything. But still, when it was sunny outside, it was sunny. There was like, oh, there is something here. That's actually the message of the Lord. Like, even in the height of despair, there's still something worth fighting for. That was like Sam's big speech.
Yeah.
And I just don't get that at all from the DC movies. It's like, just let Zod have it. Honestly, who would want to live in this universe? Bleak.
You know, I kind of think part of it is seeded by the very nature of there being a CU, like a cinematic universe. Even in the comics, every character in every story is always in the same world, and basically you can never have any fundamental interest in the nature of each character's universe because they all live in literally the same universe. And so like if this character fights demons, then like the
demons exist. Yeah,
the
that's
demons
where it all
also
falls
exist.
apart.
Yeah, and it's like So
that's why it doesn't make sense. That's why it eventually doesn't make sense, because you've got street guys like Daredevil punching up ninjas in New York. At the same time, there's demons. There's massive time demons and actual like fiery demons, and it's like, and then people start asking questions like, okay, well, where's all this happening at that same time? And it gets convoluted. It gets a mess. I think that's actually what Gunn is trying to avoid. The people have been telling me anyway that he's trying to like not do that, but we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, like they didn't have to do it in the films. Do you know what I mean? Like you could have. You can even have them be in the same universe, but then still make the films feel stylistically different. Like when it comes to making a film, it's the same thing with video game remakes. So like a lot of video game remakes of old games, so like Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, they all use Unreal Engine 4. Unreal Engine 4 only has one way of shading things and rendering things, right? Like in Unity, you can code your own shader, so you can choose it to look like kind of cartoony in a certain way or whatever, or stylized in any way. But in Unity, everything goes through the same render pipeline, so basically everything ends up looking fundamentally the same in a slight way. It's like different flavors, like the same flavor ice cream, but it has different colors on it, if you know what I mean. And like that's kind of what happens with these cinematic universes is you have 50 films that all have the exact same aesthetic, the exact same approach to the fucking CGI, and then what? Like they do something with a bit of pizzazz in the Spider-Man, like Miles Morales thing, and then everyone gets a boner over it. The more stylized one. Do you know what I mean? The universe one where there's a bunch of different Spider-Mans.
Yeah, that was the one you forgot. You said the newest one was the one with Mysterio, but the newest one was the one with all the Spider-Mans.
Oh no, I meant the Miles Morales.
That one. Oh yeah, the Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, the cartoon one.
Yeah. Like, they finally make one of the comic book films that just looks a bit different and a bit original than the other ones, and it did look good. It was probably more than a bit, right? But like,
I really love that film. I thought it was amazing.
Me too. I thought it was well done. But like, say with the DCU, if I think that's partly why Joker did so well, because it had a different aesthetic, a different approach than all the others. It didn't look like the same. It looked like you were actually going to go and see a different film, not an extension of the film you've already seen.
That's actually what I did my short on today.
Oh, really?
Was the video all the upcoming video game adaptations going to kill the superhero craze? Because there's like literally any popular video game you can think of currently has a TV show or movie planned or in production or something. Like really anything you think of. And there's been so many in the past, and I just wonder like if they start taking them a bit more seriously, like no, is anyone going to care anymore about the MCU or the DCU if they've got like the God of War franchise or the Mass Effect or the I don't know, Elden Ring. I don't know.
I think anyone who tries to turn anything, if they look, the Hollywood's just going to be looking for another franchise, right? The Last of Us franchise, another God of War, and it's like they'll fall into the same trap of it making each film feeling like an extension of the last. Like if they were to keep making different like the Sonic movie is going to looks very different from the Mario movie, right? They feel like two different movies. But I think, if they have the third Mario movie, like unless you're the Minions, you're probably not going to pull that off, right? Like unless you have something that is so popular that you can, like Shrek, like you can kind of milk that forever. Like I just think they figure out one idea and they just want to copy and paste the same idea. And then they wonder like why people don't want to watch these kind of like AI chat GPT copy paste almost films of stuff that has already been pumped into the algorithm. It's just like I think it hasn't been talked about enough how it's not just that they make a sequel in the universe that is shit. I think a big part of it is also it just looks like the same film. Whereas if you have two different films like Gremlins and RoboCop came out around the same time, just as popular, but they're just very different films. And like it
You're
might
saying
not have
they're like rock movies. It's all the
yeah,
same
in a
movie.
sense. Yeah. Oh, was there franchises like that before Star Wars? Like was the idea of a
No.
until like the
No,
franchise
I think
itself?
Star Wars invented it.
Yeah, like the idea of a franchise itself was a novelty. Like almost the MCU's success, it's like this is kind of novelty, but the novelty wears off, and then it just feels like you are watching the same film. Like when you have conversations about it with a normal person, they'd be like, "Which one was that?" Because it's just a one.
I hear your criticisms, and they're all valid.
Go on.
But
yeah,
I really liked some of these video game adaptations.
Oh, go on.
I
What
really
do you mean?
enjoyed them.
What do
I
you mean?
liked the Tron Legacy. I'd never played Tron at all, so I came into it completely blind, and I'm like, this is pretty interesting. Like, I'm down with this. Obviously, I'm a big fan of this one. You might have heard of it, called Arcane. I've mentioned a few times. I was watching Arcane. I'm 3 episodes in. I'm like, this is really good. Is this based off anything? So I Google it, and it's like, oh, it's a video game. It's called League of Legends. That must be pretty popular. I don't really know what it is. And then I like, oh, this is a massive thing. Okay. I just think like that's too good for studios to ignore. They're like,
Oh, no,
we got a ready-made audience of, instead of like comic book fans, like, oh, there's already an audience of Iron Man fans. No, that's like 20.
No, let's merge the points.
With video games, there's 20 million people.
I think you might have misinterpreted what I was saying, or I might have communicated it wrongly. What I'm saying is, if you make 5 Marvel
you have
films,
no faith.
If you make 5 Marvel films, they all look the same. You're not watching a different film.
Yeah.
If you see Tron and Mario and Sonic, those are all different films. But if you're making Sonic 5 and it looks the same, that's when people are tuning out. Like what I'm saying is like,
just keep making new video game things rather than just doing sequels.
If they're looking different, every time. Do you know what I mean? And like all those different, there's a large swathe of video game things to adapt, and the films, if you turn them into a film properly, they're not going to even look like films. I mean, they're not going to feel like games. There's like video games adaptations of the past where people are like, oh, that's from a game. Oh, that's from a comic. Like, they already have art styles developed. They already have characters. There's tons of diverse source material, visually diverse, conceptually diverse. And if they're just making 1 or 2 films from each franchise, they'll probably keep doing well and they'll be engaging. But like, they'll eventually run out of things to.
They can't help themselves. That's the thing. It's like Lord of the Rings, right? So what do we got with Lord of the Rings? Everyone said this can't be done. It's too big. It's not possible. So here comes along someone who actually cares, is like, well, you know what? I am going to do it. I'm going to figure out a way with my vision to get this thing into 3 movies and, on the screen. But it's a contained thing. It's a beginning, middle, and end. It's its own thing. Mm-hmm. And even though they are sequels, he sort of filmed them all together. So it's one thing. So like if say God of War comes out, the movie, if it's popular, they won't be able to help, even if it has a beginning, middle, and end, they won't be able to help themselves. They're like, oh, we have to make sequels. You have to turn this into a franchise, like Tomb Raider, or what's another one? I don't know. Like until eventually it just all the everything that all the passion and the the whole art of it is just sucked out of it for the next sort of.
Well, the real kicker with that is when they do their first film intending to do a franchise, so they don't even make the good first film, and then it can never get off the ground because the first one isn't the Iron Man. They don't make the Iron Man. They don't make the Joker first film that really pops. Like that Tomb Raider, that's Tomb Raider adaptation. Like, oh god, I like Tomb Raider, right? Like I'd be into it, but I don't know, man.
I didn't even bother.
No, I didn't either. Like, I was. So there was just some skinny woman, and there was like a bit of a lesbian vibe, and a bit of like, I'm in the back room of a gym with tape wrapped around my hands vibe. That's the only thing I remember about that film. Like, if you're someone who's a casual, if you find casual viewers, you kind of like only have a couple of points to make in the way that you're conveying it. And like the visuals for how that was conveyed is like woman, other woman, both of them pretty skinny, and like also a gym aesthetic. And I was like, okay, this doesn't feel very Tomb Raider-y. So I just wasn't interested in it at all.
Well, we've got Cavill making his Warcraft thing. No, what is it? Warhammer.
Say again.
Henry Cavill's making his
yeah.
Warhammer thing. So
Yeah.
hopefully that'll be good.
As a producer, I don't get it. As you get older, I'm sure.
Tell me what it's like to get older. You.
As you get older, you learn to wait and also not get excited about things. You basically, Christmas died a long time ago and it's not coming
So
back.
you gotta have kids again. Christmas becomes fun when you have kids.
Sure. Well, I have a niece, so Christmas does get fun for that. But like, what I mean is like, if you order something off Amazon, you're not waiting at your doorstep waiting for it to arrive. It'll turn up when it turns up. You're buying a CG book, you might not get it for a year, whatever. Yeah. Like, you're kind of so when they're trying to hype you up for these things, it's becoming even more and more like, I'll believe it when I see it. Do you know what I mean?
Totally.
So
I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
If they, and the only things they have, it's like with a video game, you have you have one image to do it, really. Like, essentially you have one image. And in that image, you show who you will be, where you will be, and what they can do. If you can fit those three things in one image and you can get them right, then you've sold your game to people.
Sounds like the cover of Painted Death.
How have you done that? Did you do that on purpose, or?
No, I haven't started it. I've been conceptualizing a cover for a year, and it's just I can't.
Are you quality creeping the cover?
No. I mean that's gonna happen anyway. But it's just like I've gone through so many iterations of ideas, and the reason why I didn't want to do the ideas is like, all my covers have like a floating chick on it. I was like, maybe I just need that. That's the thing. Like I didn't know what else to say. Like that's what it is. Like, and do I do it again? It's like, well, I think I kind of have to. I just have to do it in a way that's different, because essentially what I wanted is in Painted Death is it's the Alice in Wonderland, Alice falling down the rabbit hole section of the story, where she's like, oh, this is like getting weird and crazy now. So I always wanted to have something a bit like that, but that requires her to be kind of falling or floating or whatever. And it's like, well, I've done that on every cover, but it's like, fuck it. I guess this is what it's going to be. I'm going to make it just be different. And I can do that. So it's like, it does show Ella, the protagonist, where she's going to be and what she can do, or at least what happens to her. She's not at that point yet in the story where she's like doing like a protagonist would yet. She's still in that like kind of Luke Skywalker stumbling around at the start of the New Hope phase. But Ella in underwear is iconic. Says Michael. She'll be running around in her underwear for how many pages? Let me check. I've got it right here. Actually, I can look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, she's in her underwear a bit in this book.
I'm looking forward to getting on with drawing my book. I need to get back to writing. I was on a writing kick, and I've kind of I've moved away from that because I wanted to really cane into the YouTube stuff. But I kind of want to go back to writing. In fact, I know what it was. Novel wanted to do a collab, and then I was like, okay, I guess I'll do that first. So basically, it took the initiative away a little bit, but It's not a
Yeah.
bad thing.
Yeah, Camel wants to do all these collabs, and it's not like I don't want to do them. It's just like I've got
Collabs
to.
for his stuff, or just
Yeah.
general collabs?
Well, I mean, ideas that he's got. He's like,
Yeah.
this could be massive. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it could be, but I've really, I don't know how much time I have. You know, like I'm not quick. I'm not I'm not Mr. Fast Artist. I'm not Narwhal.
I was in for a
I'm not Jose.
new stuff or an existing project. Are they like new
Oh,
ideas?
Camel's got lots of ideas. Yeah, he's got loads of things. He's actually done a whole bunch of stuff in the past that we can kind of rework.
No one
But
wants to
I'm
Phil
just like,
collab. What?
I got so many things to do. What's
You mean
that?
Phil's saying no one wants a Phil collab. Phil, for one, you seem like you have like a whole fucking 10-year plan for all of your shit, and you're doing such a good job of it. No one wants to step in and ruin it, for one. And also Narwhal that's Camel going to Bancroft for the collab. Narwhal came to me for the collab. So the writer is then kind of like looking for an artist or something, right? So
Yeah.
I think usually the writer goes to an artist. Is just what I'm saying. And you're the writer, right? So he's crying.
I like Michael's suggestion. Ella lenticular card where the underwear disappears. Remember that episode of The Extras with Patrick Stewart? Do you ever see
No.
that?
No,
Oh, it's so good.
I'm not as big of a Ricky Gervais.
Oh, I love Ricky. He's the best. Anyway,
he is good, but I'm just saying, like, I haven't like sucked down the Ricky Gervais Kool-Aid that much, even though I do appreciate him.
He's got this episode where the premise of the story is he's an extra and he wants to be an actor. So he's an extra so he can rub shoulders with actors. So every episode there's a new big actor and he has a scene with it, and they're playing themselves, but they're like really kooky versions of themselves.
Yeah.
So
no, I know what
Patrick Stewart is. Yeah, he's just a mega perv. So he's like, oh, I'm working on it. I'm working on developing a script right now, actually. And I have powers. I go around, and my power is I can make women's clothing just jump off. So he's like, so I walk down the street, right, and I see this gorgeous woman, and I just poof. She's in her underwear all of a sudden, and her underwear flies off, and she's ooh. This is what that reminded me of. There's Ella, and then poof, she's in her underwear.
I mean, it's a dreamscape, right? I can make anything happen in a dream, right? I can just dream about no clothes, right?
Yeah, and Ricky Gervais is trying to just be normal. It's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. It's like, and he's like, and then the climactic scene is, I come to this woman, and Ricky goes, oh, her clothes fly off. Yes, you know.
I know it. It writes itself.
The one with Ian McKellen, he's like explaining what acting is. It's like, I am an actor, and I get lines, and then I say the lines.
Yeah.
But it's not real. I'm not really Gandalf, but I say I'm acting as Gandalf. And Ricky's like, oh yeah, I understand the concept of acting. Yes. That's good.
Do you want to know? Do you want to get my outside take of what I think the Lucent is from not having read it yet, and also you never actually talk about it, so I don't really know anything about it. But there's been little dribs and drabs, and it's mainly just from the imagery.
Yeah.
Say no.
No, yeah, hit me. Go for it.
Okay. So like the first time I saw it is like literally that fucking helmet image. And it's like, I don't know if that's the version with like the ambulance on it and the bikes and stuff. And I'm like, what is this? That's well drawn. Like that was my first initial, I think, glimpse of the Lucent. I was like, this feels, I don't know. I guess I can't put into words. But anyway, so what I think the Lucent is there's the real world, and there's like Illuminati, and then there's the Matrix, but it's the dream Matrix, and you go into it while you're asleep, and then like people are basically running around doing up to no good, but then like things that happen in the dream world can influence events that take place in the real world, and you can make contact with like entities that can only exist in the dream world, and you're almost maybe possibly sometimes doing their bidding to make things come together in the real world in order to like facilitate deals with them or something. And like I think eventually like people end up, I think you've already hinted at it, I don't, people would get some of the crazy stuff they can do in the dream world would probably end up being possible in the real world if you're
All right,
good enough.
so what you started with was correct.
Uh-huh.
What you ended with was correct. Everything in the middle is not what it is.
So no entities that only exist
So-
in the dream world and deals?
I'm not going to say that there aren't, but it's
Okay,
not
okay.
like it's not like what the story is about.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah,
definitely frog DNA from me.
How did you start it? You were like, it's the world and there's the Illuminati. Yes, we got that. That's in there.
Cool.
So essentially, you've got people who are doing things in their dreams. Well, with Ella, like she's doing like crazy stuff, and she's actually being taught by a guy.
Yeah,
in
like the
her dream.
Matrix, like Neo's going into the training rooms of the Matrix.
Exactly. Yeah. But that is literally just happening inside of her in her dream. Like it's not really anything. But but then there are people who are like running around in the real world doing some pretty crazy stuff. Not necessarily to the extent that you could do in your dream, but definitely sort of game-changing stuff.
You have you ever heard of the Persona video game series?
No.
So there's a video game called Persona, and I've only played Persona 5, but I'm just bringing this up because of like possibly an interesting link. It just reminds me of it basically. In Persona 5, they'll basically find people in the world who like they think something's up with them. And, and it's like a group of kind of like, I guess they're school students or college students or something, but they can kind of team up and go inside the person's head into kind of like the world within their mind. And it's like a whole, oh, here we go, weeb wizard. Hey, it's not that weeby. And things that they do in the world inside that person's head, like have a chance of like changing that person's personality. And they try and like find a treasure in that person's head and like retrieve the treasure. It's very video gamey, you're right. You're trying to
but also what you're describing is a little bit more Inception.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And that's not what Delusion is. I remember when Inception came out, I was like, oh god, is this going to be my story? And I was very happy. It's not at all. Like it's not about, you don't go like, it's not, I'm not saying there aren't dream walkers, there are, but it's not like a massive integral part of what's going on in the story. The story is more about it's I always like to say, because everyone knows this, it's much more like Star Wars in that Ella is Luke Skywalker. She has these innate abilities that she's been using, but she doesn't really know that it has any connection to something greater than herself. In the same way that Luke was he was shooting womp rats, that were, in his speeder or whatever. He didn't really understand that he might have some sort of innate ability here that's like beyond him.
She was working customer service and really getting through and making a lot of
exactly. She's at the bookstore and she's stacking these books and she's like, wow, I can really like, every time I go to pick up a book, it's the right book that I need. I'm really good at this. So like there's this whole world around her that she's not really aware of that is actually tapped into this stuff, and the story is her discovering it. And obviously there's a sort of chosen one kind of element to it, but I think I've got a pretty good twist on that. It's like I've got nothing against tropes. I actually like archetypal characters and stuff. But I do think I have a unique twist on it.
You are the
whole,
Dream
how it all
Lord.
works.
You are the chosen Dream Lord who was chosen to really sleep a very long time. You're very good at sleeping. All those Sunday mornings, just in bed all day. You are the Dream Lord.
But just like a lot of these stories, like the best part of them, the most enjoyable part of them is when you don't know everything that's happening. You're still in the, I think maybe this is happening. Like you've got
The
your own
unseen
theories.
maze.
Exactly. And like, so that's like that's the whole kind of way the story works. You know, you get a little bit of a taste of what it might be, but then that just leads you to more questions as well. So that's why it's like people say, I don't know what it's all about, or I don't understand it, but they're intrigued. Because that's the kind of story I like.
I was just intrigued by the art. To be honest, I genuinely, like, I'm not saying this just because we're hanging out and stuff. Like, I didn't even know you did a show before I saw that art for the first time. I just thought it was it's not that it's not like, oh, it's so well drawn or anything like that. It's the content of the drawing and the way it's represented. Like seeing the helmet with all the stuff bent, like the bending of like there's so many stuff baked into that image that my brain would subconsciously pick up on. Like, okay, so there's a person with a helmet, so there's kind of like a person who has a secret or wants to be hidden. They're reflecting the establishment, the authority in their helmet, right? So like there's this person that's hiding something from the authority or from normal society, even like because like the ambulances and police cars, it's like this is normal society. Here are all the things we all collectively agree to or rely on, right? And then like the bending of it in the visor is like also the possibility that that person has a different perspective on all of that normalcy stuff, and like and then also it's happening at night, so it's kind of like a bit of prosthetic fallacy style stuff, like the the weather or the time of day is reflecting the tone of the piece. And I don't know, man. Basically, I saw that image and my brain did all that stuff automatically, and I was like, that to me meant that there's probably going to be interesting stuff in it. Like, it's not just someone punching someone else, and it's not just an arse hanging out. Like it's bothering to make. It's also bothering to make a key image for the thing, a helmet with some ambulances in it. And,
yeah. Yeah, everyone went on about the magic handstand in the book.
The magic
I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, there was like when she's in her training dream or whatever. She's like,
I'm not being that complimentary, Alex VRP.
No, you got it exactly right too. By the way, that's
that's me being a clever boy, Alex.
Exactly
that's me making me look good, not Bancroft look good. Sorry. What handstand image? Sorry,
she's just like she does. There's a lot of falling. There's a lot of falling in the Lucent. It's a theme. I don't know. I think all of us understand. Like in dreams, you do a lot of falling, especially when you're growing up. And
I mean, it's a very relatable thing. Falling.
It's like it goes through the whole thing. So like that's why I don't mind having it on the covers. And yeah, she was like. And like everyone was like making a joke, like I don't know what the Lucent is about. It's confusing. And Rob's like, oh, it's about magic handstands because she does this kind of like floating handstand thing. Like yeah, that's it. It's like, but yeah, you're right. There's like so much. That's why like I started writing this thing, and I was like I couldn't do it. I spent years writing it, maybe like 5 or 6 years, and I just kept going around in circles.
You've already written it all then.
The actual story, yeah. The story is all there. It's just, I don't know if I've like written every piece of dialogue. Shit, I still play around with the dialogue all the time. It just wasn't happening, and I was getting really frustrated. And then I was, and then I discovered European, graphic novel. I was like, holy shit! Imagine if I could do this. I could get rid of all of that pointless blabber. Like, can you imagine trying to put what you just described into you know, like
Text
write it down in
boxes.
prose.
Yeah,
Like,
I would throw
forget
it in
that.
the
Like
fucking
that
bin.
was my struggle for years. It's like, shit, I can put all of that in a single image, and
Yeah.
it's automatically displayed subconsciously.
Yep.
You know?
Wait, so you didn't think that you could do that until you started reading like the European stuff? Like what? Is it just
Because my idea of comics was very like how you describe them, like
oh, a guy punching a thing and a
superheroes
woman's
punching
ass
each
hanging
other.
out?
Like that was my thing. Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, Spawn. It was very like it looked beautiful, but it wasn't really like, to me, like the pinnacle of visual storytelling, and I know I harp on about this, is Arcane. And it's not
Fucking hell.
because
Yeah,
of
okay, wait. Listen, I'll let you go on. I just want to say my bit about Kane. You know that art style is not unique and original, and it's actually pretty fucking tropey in the video game industry. And like, it's like I don't want to break it. Like, it's just painted textures. Like,
I'm not talking about the art style. The art style is beautiful. I'm talking about
okay.
the storytelling. I'm talking
Oh,
about
go on, then, go on. I would like to know this
moments.
because I watched
Like,
the first 10 minutes and couldn't get through it.
oh, dude, you got to get to the end of the third episode. That's when the whole thing changes. Like, that's how people like. It's such a brilliant story because they make you think you're watching something. I always thought about this. Like, imagine someone. Actually, they used to do that here in Australia, where they'd show you an ad and it's just, oh, everything's happy and we're just driving through the streets and we're all laughing, and then bang, you know, they get hit by a car and someone's friggin' arm flies off and you're like, oh, what the fuck? And it's like,
I know.
wear your seatbelt. And I was like, holy shit, imagine like a movie like that where it's like a romantic comedy, but then all of a sudden it's a threat, it's a horror. And like people are getting, like, you're just completely taken aback. You're like, holy shit, like, oh my God, I was not ready for this. Like, because when you watch a horror, you sort of like steel yourself. All right, bring me the horror. Show me, do your best. You know, you're kind of ready. But if you're watching a romantic comedy, you're not expecting to see someone get stabbed 100 times all of a sudden. And that's what they do in Arcane at the end of the third episode. You think you're watching this sort of like kids romp in a bit of a weird, strange world show, and then they just flip it and you're like, oh fuck, this is not at all what I thought this show was going to be. But that's not like, that's one part of it. I'm talking about the those moments that you can get in, usually in animation. You can do a little bit in comics, but it's harder because it's not moving. But just those, like, having all the emotion and story and importance being conveyed in the changing of expressions, over 10 seconds or something, just like the interactions with the characters and stuff. I saw someone break down a really interesting Star Wars thing. I haven't been watching any Star Wars cartoons at all, but I thought this was really interesting. He was talked about a bit with Obi-Wan Kenobi fighting Darth Maul. And he's like, Maul squares up against Kenobi in this cartoon, and Kenobi's initial reaction is to do the Ewan McGregor hand out the front lightsaber parallel, like, okay, we're gonna fight now.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh no, that's what got like, that's what
killed Qui-Gon.
Exactly. Like, I don't want to do that. I need to be more of I'm a Jedi master. I'm not like a new knight now. So then he changes. This is all unspoken. He changes pose to Ewan McGregor, Alec Guinness's pose that he has when he fights Vader in A New Hope. Yeah. And then he's like, oh, hang on. I'm composed. I can actually mess with this guy. I'm going to take on Qui-Gon's position and see if I can get Maul to like make the same mistake he made with he didn't make a mistake with Qui-Gon, but like try and do the same thing, because now I know how to counter that.
But isn't the storytelling was him not saying anything but then changing his pose?
So it was all unspoken. It was all just like, I think most people wouldn't pick it up, is what I'm saying. Like, but you do pick it up subconsciously.
Yes.
But it's not obvious. So that is Arcane. Like, that's it's like, I don't know how many episodes it is, 10 episodes of that sort of thing nonstop.
Okay.
So that's why I like it. I'm not talking about. I mean, I do really like that style. Like I like.
No, I know. I was just
painted
joking about the art style thing because you've gone on about it before, and I kind of wanted to do. I just wanted to do the anti Arcane's art style thing, because I thought it'd be funny. But I think when I started reading manga during the lockdowns was kind of like my version of your experience finding those European books, where you kind of like you do engage with like a more interesting way of revealing stuff. And in manga, I think, because like I'm really into this now. It is kind of like more about the jumps forward in time that happen between the panels that let you fill in the blanks with your mind. Like you'll have, okay, so a page ends with two people about to square off in a fight, right? Like that's the end. You turn the page and it's a double page spread of the area they were in, now covered in blood, and only one of them is there and they're panting and they're covered in cuts.
Right.
Like in that page
that's pretty
turn,
different.
Like in that page turn, an entire fight sequence kind of happened. And then like the kind of storytelling is more about the decisions, and I don't know what to say.
That's
about
a very different approach. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's very different.
I
haven't read anything like that really.
Oh well, cool. I mean, it lets you do more with less pages for one, but like, yeah, in my book, there's quite a bit of that. Like it's the script is like it's 70 pages, but I've tried to get like what people would probably consider 3 chapters worth of actual ground coverage in it, trying to be as efficient as possible and using like those big things. And you can kind of do a similar thing with A and B plots, right? Noel was saying this last night. You can cut between the two and you can cut forward. Like even that idea in that stream, like, okay, you have someone looking at the fridge and he's realized he has no food in the fridge and he's pondering in one panel. Okay, the page turn can be he's now in the supermarket and now he's there, he ends up bumping into an old friend. Do you know what I mean? Like that's all you had to do to get the people there. And like I think there is something that happens in the reader's mind. You know what? Maybe Western comics readers might not actually like that. Maybe it will be an experiment to see. But like, I think you can play a lot with what you leave out, and because then it happens in the person's mind in a similar way to how visuals happen in a person's mind when they're reading a piece of text, like a book, an actual book. So I've been playing with that kind of thing.
Yeah, that like I haven't really ever seen that before, so I haven't really thought about it. But for me, it was more just, comics aren't just either superhero or adaptations of, movies and stuff, because that's all I really knew. I didn't know that there was this whole world of people actually taking it really seriously and creating proper worlds and stuff in these books. So that's why I was like, I could do. Can I do this? Should I do this? But yeah, that's
so different. What actually did change in how you were going to approach something then? If you have an example that isn't spoilery, like what do you mean? Could I do this? What is this in your context?
Like, could I make my story a graphic novel essentially? Because you're
writing as a script?
I was just writing. Like, I don't know, like maybe it was a script. I was just like, I didn't have chapters or anything. It was just writing. And I was learning at the same time.
You had this cool story in your head, but you weren't even thinking about making it a graphic novel. And then like...
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had this big epic, and then it was so good because like, you get to like cut stuff out because you sort of, when you like, comics are a little bit condensed to a degree. And it just everything worked better, and I was like, I don't have to have all these pages of whatever.
Yeah.
to explain this thing. I can just show a picture
Show it
of
in
it.
an
Like,
image. Yeah, that makes
exactly,
sense.
because a lot it is a lot. It's a lot visual. You know, there's like
Yeah.
there's a guy who has his powers with water. Like, I'd much rather see that than have it explained to me in prose.
Yeah.
I'd much rather draw that. And like that was a challenge too. Like, how do I actually draw that? I couldn't draw it at the start. I had to kind of learn. So yeah, there's just lots of things that are just this works so much better as a comic than anything else.
Sorry, in my head I was still thinking about the comparison between like there's something I've always had a bit of a problem with, like the pacing in War Western comics, and like it might even tie into what you thought of like your image of what comics were, like the guy punching or the arse hanging out. But like I think in the West, people try and get more steps of a sequence that don't need to be there, but they try and put them all in one page, whereas they could probably take like 3 of them out and then let the time skips happen between them. I don't know. It's not related to what you were saying, so I feel bad for going back to it. But it's
Look, I didn't even know if like people like what I did. Some people don't. Some people really hated it.
what did they say they didn't like about it? Like the fair crit, not just like this is rubbish because it's not my taste, but like were there any?
Most of the criticism was they didn't like that sort of story at all. They thought, I don't know what they thought they were getting. I thought I was pretty clear on what kind of story it was. I guess they wanted more American superhero action type stuff. They didn't like that it was mysterious. They didn't like that I didn't spell anything out literally.
Was there a car chase? Was there a car chase in it?
No, but someone was running at one point.
Because that helmet reflection shot did make me think there will be a car chase in this.
There's a he stops an ambulance by riding his bike out in front of them. That's what he's doing there.
Okay.
No, they're like this part has no connection to that part. And I'm like, well, you can't see the connection. It's insanely connected, but that's because I'm not showing you the connection yet. It's there, obviously. But that and that's, I think that's fair, because they're like, well, I'm not going to buy the second one, so it's meaningless to me. So I'm like, well, I guess it is to you. That's fair enough critique. But that there's, I don't know of any other way of doing it. This is the way I want to do it, so that's the way I'm going to do it. It was mostly stuff like that was people didn't really vibe with. It's just it's very different. It's not like a comic that an American comic book publisher would put out, essentially.
No, I'm in my head it just feels like a Dan Brown novel in a comic. So
yes, that's it.
What the image evokes that. All of the material around it evokes that. So I don't know what people would think. It totally seems like a Dan Brown novel in a comic.
Yeah, when Camel said that to me, he's like, "This is like the Da Vinci Code." I was like, "Yes, thank you."
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Maybe they just don't know what Dan Brown novels are. They were very popular when I was in like fucking high school, so I thought just people knew that vibe, but maybe they don't.
Well, maybe that's like I don't want to read that in a comic. I'm like,
I guess, but like, okay, all right then. Like, that's why all of your comics end up reading the fucking same, and no one buys them anymore. Sorry.
And I said, like, I've made no bones. I was inspired by the Matrix and stuff like that. So I guess maybe they just thought it'd be more people in leather fighting each other.
Okay. That's really boring. That sounds really fucking boring.
Well, if that's what they expected, and then they didn't get it, then it's like, well, all right. Okay. I can't, like, I thought I was pretty clear, but maybe I wasn't.
Was anyone wearing leather in the material surrounding it?
No.
Okay.
No, there's no leather in it. I mean, there's a like a long coat, but not like a I wouldn't say it's like a Matrix coat. It's more like a, you know, London fashion trench coat.
But it's even the concept of action in general when it comes to Western, well, let's just say comics. Because, like, I mean, even media. Like in the later Star Wars films when they're focusing on, here's some cool choreography. But then earlier on, the action was very minimal. And it was more about the actual, a realization. Like, I think if you're just showing swishy swooshes, but there is no internal change, like a realization or just something like, oh, I got a new idea. I realized something. Then it's literally nothing is happening. You can throw a million punches, but if the character isn't going in their head like, oh no, my punches aren't working or something, then you're not. I don't know.
That's actually a little bit of what the Fractured Mind is about. Is it's kind of calling all that out.
Okay.
So Ella has what in the Lucent you would term as like a natural born talent for dreaming.
Okay.
And
Well,
yeah, well, yeah, it makes sense in the story.
She's a narcoleptic.
Well, she's good in her dreams.
Yeah, no, I know.
And so she's like, she treats them as sort of like a video game.
Okay.
So
oh,
know,
she's
like,
already.
she can...
Oh, lucid dreaming. You mean?
Well, that's just a little play on words there. Like lucent does not mean lucid, but
no. But
like...
what I mean is, say what she would probably consider them to be lucid dreams. That's what I meant. Not
they're
the
like she only has lucid dreams. She's never not like that's all she ever has. That's it.
Okay.
Like that's one like really big indicator of her connection to the the greater world in the story. Like that's like a natural thing.
Yeah.
So she's kind of using them like video games. Like she's having fun, she's kicking ass, she's playing out fantasies in her sleep.
I get you.
Where she's doing exactly that. She's and there's sort of like psychological things going on there as well. Like why is she spending her time fighting bad guys? Like that's that's an unasked psychological thing in superhero comics too. It's like, is this what you would do if you had superpowers? I don't know.
Well, I mean, wait. I mean, I'm totally imagining almost what is the film? What is the film where Tyler Durden's in it?
Fight Club.
Yeah, like in you just saying that, I'm imagining in my head like literally like a narration over a series of like 3 different scenes where it's like this person has a life that isn't really going anywhere, but in my dreams I get to do all this cool shit, and it's like what keeps them going almost, and like they're almost living for their dreams or something.
Exactly. Now that's the situation in Fractured Mind, where she's
Okay.
her real life is just bleh, but in her dreams she's like, cool, oh, look, I'm going around kicking ass and all this stuff. And the guy who I don't know if I really want to say, I mean, people know it, but it's still part of the mystery. He comes along and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're just playing games inside your head. Like this power that you have is like very powerful and serious. Like it's not wasted on just punching and kicking here. And that's kind of what the whole that story is about. And that's sort of like a prequel to Waking Dream, but that'll be coming out in next year or something.
I like Deech. Whenever you mention stuff when it comes to writing, I always enjoy what you say. And it didn't. You said some good stuff in the writing stream last night that didn't get picked up on. It's hard to pick. And I know you have a background in film, motherfucker. I don't know if Bancroft knows that you do. But I think Michael Deech is a clever guy.
You just picking that up from his things, or that for sure?
No, we watched a trailer for one of the films that he was involved with a long time ago, and he always talks about writing stuff because I talk about writing stuff. But yeah, emotional changes he was involved in a film that it was an indie film that looked actually visually very good. It doesn't look shit or cheap or like crummy. It's like pretty good, and even the acting is like all right. You know what I mean? There's definitely a seed of magic there. You know what I mean? You can tell when something is good. But yeah, like emotional changes in the protagonist keeps the pace moving. even if there's no physical action going on, if the audience is invested in the protagonist, they would feel emotional movement. Like there just has to be internal transitions. It's like when you come into a scene, if something has to have changed before you leave the scene, or there wasn't a scene. Yeah, like I just think a lot of modern stuff focuses on the superficial elements that sell because maybe they do sell. Hey, look, yesterday, Perfect 10, I literally bought that book because of the thigh gap on the cover. So whatever, but like if it's not good, I won't buy the second one, that kind of thing. But yeah, I wish there was just a bit more cerebral media, but people can have the national treasure porn where it's still just the aesthetic of being intelligent and not actually having clever emotional twists or revelations in the characters' heads. Or the funny thing, I think manga succeeds with the internal process of a character just because they have narrations on everything. Like it's almost a meme at this point. You have like a character in a manga and there's just like a huge fucking text box next to the head of what they're thinking whilst nothing is happening. Like they'll just be looking at someone and it's almost like when you're on a bus, when like someone's on a bus and they're imagining these conversations with other people whilst not even making eye contact with them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. How long is how many books do you think your story's going to be?
Well, I was saying 6, but it might be more now because I think I'm gonna have to cut them down into shorter stories because like the longer stories, the longer books are just they're taking way too long to get done. It's crazy. Like, and I don't know how I'm gonna do that necessarily, but Joe and I will rub our heads together and figure out, what we can do.
You do a lot. You do a lot of stuff. I don't know how you have time to also draw.
Yeah, well, I just work 18 hours a day. That's
Before honestly, before like trying to pick up the pace with all this comic stuff, I kind of didn't do much in the day. After I finished working for my fucking game, it would be like 10 till 5 every day, getting up and doing the work like every day. And then after 4 years of that and the project not coming to completion, I was like, I am now deciding to do nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's why you got to consider that. Like, I can do it, but if there has to be little wins along the way.
Yes.
Otherwise, you do burn out. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can't do it. Can you? This was a conversation that came up during one of the gaming streams, actually. Would you even do the art if no one was there to react to it?
Would I make the comic?
Yeah, like if
no,
you were in,
you're
in prison.
Right, just do it. Yeah, look, if I was in prison for life and it was never going to come out, maybe not. I don't know, but I think like, oh, if I was in prison, I have all this time to work.
Well, like, yeah, you're in a gulag.
But when I come out,
you're in a gulag and you've been given a paper and pen, and like that if you do anything that's good, they're going to take it away and like burn it in front of you as some kind of psychological torture. Like, would you still enjoy the process of making anything, or would you? Would it only would you only do it if it was going to be seen by someone else?
I don't know. I do know that when I was putting it on Webtoon, that was a real that got me through some really hard times. That got me through the hard times of you're just starting out and literally no one knows who you are. Like you've got 0 followers. The only followers because you follow 100 people on Twitter or something, and 5 of them follow you back. Like that's all you've got.
Yeah.
So that's tough. And
they're all chat bots. They're all
exactly
bot women.
You're putting all this work into this thing, and then like you get no feedback whatsoever. Like that was real. I used to do that. I put up on Tapas before Webtoon, which was
Yeah.
smaller than Webtoon, and you know, spend a month working on an update, put it out there, and literally no comments, no likes. And even like some views, you're like, oh, so people actually saw it and decided not to like it or comment on it. You're like, oh my God, this is. So eventually, you know, when I started actually getting some interaction, that really was fuel. So I like, that's all I know. All I can tell you is, yeah, like the responses is like a big part of what keeps me going, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so too. But there was a time when I was like, is this an unhealthy component if it's all for attention? Like you can almost say, oh, you're just doing things for attention, and it's like if you pose yourself the question of would you do it if no one was ever going to see it, and it's like kind of not, probably not. And you know when we were talking about before about in the past being more overly sensitive to things and it limiting what you could do, the project that I'm going to work on, it literally started as I'm going to make something that no one will ever see. It is never going to get published. It's literally just do whatever you want. And it was like an exercise in peeling back all that. You know what I mean? Like just you aren't going to offend anyone because no one's going to see it. So do whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's sort of how I started. I didn't even know if I would do anything with this thing.
Yeah.
But like actually like drawing it as a comic, yeah, I'd probably want someone to see it. Like that's a whole nother level of
that
craziness.
extra effort, yeah.
But when I was just like Jay Ryan says, I had this thing in my head that I thought was something. I needed to get it out and make it real in some way, because anything could just be the coolest, most amazing thing ever if it's inside your head. It's like, wow, it's automatically awesome because I love it. But once you actually try to articulate it and like form it and get it to look cool, anyone who's any kind of artist, doesn't matter what kind of art it is, you know that's a struggle. Like to get it to look, to get it to reflect any way at all close to how cool it is, you know it is inside your head in reality. That's a difficult thing to pull off. So
do you think that your say, let's just talk about just the backgrounds. People rave about your backgrounds? Are they as good as you want them to be? Do you know what I mean? Your own internal quality?
That's a difficult question. I mean, I don't know why people rave about them personally, because there's like so many other people who are doing way better backgrounds.
Maybe
like,
it's because it's the only thing they can compliment. JK.
Exactly. Yeah. They're like, oh yeah. Hey, they really good backgrounds on this. Oh yeah, what do you think of the characters? Yeah, really good backgrounds.
Can you imagine if that's
I know. I think people appreciate the effort, is what it is, and it's like I think a lot of modern comics, they really ignore all that stuff. I like how Shane really made Arc City look like a real place in Glorious Rex. I really appreciated that. So I think that's more what they're complimenting. They're appreciating the effort that I'm putting into making the world that I'm building feel as real as I can make it.
Yeah.
Like I have no illusions about my art. I still consider myself a beginner. I'm not trying to become a professional artist who works, in comics. So it is all just, I'm just trying to tell a story, and I'm trying to do it in the best way that I possibly can.
I know. I understand the whole humble aspect of like, I'm not a great artist and stuff, but there genuinely is kind of like a fundamental, even if the artwork isn't like, who shall I compliment? Phil's not here. Oh, I'm gonna rave about Simon Bisley. Ha ha ha! But you're not here. Like
Kenneth.
Yeah, Kenneth. But even if you're not that, there is still like, if there's this weird fundamental that, not like do they even have it or they don't, but like there are certain things that bad artists do that even though like the art isn't amazing, it's still like this has this fundamental quality. Like, do you ever notice when artists kind of like draw the faces, but like it's like the character has a weird Bell's palsy thing going on, and like
Mm.
one side of the features of the face is like higher than the other, and it's like you don't feel like it's a real head. Like even if you're not drawing eyes properly, you're putting them on the right place on the head. Do you know what I mean? Like I think there's a difference between rendering skill and then like actual represent. I don't know what the word would be, but it's like it's those fundamentals of does this thing look I don't know what you would
I don't know
call it.
what you're trying to articulate, but
Yeah.
look, I do my best, and I think that's what people like about it. They're like, oh, this guy actually cares about what it looks like, and I think I know where my skills are, so I don't spend inordinate amounts of time trying to get the rendering good or anything like that, because I'm like, that's not my thing. That's not even what I was. That's not what I want to spend my time doing. I don't want to spend my time rendering out all the different curvatures of the face. You know, I have to learn all the different muscles so that it doesn't just look like I'm smearing ink on someone's face and all this sort of shit. Like that's not my skill. My skill comes in like tying together a page in a sort of harmonious way that tells a story with the art, with the colors and the art and everything and the composition. Like that's where I know I know what I'm doing a little bit more. So that's where I put a lot of my focus. It's not like I'm not trying to get better on the other stuff. I am, but I think this is what people appreciate. So it's, even if it's not like, this, no one's going to say, oh, this hand, man, he drew this hand and it's just so good. And, it's just, but that's not really what I'm going for.
I feel like I need to take some time to try and do better, like typical comic book rendering, not to use it, but okay, man, Rini's fucking artwork, the way that she's not doing typical Western comic booky stuff, but she still is doing good line weight balance and like making things look appealing and cute, but still having detail. Like I have always struggled with the balance of like line weights, detail versus making it too rigid. But like if you make it too simple, then everything is just a Simpsons character or like a cartoony thing. And like but when I think some of the upcoming streams are going to be like forcing myself to draw badly, just in the same way of like, hey, you haven't written it before. If you want to write the good version, you need to write a few of the bad versions. And like, if you want to, get the bad drawings out the way and do them on stream and like force them out, kind of thing.
My whole thing is stiffness. I like, I have that classic beginner artist thing where it's like, oh, the characters are kind of stiff. So it's like, I do try to avoid that, but I think that's just like the people who can draw, who can do really good fluid movement and gestures and stuff. They've been doing it for,
No,
25 plus
you know
years.
an easy way to change that? Do you want to know an easy way to change that?
What?
Okay, you need if you want to do something quickly, you have to do the extreme version of it. If you were to draw this same way over time, you would probably just refine the rigidity. If I know that any drawing you do is going to go into the comic, and you do a lot of stuff and you don't have a lot of time, so I get it. So I don't think you'll actually take this advice. It might not even work. But like genuinely, if you forced yourself to do bendy, cartoony, weighted, even caricatures of people that like you didn't even have to show them to people, you would probably hate them. Like if you made yourself draw that, like weighted sack people and like faces that are just the smears in animation, that kind of thing, like forcing you to draw like animation smear stuff, you would find that does transfer over into your normaler stuff, and you would feel like it frees it up a bit if you personally do feel like there's a rigidity problem. That problem won't go away if you draw the same style and don't do like an extreme cartoony thing. It might go away very slowly, but like that's just my perspective anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you're just saying practice more, bitch. And I'm like,
no. But
yeah.
There's a yes, but it's like when people say, "Oh, you wanna draw better? Well, just draw 50 million drawings, loser." And it's like, no, you can probably draw like 10 drawings, but here are the 10 extreme drawings to do. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily the 10,000 hours. It's like you could probably spend 10 hours. You know, I've been watching. There's a great artist educator called Mark Burnett or something on YouTube, and there are a couple of his videos that are basically how to learn certain things quickly. But genuinely, if you made yourself in private draw some cringe cartoony stuff that you would hate, even a couple of times, it might, I would say it would kind of like transfer over a little bit, and then you'd be like, okay, it was worth it. But I don't think you really have a rigidity problem, and I bet you don't feel it's enough problem to even put any effort into changing a plan, right? So like, and that's fine.
It's
you know
not what
I mean?
I'm focused on. It really isn't. It's like,
Yeah, I get you.
You know, because what am I gonna do? I'm gonna like kill myself to get my art try to look 1/100th as good as Kenneth Roquefort's.
Oh yeah, I don't know what I would do to
slow everything down to get to that point when I'm like, I'm not even trying to be an artist, so to speak. I'm just trying to do this story. And you know, so that's why I did actually take a good probably 8 months where I just went and relearnt coloring from scratch pretty much through YouTube tutorials and stuff. Because I knew that was important. That was actually really important to the storytelling, is that because I do like to use the colors to say unspoken things about, you know, mood and purpose, and even like kind of basic things, just like scene changes and stuff, you know. So that I really did actually go away and spend time learning. But I think like I could be, you know, 20% more fluid in my art if I, you know, do all this stuff. It's like I didn't see myself doing that, you know, just because I don't really have much time on my hands these days.
I get you. But I don't know the pathway. Like, I feel like I do want to learn some of those traditional. I always stayed away from cross hatching because I'm like, you're just scribbling all over the paper and not really. Actually, I thought it would be unattainable. I didn't think I'd be able to do it. I love cartoony stuff so much. I'm like, I do this, but I feel like people would. I don't know.
I don't cross hatch.
It's a whole thing, right? Like it's two completely different ways of drawing. It's like going from lining and contour stuff to describing shapes of tone with like lines, and I've just never been very good at it at all. It's always looked absolute horrible whenever I've done it.
Yeah, it's a proper skill to cross hatch well. I hatch here and there, but it's like, when I decided, do you even hatch? I barely do, actually. I barely hatch. There's like certain places I'll hatch on faces because my faces are literally just outlines.
Yeah.
Like, because, you know, most of my style is just how can I achieve what I need to achieve to get this story out and me still being alive. That's pretty much all my decisions were based on that. Like, what coloring style can I actually pull off? What drawing style can I actually do right now and get it out? Okay, it's this. And, you know, that's it. So it's like, oh, I can go a bit crazy on some bushes and shrubbery and rocks because that's just random easiness. But like when it comes to musculature and faces and all this other stuff, I'm like, all right, what can I actually do right now? All right, this is how it's going to be. Let's go.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I think that's the visual style works perfectly fine. I bet you already think that like it's fine enough. I mean,
yeah, I do. I think it. Yeah, I think it fits the story. It already like people have said, oh, it's so cinematic. It's like, yeah, it already has this kind of movie,
yeah,
kind of flow to the story itself. Because again, I think it didn't really start out as a comic. It definitely was never meant to be, oh, it's going to be turned into a monthly comic. No, like, so
Yeah.
anyone who's like coming to me looking for that kind of beginning, middle, and end in every 24 pages, it's not going to be there. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people do, and that's what they didn't like about my book. But I was like, that was never a thing. Maybe if I started again from scratch right now, I would do that, just because it makes it so much easier to get things out. But well, it's you know, the train is already, the horse is long bolted. This is what we're working with.
Well, it's like you think about all these people making their books, and like, okay, we've got a story it's gonna take years to make these 10 volumes. And it's like, makes me always wonder, like, because I want to do the same thing, spend a long time making a cool story, then eventually you're like, okay, I have like the huge volumes, and then you could maybe think about some kind of way of marketing them in a bigger way. But it's like, I even wonder what kind of world's going to exist where the product, by the time it's finished, if it would be even a thing to sell at that point. You know what I mean? Like, I think it will, but like, it's just an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, and that leads a little bit more back to what we mentioned earlier. Like, would you even do it? You know, if you couldn't, if no one was now, I don't know, if no one was looking at it, that might be a bit tough. But like, if it gets to a point where people are like, I'm sick of waiting for Bancroft, forget about it. And it's like, well, all right, there's still 50 people here who are interested. Let's just, you know, as long as, you know, we got some people who are interested. Oh, what else am I gonna do? You know?
Yeah.
What am I
Play
going to do?
video
Just sit and
games?
watch,
You
play
think I'm
video games and hang it like, no, you know, I'd much rather put my efforts into something, you know, that has a goal. I think it's like, you know, I would love it if, you know, people stuck with me and came with me along the ride, and I could build the audience up to like a really big number. That, I mean, that's the whole thing I'm trying to do now, is, you know, get the audience to a point where it can actually yeah, subsidize this whole crazy venture.
Yeah.
That's the dream. But, you know, getting there is going to be
what level of shine did you get on the first book when it came to promotion of other people and stuff? Like, because
it was crazy.
Oh yeah, you said actually it was like more in the gold rush kind of era, and it did.
Well, it was the end of the gold rush. The gold rush, like, people said, like, this is the end. Like, yours is the last book that's gonna make $20,000. Like, I had that said to me. But it was definitely, you know, a large influx of people had come in and were new to crowdfunding. And since then, a lot of people have said, this isn't for me. I'm not the kind of person who likes to buy things and wait 2 years to get them. That's fine. You know, that's their thing. You know, each to their own. But yeah, I was really surprised at how it was received, because you know, I was like, I don't know if anyone's gonna be interested in this weird dream book about a chick.
I do think the cinematic nature of it would have been a big appeal. Like,
it was. Yeah.
It just makes it look professional, even if the artwork isn't like all this hatching and stuff. Like, it does. I mean, people talk about wanting their stuff to look like movies. It does look. It's the one out of every book I've seen that looks most like a movie, I suppose. Just because
I'm not like, oh, everyone's just trying to get Netflix deals and stuff. Like, I don't care.
You want to make a book that feels like a movie. That. You don't want to make a pitch for a movie.
Exactly. When I look for compositions and stuff like that, I look to movies and TV shows. I don't really look to comic books at all, really. Maybe I've got a few Euro books that I've got that I'm like, oh man, that would be a rad. But most of the time, I'm like, I go to like movies that really nail the cinematography, and I'm like, yes, that's what I want to do, something like that. So yeah, that's I mean, people can see that, obviously. It's pretty out there. Front and center.
It's funny. I think when it comes to our approach for our books and like what we even want to do with them, um, I I bet we're extremely opposite. Like I think we're both at different ends of the spectrum, but we're still with an appreciation of like the medium in a very similar way, right? And like and I'm because like I want to get really uncinematic with it. Do you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
okay, so things that are really cool to me, right? Like you don't do sweeping shots of the world in the opening or whatever and like giving a narration about the world. You have a character like walking out of a place or just doing something in a small area, and then like they throw a map down on a table to like gather people around. Like they walk, okay, a guy walks into a bar and it's a dark bar and he's in a coat, and then there's a bunch of people playing poker or something, or like having a laugh, and he disturbs them and they're angry. But then like he takes he lays like this map down on a table, and then like the next shot is like a double page spread of just this map. Do you know what I mean? And it's you're not even seeing, you're not seeing the typical way you would be introduced to a world at large. You're not even
Yep.
being like, and there's no narration over it. You're just shown this map, and then like maybe then he's like in that shot. He's also stabbed a knife into the map, and then like everyone's turning around and saying you must be or whatever. And then on the next panel is like they've taken their hat off and revealed who they are or whatever. Like it's the kind of thing I think you can do way more you can do that in comics because okay, you got the page turn. People are going to sit and look at the map. They're probably going to study it a bit. Like if you do that in a film, you can't hang on this map for like half an hour while people look at the stuff that they might
And you
find
don't
important.
flick back to it all the time, like a book, like a map at the start of a book.
Yes, yeah.
Which you can do as well.
And like say a character during a chase scene was holding an object and you don't know what that object is, then imagine the chapter break between the two chapters, and you sometimes have like a blank page with an illustration in the corner. Imagine imagine it was an object in a bag and during that chase scene. Then literally on the fucking page break between the two chapters, there is one single illustration, not even in the middle, in the corner, like an illustration of that object with the wrapping that it was in fallen away a little bit so you can kind of see what it is. And it's like there's no character saying, "This is the stone of Mogorath, and I've stolen it from the evil skeleton king." It's like literally there was a chase scene and you saw someone escaping and it was short and condensed, and then like the only contextualization that you get of the next blip of what that MacGuffin, I guess, would be is like just a little chapter break page illustration that even that gives you a bit of information. I love that you can do. That's the kind of stuff I want to explore in comics. Basically, the kind of thing that you would only be able to do in comics. You couldn't do it in film. Like the film version would be like the DVD box art or something.
Yeah.
Or
yeah. There's so many things you can really only do in comics, and then there's things you can't do in comics at all that you like find out when you try them. Like, oh, that's not going to work.
Do you happen to have any examples that you can't do in a comic?
Well, anything
music you
anything
can't.
that well, here's one. Accents to a degree, and people speaking different languages in a way that they handle it in film, and they do have some interesting ways they do handle it in film, other than just like if you want them to be understood, you gotta kind of put subtitles on it, which is interesting. But
Go on.
Well, there's just various sort of. I mean, there are things you can do. It's mostly anything that really hinges on the movement. Like you can have really dark scenes in movies, if you want, and it's because it's moving. you can still make it out. But if you want to make a really dark scene in a comic, it's going to print like mud, and you're not going to be able to see anything.
Yeah, I get you.
Because nothing's moving. But there's just small little things here and there that you just like, you've got to rethink that if I want to do it that way.
Do you have characters in your book that speak different languages and different accents that you struggle to visualize? Because like there's a few
and it's an important too. It's an important part of the story. So in Waking Dream, she's in a dream, and they, because it's a dream, they're like jumping through the city, like leaping around, like imagine the most extreme hard Matrix style parkour.
Yeah,
and there's a transition where they're jumping. They're in London and then they're in Paris. In one thing. I mean that happens in dreams sometimes. And these dudes come up to her and speak to her in French, and she can understand them.
Yeah.
So I thought it was important, and she was surprised she can understand. She's like, "Holy shit, I can understand French. What the hell's going on?"
Yeah.
I thought it was important that the audience understands it as well, since they're sort of viewing it through her eyes. And it was also important that they're speaking French and not English. It's written in French. And this sort of like that, but that kind of becomes more of a lettering issue. It's like, how do we actually do this and make it not just look like a page full of text? But there are moments where it's like, okay, sometimes it's important that we hear them in their native, that we see them speaking French. Other times it's less important. So like if I've got two characters who are French just speaking to each other, I'll put that in English. I'm not gonna like make you look at French that you can't understand and then go off and find a subtitle somewhere. Like that's just silly. Like that's what they'll do in movies too. They'll just have them. They'll either have subtitles or they'll just have them speaking in English. And
Well, how did you solve that problem in your thing? How did you choose to represent it?
Well, we ended up putting in subtitle, like a sort of a box. There was no other way around it. It was like, it's not optimal, but I just don't know of any other way around it. I want the reader to know what they're saying because it's
poignant,
important.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's poignant, but it's important that they know, because this plays into Ella's psychology, because she's still stuck in this mindset of, I'm gonna fight bad guys in my dreams, so I need some bad guys. So look, here's a couple of guys, they're gonna be bad. Like this is her subconscious at play. And the guy she's with, Damon, like calls her out on it and is like, really, are we doing this again? All right.
Well, is it something where is there an element where she thinks they're not real, they're all dream people, but then she's essentially is beating up real people, and there's like a consequent shift in her own like view of the world, like, oh, what have I done?
She assumes they're all fake, and that's important because they may not be.
Okay, it's cool. Yeah,
and that's it. Like, well, at least not all of them.
You can have a very internal moment for her of her realizing, like, recontextualizing something bad she's done that she didn't realize was bad at the time or something.
Well, there's a scene in Painted Death where she realizes that this whole thing she's been doing is way more real than she ever imagined, and she's like, I'm gonna throw up. She actually does vomit in Painted Death, although I don't show it. I'm very tasteful.
You don't even, no nipples, no vomit.
No. Well, she's the protagonist. This is
a facts of life free zone.
Yeah. She wipes her mouth at least. She's not disgusting.
Yeah, you don't have to be gratuitous. I will with my book. I'll make up for it. Oh god.
I'm still deciding whether or not there will eventually be a sex scene. It's not
okay. Why would you choose to or not? Like, what is the conundrum? Do you know what I mean? Is it potential buying audience? Like, is it age rating? Is it don't want to upset some kind of apple cart, or is it just personal? You don't know if you feel comfortable with certain things or not.
I feel it's way too close to her now. It would be weird.
Oh, no, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm not her father, obviously, but I created her. No, I don't know. Like, I feel if I feel like it's important, and I think it may be, I know exactly where it would happen. I know exactly why it would happen. And if I feel like it is important that it does happen, it's gonna happen. I wouldn't not put it in there because I'm worried about I don't know, audience reaction or some other consideration. But
That's
I'm
good.
just like, we're not
I'm
there.
glad
We're not there yet. So, like, it's not going to be integral to the plot that, oh my god, she had sex. Like, but it might be an important moment for her, as a character and her sort of growth in that sense.
Michael Teacher says, "Ella, sexy time. It might spoil things, I suppose."
Whatever it would be, you know me, it is not going to be gratuitous. So. There'll be no nipple sucking.
I mean, my book's literally called Carnal the Barbarian, and I'm not even putting explicit sex in mine like that. And I actually worry that if I market my book on being a booby book, and there is an actual like Carnal the Barbarian, and then it actually isn't that much barbariality in it, that they might get kind of frustrated the opposite way. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, right. Yeah. I think I've got to go. It's 45 minutes
man.
for my
It's been
show.
ages. Oh shit, 5 hours.
I got to promote it, I suppose.
Well, I hope you
and then
enjoyed
I'm gonna
hanging
go
out
get ready.
as I did.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good conversation. This was a good conversation. Remember that?
No. What are you even
Last
referencing
Samurai. Yeah,
I
the
don't
Last
know.
Samurai, where he goes to talk to what's that guy name? I don't know. Anyway, he says this was a good conversation.
Cool. If you do ever want the link in the future when you're in the chat, just ask and you can have it. It's fine.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll see you later. Enjoy your flatten without the chatting.
Yeah. I think I'm nearly done. But yeah, cheers, man. See ya.
All right, bye. See ya.
You guys aren't losing me that either. I'm not finishing this up just because the guest leaves. You think I'm finished? I at least want to finish the freaking. Have you at least enjoyed watching this come together? Yeah, as the Deech says, please like and subscribe. That was good practice for actually being on a stream talking with other people. If obviously we didn't have cameras on, I think that's part of it when I'm on a different show is looking at people's faces, that kind of like monkey mentality of reading facial expressions. But yeah, Michael, I've enjoyed the things you've been. Viewing a film in a cinema automatically suggests a dreamlike state. You're in a dark room, floating images, and that's almost like, say, a book about dreams, like Mike's. If you are evoking the cinematography of movies, you are then linking into kind of like the dreamlike state of the film setting, even though that's a probably a very tenuous link. But Michael, did you know that cave paintings were essentially, you could see them as the cinema of the past, and it had the exact same trappings. So cave paintings, they're not just flat on a wall. The wall would have a shape to it, like it was carved. And basically, you would go into this cave with a torch, and basically you would have the light of a torch in a dark cave where there's no natural light, and the movement of the flame would animate the drawings on the wall, the actual paintings on the wall, in accordance with like the 3D ness of the wall. Like, I don't know if that's a thing you know about. But yeah, he also says Now we can talk shit about Bancroft. Yeah, man, always talking over me. I went off on a couple of tangents that didn't come together. I need to practice that. I need to practice how to rein in my tangents or manage to kind of like get them in the net at the end. Like I can get the wind up, I can get a bit of a throw, but I need to figure out how to start dunking these points to actually coalesce them. Because I think I go off on tangents and then they kind of don't go anywhere. But yeah, he says, yes, when viewed by flickering light, you see movement. It is true. The original cinema cave paintings, it's just a... And then people would say, oh, we have this technology and it's so inhuman. It's like, nah, man. The feeling of being at the cinema, it kind of links back primally to like those days. I think it's pretty cool. When I heard that revelation, I thought it was pretty freaking awesome. What is left to even do on this? I think I've got to like flat. I don't know what color to flat these guys. And this guy looks so much like Cartman now. We've lost the Horde. Okay, they're back. So like this will be saved out as one background, and basically it'll swoosh to the side. When John transitions, John is gonna like change position and point at these guys. A good old Donovan on the ground. He's lost his hover chair, his magical hover chair that we should crowdfund for him. He's lost it, and he's basically just letting it all hang out on the ground. But yeah, I guess I should go with yellow. Are the flats for all these on the same layer? You see, whilst having that conversation, I obviously worked very slowly, but I also didn't name any of the layers anything. And look, they actually are all separate. Cool. So now I'll go through the arduous process of slowly putting them in their correct folders. Yeah, Lil Jon. It's Lil Jon and the Jonettes. Looking at the camera like a Bart Simpson. Let's see what happens if we make him fully yellow. Oh, are these all in a folder that's making them gray? Let's see what else is in that folder before we fuck with it. Is it just their stuff is in that folder? No! Like, for some reason, these guys have ended up in the same folder as that lighting in the bar. So let's find them all. But yeah, sorry guys for missing so many wonderful chats. I know Alex VRB was having fun hanging out, throwing tomatoes from the sidelines. Bancroft spends a lot of his time gay coding characters with bisexual lighting, and I'm glad Jordan realizes that the whole bisexual lighting thing is very, very 80s Miami vibe. I also like funky colors and do fear the scorn of bisexual lighting. I think when you come from being more sensitive against the Purity Squad, and then you come into CG and like, okay, there's this whole other list of things that are bad. Do you know what I mean? Like bisexual lighting and blah blah blah. And it's like you have to kind of also fight against that. Like, yes, maybe it's fine to have a character with blue hair. Like you know, maybe you'll get made fun of. But look, if it suited the character, I don't know, man. There's gonna be a predominant gay character in my thing, and it's not woke at all. Am I throwing out the club now? But it's okay. He's a bad guy. So it's like it cancels out the polarities. Yeah, they're already in yellow. Perfect. Yeah, I didn't know what to do for this outside scene lighting-wise because all of the shots are usually in dark rooms. Even when in the first episode the characters were supposed to kind of be outside, it was still kind of dark. And what I'm going to try bringing a gradient in from the sky and seeing if we're making it really Looks like a nuclear bomb went off somewhere, like over the horizon. There's gonna be a vignette anyway that gets put in on the programs or whatever. Is it okay to have these yellow guys standing on this yellow background? They probably will all have drop shadows, but one thing I can do is I can make little like actual drop shadows below where they would be as people. Yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out. 23 likes for real. Thank you. Holy crap-a-moly. Holy smokes. Change that a little bit. And it looks crummy now, but if I take it down the opacity a little bit, then it looks kind of cool. Thank me. We went all the way through Friday Night Tights, didn't we? Is FNT finito? What is coming up next? Is Phil live? Yeah, the Diaz brothers are live. I feel bad. I'm streaming over the Diaz brothers. I wanted to be in that. Look at Phil's hat. I'm gonna listen to him. It was cool being on the stream with Phil yesterday. I can talk about him because I know he's not here. Really talking about proms. I'm gonna put Hale in that chat. Hale. Or they got to vote. Which do you use? Chicken fingers, chicken tenders, chicken strips? How do we answer this? What do we use? Chicken? It's none of them. Oh, chicken strips, I guess. I guess strips. We go with strips. Strips is in second place. And Admiral Wackass is in the chat. I'm gonna give him a hail. Tenders. I'm gonna go for the tenders. Tendies, chicky tendies. Do you have your chicky tendies? We don't really go for the strips. Over here, it's more of the nuggies. We just have chicken nuggets. Oh, Jay Ryan's in that chat. Look at all these fucking fair weather friends, eh? JK, JK. I bet they still have this open. On times Jay Ryan. There you go. I see you in Phil's chat, lol. Yes, double streaming, slip streaming. I want Phil to know that I'm not ignoring him. That's all. Hey, look. We got to keep up with these guys. 41 likes for the Zades. Jeremy Burtz as well. Oh, they do numerology with the dates of the different wars. The thing is, the universe goes in cycles, guys. The universe goes in cycles. One of the interesting things that I ponder about the nature of the universe, I'm not high right now, but we can go there, is that we have this perception of kind of like what is and isn't, like how things are, like physics. Do you know what I mean? Like everything is this physical object and cause and effect. Do you know what I mean? Like that time is just this chain reaction of one thing leading to another, right? That there's no the future doesn't exist yet, and only the past exists. And it's like, I think it's an incredibly stupid way to view the universe, and it's a result of just very early on the grand scheme of things materialist science. And like when people say line up the dates of significant events and then like think of the numerology of them and how they match, and it's crazy. For one thing, numerology can probably be a little bit cold readery, where you kind of like lead, so you fudge the numbers until you get the result you want, I guess. But even just if you're just talking about synchronicities of events in time, like I think the truth, maybe we even end up seeing it, maybe we don't even end up realizing it, but the truth is a lot closer to events in time being more like fucking dust in the wind, and that there are much greater, not like, oh, the big forces at play, but more just more, oh wow, white. The Kangs episode I'm doing is going to be white, by the way. This looks pretty fucking cool. Yeah, linear determinism. Basically, linear determinism is absolute bullshit in my eyes. And it's like baby shit. To me, linear determinism is absolute fucking baby food bullshit that gets you on the fucking treadmill thinking about nothing greater. Like what? Even the linear determinism mindset means that whenever people get high and they start thinking of cool big concepts, the concepts they think of are actually really fucking lame. But yeah, what am I? I've got to try and wind this tangent together. Yeah, like events in time being basically pieces of dust in the wind, and like you go through cycles. You had World War II. It's going to happen again, but like it's not like the exact same thing happens. You get like a different kind of similar conflict. A lot of people dying. What are your guys' predictions for World War III? It's going to be an interesting bumpy ride. Like I know a few streams back, I kind of like wove the idea of what I think they want to do with creating the, what is it, Starship Troopers. That was it, the Starship Troopers world of constant war. I know that they go to other planets and do it, but like that idea of like a constant conflict, and like you're automatically drafted as soon as you reach 18. I consider World War II a continuation of World War One. Well, I would say what we're currently in now with the Ukraine situation is World War One. And I think there's a potentiality where it winds down in a similar way to World War One, but does not really conclude. And then those conditions and how the chips fall after that will then lead into an actual proper world war. Yeah, Orwellian, always at war with X. But I think it's more insidious than that. I think it's potential. I don't think this will actually happen, by the way. This is just what I think their design is. I'm just trying to always think of like, look, the reality you're in is step 2 of what they imagine their 10 steps to be. And obviously, as they progress towards step 10, it's not going to go how they fucking think it will. So they'll have to constantly retool. So we're in kind of like a constant retooling of step 3 is the reality. And so you got to think, okay, what is their new step 10? What is this? What is their step 10 now? And like, I genuinely think their step 10 is create the forever war that, say, like Iraq and the COVID and Iraq and COVID, you can kind of imagine them as 2 prototypical experiments for the world they want to create. And if you combine those 2 things, you can kind of like create a health passport. Everyone is automatically drafted at a certain age for for health reasons, for good reasons. It's always for good reasons. And then what? Like, so you've been drafted, so you're in the military. So like now you can't like refuse your injections. You know what I mean? Like, we need to track this. There's so many toxic spills. We need to keep track of people's health. Otherwise, we're not going to stay on top of it. And the world is going to end. It is always the world is going to end. Like, you need to let us bend you over a barrel, or the world is going to end. That's all it'll ever fucking be. and it won't. It kind of never stops until you go, okay, let it end. Then, do you know what I mean? And that's where kind of a lot of the environmentalism, global warming worry comes in. It's not even to make your kind of like climate communism. It's more to instill the idea of the world is ending and you need to care. Do you know what I mean? Because then you can say the world is ending for any number of reasons. If you make up a believable reason for the world is ending and you should care, you need to care. You must care. If you don't care, you're XYZ, right? Then you can, if you find a good reason to get people on board with that, the environment, the animals, the polar bears, then you can start saying, but grandma might die. You know, it's always a good fucking reason for why they take everything away from you. The world ends with you. I just wish people would say, fuck it, let it end. And then it won't end, right? The illusion shatters as soon as people don't go along with it. The Illusionati. Automatic military draft would mean automatic injections. That's what I'm saying. So if you refuse the automatic injections, you are thrown into... You're a deserter now. You're a deserter. You're not a conscientious objector. You're a deserter. You can now be thrown into prison. So you just end up with what? Oh, now you're a political prisoner or whatever. So you just get thrown into a fucking prison camp for choosing to exercise the freedoms you would have had 10 years before. Schrödinger had some interesting ideas of parallel and simultaneous realities, and his equations seemed to work. Einstein ridiculed it, and Schrödinger regretted it at the end. Yeah, the thing is, simultaneous and parallel realities, that's still linear determinism. That's just more universes with different possibilities. If instead... Okay, the way I would choose to visualize this to get it across, imagine there is a state of being in the future, which isn't an arrangement of atoms. It's more like a conceptual state. And that conceptual state behaves somewhat like a black hole. And you imagine the dust particles are events, people, places, ideas, everything on the conceptual spectrum, just things, memes, mimetic things. And the black hole of that state in the future draws all of these things towards it, and they come into contact, they coalesce, they smash into each other, all of these people, places, events, ideas. And it's like, how does the right person always end up in the right place at the right time? It's kind of like there is these are these attractor events almost. It's a less linearly deterministic. Maybe it's still linearly deterministic. You're just thinking there's also a future. So maybe I'm full of shit as well. Who knows? Yeah, what do you think of that? See, when people get high, they don't even have concepts that cool to throw out. I would love to hang out with people getting high and they thought of interesting stuff bigger than that. Because I haven't found the next step higher than that in idea. Like, that's kind of like one of my latest ones, but I've been ruminating on that for maybe a year or two. Like, I really got into not predeterminism, but kind of like some kind of inevitable synchronicity or patterns or whatever. Waves, as it were. But yeah, I've thought for a long time that you're just dust in the cosmic wind. Which, then it brings up the whole idea of free will, and if there even is it, and it's like, okay. Superposition. Even bringing up Schrödinger and his fucking cat. I think the concept of holding two possibilities in a superposition can help you kind of cope with... Imagine the truth is that everything is predetermined and it already exists. Everything already exists, past, future, and it perpetually exists in like a huge fucking chunk of 11th dimensional soup. You know what I mean? Maybe a bowl of it, a huge bowl of 11th dimensional soup. You go off one end of it, you go back in the other, no matter what. You know, big looping video game world. And then like what? How do you? So then you have no free will, right? But you have to operate as if you have free will, because otherwise you're not going to be alive. Like if you're going to, destiny takes you walking towards destiny. You can't just sit in a room. Like, yeah, maybe it means that you always were destined to sit in a room and do nothing, but I don't know. I think, you know, maybe most people wouldn't be able to sort out online IRL. I don't know the plot of that. I watched the first episode and I couldn't get through it. What are you talking about? Sorry. I'm talking about free will predeterminism. Did you just tune in? Or did I trail off on another tangent? I thought that one was okayly conjugated, as it were. But maybe Michael Dietrich could point out how much of a dumbass I'm being. I'm actually getting kind of tired, but at the same time, I think I'm trying to find the line art layer for this now. Because I want to get rid of those lines I did that point to him, because I don't think they work. And if I can find the line art, that's it, right? Playground yet. Look how good it looks without the lines. That's kind of cool. I love when you take the lines away and it does that. Sword Art Online is I know what it is. Is a fantasy virtual game, and if you die in the game, you die for real. I always was around, but just now paying attention. Oh, so you actually want to know what I'm talking about? I thought you meant that I was going off on a tangent. What am I talking about? I'm talking about my point of view on what the actual nature of the universe might be. So it's not really something I can retract. Let me re-explain that. The old Scandinavian ideas of irresistible fate always interested me. Don't know what to think about it all, of course. Things that have been in my fiction, characters, events, designs, people, they have eventually come into my life in reality in such a way where it's too much to be coincidence. So then you're thinking, okay, first, now Brick comes in the superposition idea. There's not going to be just one. How do you find the answer to what that even means? So you have to start thinking of an idea, but then not think it's the idea, and then think of several other ideas and hold them all in a superposition of possibility. So either I have future vision, aka future vision exists, aka the future exists and you can see it. Do you know what I mean? So aka no linear determinism, or like another possibility is wait, Jordan said, I thought you said come into my wife. A lot of these things have come into my wife. Don't have a wife. Yeah, I don't know if that's sadly or luckily, but yeah, don't have a wife. But yeah, another possibility could be like your reality is being fucking orchestrated by some kind of all-powerful technology or something. You know what I mean? Like it's still linear, even though it seems like you had information from the future before it happened, which would, you know, evoke a whole bunch of cool ideas. But like man, if you resolve the nature of reality in this stream, you damn well better get to 1,000 subs. No, I'm just playing around with ideas. I just wanted to throw them out there because I usually only share them with one person in real life. So I thought it would be cool to say what I think, but then also hear what you think if you had similarly stupid ideas. You know, I think this might be done-ish. So the kids are there and they at least feel a bit separated from the ground. Maybe behind them all, I could put like a bit of black on the overall shot So it would be like this and separate them a bit more. I don't know. Maybe that's better. Like to give them a bit more separated. Probably a better idea. But I've got to fade it off here and then cut it off. How long was Bancroft in here for? Was it over an hour? Was it a couple of hours? That was a good hangout. The first time he was on the show, like in the call, I wasn't used to thinking of things to say, and I tried not to make it too interviewy. I still ended up going in interview direction, but you know, I liked the part where we were talking, where I got to make my point about like normies just liking stuff and not thinking about not getting the downloads. Oh wait, sorry, that was new. See, I'm getting knackered. Do you know what? We'll go until 6 hours and then we'll kind of wrap it up. 11 people in here and I'm gonna wrap it up. Can you believe it? I just don't think I could animate after doing all this, after doing all this flatting and chatting. Look, we got all of Cecil's arms. We do have 15 mins. Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Basically, I want some ideas from you guys to see if you have any reactions to what I was saying. Who reacted to that? Oh, Rini did. Nice. Sorry. See, I'm getting distracted. This is the thing. If I keep going, I do. The only fear is that I think the stream will get worse for you guys. But if you're enjoying it, then c'est la vie. The next thing to do would be like, I'm single. Oh, nothing to do. Sames. I thought it was funny earlier when you were saying Angela's single. It means we all have. I gave her the link, by the way. She has seen it. She has seen it. So I'm probably coming out a bit strong. Man, where's the other John? Yeah, the smoke from the cigarette. Thanks for saying it. What do you mean? He has 3 streams open. Actually, 15. Thanks for saying it. Thanks for saying what? That you're single? I'm single too. You gotta have a single club stream. I have multi-stream hearing. I don't know how you manage it. No, I'm totally gonna wrap it up now. Because look, hey, it took us nearly 6 hours, but we got all of this flatted out. I'm gonna add some lighter touches to those lamps. That's it. But yeah, we are now in the wrapping it up stage. I am extremely grateful for all you hanging out, and I've really enjoyed how much you've been talking in the chat, and you've been putting some good stuff. Even Alex VRB, who isn't here anymore, he was making some funny digs. See, this is the thing. When someone leaves the chat, you don't see him posting anymore, and then you go back and you're like, hey, they were saying funny stuff. If I was in a chat and I was saying hilarious things, and then they didn't read them out, I would just go to bed. Don't mention beds on a stream. Everyone will fall asleep. It's like the John Malin don't yawn or you're kicked. Can we put this behind the line art? Yeah, okay, at least the lamps. Alex died for our sins. The beach had a good time. Cool. Yeah, like I made this smoke layer, by the way. I never pointed it out, but I basically made this mist. And in order to animate the smoke in this room, all I'm gonna fucking do is bring in this layer and like move it across the scene like that. That's gonna be it. It's just gonna move across like that, and it's gonna give the illusion of a smoky bar, which would be pretty good, I think. Pretty efficient. Tex, he say, you're the best man. Enjoy these streams. Well, I'm glad you enjoy that. Thanks. I just sit here and talk. It's cool having a guest on today. Sweet. Yeah, I think as Ethan fired up a stream as well. So 10 minutes ago. Is he still in the intro phase? No, Sheila's on.
Like, first of all, it came out 4 days ago, and I'm not watching Zach stuff.
Sheila's on with Ethan? That's cool. Joseph Red, he say, thanks for the excellent stream, Jake. Well, it was just a chilled out work stream. but I'm glad you dug it. But yeah, that is the progress. We did bring in every element we wanted to. We have flattened all of it, and it's all properly separated and grouped and named now. So what I will do is, off stream, I'll save all of these out and get them into Premiere and make sure I have all the elements ready for next time. Next stream, I will animate this entire shot, and it should be pretty good. It's a pretty involved shot. You know what? There might actually be one arm from John that I haven't brought in, which is like his pointing arm at Cecil. But yeah, I'm definitely I can do that, but we're definitely finishing it at 6. I'll show you the arm. It's not that one. It's this one. You see this pointing fucking arm? This is the one. So it's the last remaining thing to add. But yeah, we did make a lot. Did a lot of work. This is kind of like the grunt work. Texami said he looks good. So if I find the John folder, there's Little John, but then there's Big John. I don't know what's in this. Oh, there's the lamps. Oh, John was right. You see like the different Johns. John as he's going to point over into that world. This John who's going to like good timing frog. Yeah, it is great timing seeing as Ethan's just started. And so I'll be able to wind down and have something to eat. But look, we've got his different eyes, but we didn't have his arm. You see this shit? See this fucking shit? And we got to put John above the babe so that he can do this point. And this is going to be his accusatory point saying, were you there? Were you in my school? And I'm going, is this the right size? This is kind of the right size. He's going to do this. Look, were you there? And it's going to wiggle like this. And so I think I'm going to have it at that angle. I'm going to bring it up here. And then I'm going to fill in behind it a little bit. 10 minutes to the end of the stream. Then tomorrow, what day is it tomorrow? It's Saturday. Don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I do, it will be a game stream and it will be impromptu. So keep an eye out if you care about those. But otherwise, it'll be Monday. Because I take Sunday. Basically, tomorrow is my nan's birthday. So I usually spend Sunday with family. But because of like the timing of that, Saturday has now become family day. And yeah, so yeah, hey, imagine I come back on Sunday, but I should really try and do some work on like, I've got some coloring I need to do for someone, and I also need to start just sitting around thinking about some more of the writing for my book, because like, man, the only way I would write before is you just sit around and think for ages, like you just lie on the bed and think. And pointing finger. And I have not had any opportunity to think about anything, which is great. Not a complaint, but I've had a lot of fun doing the streaming. So I think if I did it at the weekends, if I took weekends off, it would probably be like, hey, you can chill. You know what I mean? You can think. It'd still be work. You think about work, but yeah. There he is. There's sometimes that you fucker, you piece of shit, you motherfucker. Were you there? Were you at my school? While Cecil's doing like retarded mouths. But yeah. Fucking yeah. We're done. We're saving it. We're done. So the player's out. I'm gonna figure out how to play 10 minutes worth of clips. Lol, 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 lol. Let's find some funny clips. Thanks again for all being here, and I'll see you in another stream.
Who knows what a little person is? Yes, over here.
A midget?
Not exactly. That term is actually considered offensive, and that's why Dr. Nelson goes from school to school, getting us all to think about what we say. He has 2 PhDs and has published 6 books. Please welcome David Nelson!
Good morning, students. How are we all feeling today? I would like to share with you all my...
No! Dude! No fucking way! Dude!
that words are like bullets. And if you give...
Stop!
Eric, be quiet!
No, it's okay. He'll run out of steam here pretty soon.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Kill yourself. Now, what were we talking about, boy?
We were talking about the time you beat jury duty.
Oh, yeah. The trick is to say you're prejudiced against all races.
Actually, guys, I have one thing to ask you. Right. Don't troll me with this. You're probably going to tell me to say something. Listen. You remember this video that I did for my birthday?
Motherfucker was amped. The nigga was motherfucking hyped up. The nigga just grabbed the nigga, snuffed the nigga, and it was on from there. The motherfucker, it wasn't nothing stopping them.
What the rest of these niggas do?
Man, the motherfuckers was ready for anything. The niggas was packing burners. The niggas was ready to fight. Whatever they had to do, Holmes. The niggas was on the real flip mode, Holmes. They was coming out like a motherfucker. The nigga was amped. He was like, come on, motherfucker. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Yeah. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on.
Go shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give a fuck, it's your birthday. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. My line got what you need if you need to fill a bar. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug if you're in the getting rough.
When the pimp's in the crib, mom, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. If a nigga get an attitude, pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Sean down and I'm over best weed cause I got it going on.
Motherfucker gonna rock, then we gonna roll, then we let it pop, don't let it go. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya. First we gonna rock, then we gonna roll, then we let it pop, don't let it go. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya.
My back, lick my foot and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my foot and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my...
So I was thinking that I should upload that separately. Was it? I hope he checked his gun. Ha 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 ha. I like Baldwin. What? Yeah, I know. See, funny level. I was thinking of uploading it, but obviously you have to give it a title. And the title of the film that those clips are from is Thomas and the Magic Railroad. But then, like, it's rappers over the top. So maybe, do you think the title should be Thomas and the Underground Railroad?
We didn't have a message when we left. Oh, very odd.
I am always mean to Jews, wash him out like a bad dude. I always wanna tell them what to do, but now they're trying to places they had never been to. Maybe
Marge, did Lisa go to Germany?
Did you get it? Puff in the Magic Rail. No, Puff in the Underground Railroad. Do you know what the Underground Railroad is? Dojla? You guys didn't get it. I just didn't want to, you know. I guess if you guys aren't offended, then maybe I could use that title.
For Satan has made it the most miserable place in the universe, and he will be your ruler. Your ruler.
Do you think it's a good or a bad idea to use that title, basically?
For Satan has made it the most miserable place in the universe, and he will be your ruler.
Because it could be a really bad idea.
For Satan has made it the most miserable place in the universe. And he will be your ruler of pain and agony.
Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud. Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud. Everybody loves the hooky loud. I do. Where the loud is the conquer out the luau. We throw our nets out into the sea. All the umma come swimming to me. Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud. Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud. Everybody loves a hooky loud. Where the loud is the conquer out the luau. We throw our nets out into the sea. All the umma come swimming to me. Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud. Hooky, hooky loud. Yeah.
Great luau, Satan.
Thanks to you, Gary. Thanks for coming. Oh, bye, Marshall.
Yeah, I'm just worried about YouTube in general. Not people around here. I don't care about that. I know people around here would laugh. Your shows are great. I enjoy them. Cool. Well, hey, oh shit. You know what? I don't think I got any clips left. I don't think I've got anything else to play. Nothing I could possibly play. Not all the way through, at least. You know what? Maybe I could muster together one of these.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. You're a stupid cunt. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. Nobody even wants you here. Yeah. What? Yeah. I just wanna let you know you're a stupid fucking cunt. Go ahead and run your mouth, pussy, I don't give a fuck. You're a stupid piece of shit. You're a stupid fucking bitch. Get the fuck up off my dick. Get the fuck up off my dick. Like, please end your fucking life. Please end your fucking life. I really gotta emphasize, no one cares if you're alive. You're a fucking penis hole. Grab a dick and eat it whole. I need to know if you were dropped when you were just a fetus though. You're so fucking ugly and your face is fucking foul. Jeez, you're so fucking loud. Can you shut your fucking mouth? Can you shut the fuck up? You're a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. You're a stupid cunt. Suck my dick.
Hey, you know what always cheers you up? Baking me a nice tray of sugar cookies.
How about these cookies, sugar? Can't believe that I'm doing it with side.
I like it.
Kids can be so cruel. We can? Thanks, Mom. Ow! Cut out, Bart!
How about some music? Yes, these are notes. Oh, that's a good choice. It's my birthday, and I'm 100. It's my birthday. I'm 100. It's my birthday. Can you sing? Happy birthday.
Your birthday. You have a lovely voice. Reminds me of a young Edvard Grieg. Lord,